The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. This is Matt from the past, welcoming you to the February 11th, 2024 broadcast of Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. As is tradition, let's start with this day in history. In 1858, first vision of the Virgin Mary to 14-year-old Bernadette of Flanders, France. In 1929, Vatican City, the world's smallest country, is made an enclave of Rome. In 1975, Margaret Thatcher defeats Edward Heath for leadership of the British Conservative Party. In 1990, Nelson Mandela released after 27 years imprisonment in South Africa. In 2011, Egyptian Republican revolution culminates in the resignation of Hosni Mubarak and the transfer of power to the Supreme Military Council after 18 days of protests, also called the Arab Spring. In 1938, world's first science fiction TV program broadcast of a play R.U.R. by Karl Čapek. In 1949, Lovesick Blues single released by Hank Williams. Cashbox Best Hillbilly Record of the Year, Billboard Song of the Year 1949. Back when hillbilly records had their own listings. In 1878, first U.S. bicycle club, Boston Bicycle Club, forms. And that was this day in history, and now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that lad whose message loud and clear each Thursday rings into your ear.
All right, Costello, come here. You're all excited.
I like me.
You're all excited. What's the thing you've got there?
Huh?
It looks like a telegram. Where did you get it?
Oh, a fellow in a long green underwear gave it to me.
A fellow in a long green underwear?
Yeah, he was wearing a Western Union suit.
Why, you dummy, that was a messenger boy. And that's a telegram. What does it say?
It don't say nothing, Abbott. I can't see a thing.
Well, you dope, you haven't even opened the envelope.
Oh, do you have to open it? I thought you were supposed to peek through this little window in the front.
Give me that telegram. I'll read it. Hey, look, Costello. What? It's from your hometown.
Paterson, New Jersey?
Paterson, New Jersey.
Oh, boy!
Can you imagine? Look, it says, Dear Louis Costello.
Oh, yeah, Abbott. Look
Yeah.
at the way they spell Louis.
What do you mean?
L-O-U-S-C.
Quiet,
That's my hometown.
quiet, Costello. This telegram is from your old grade school in Patterson, Public School 15.
Oh, boy. Good old PS-15. My old alma mattress.
No. No, you mean alma mater. A mattress is something you lie on.
I know. I laid around that school for 10 years. Well, what do they want with me, Abbott?
Well, the telegram goes on to say, let's see now. We are proud of you, Mr. Costello, and the whole school will greatly be honored if you would come to Patterson this Saturday night and appear in our annual school play, signed by the principal, J. Soil-Off Wallpaper.
How do you like that, Abbott? Boy, oh, boy. I knew my old school would send for me someday.
Sure they would.
I was always the hero of my school. I'll never forget Coach Abel Green.
What do you mean?
And those kids I played with, Michael Varello.
What did they
Those
do?
were the kids. We had a real team, and I was even the captain of the tug-of-war team.
Wait a minute. What did you do on the tug-of-war team?
I was the second jerk from the end.
Yes, but I
I
can't...
don't get that.
I don't either. Look, I can't understand why that school would send for you to appear in a play. What do you know about grammar?
About what?
Do you understand grammar?
No, not since she got a new false teeth.
No.
Even Grandpa can't understand her.
Now, Costello, I'm talking about dramatic acting. Did you ever do anything dramatic in school?
Oh, did I? I used to get up and I used to excite poetry.
You did?
Get a load of this little gem, which I wrote myself.
Let's hear it.
And roses are red, and violets are purple, sugar is sweet, and so is maple syrup.
Come on.
Maple syrup, it rhymes, don't
Maple.
it?
Well, what about it? But maple syrup, what is that?
What is maple syrup?
What is maple syrup?
Maple syrup is the stuff you put on flannel cakes.
Okay, look. No, talk sense now. If you're going to Patterson, New Jersey, we've got to get down to the railroad station right away. Come on.
Okay, come on.
Taxi!
All right now, Costello, let's get our tickets for Patterson. We've got to find a comfortable place to sleep on the train.
Oh, I never have any trouble, Abbott. I got a system. I eat garlic before I get on a train.
What has garlic got to do with finding a place to sleep?
I just breathe in the conductor's face, and he gives me a wide berth.
Oh, be sensible. Well, here's the ticket window. I beg your pardon, sir. We're going to Patterson. Could you tell us how the trains run?
Oh, yes. There's a big black thing that pulls them, and it goes choo-choo and woo-hoo!
This guy's been drinking too much of that Traveler's Aid.
Look. You better let me handle this, Costello.
I think I better because
All right.
I lost my place.
All right, never mind that. Now, look, in order to say, Lou, come here.
Go ahead. I got it.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
look, I'll take care of everything. Don't worry about a thing. In order to save money, I think we'd better get a couple of upper berths.
Oh, but I don't want an upper. I want a lower.
But, Costello, do you realize that if you buy a lower, you'll find it's much higher than an upper?
Oh, sure. I mean, after all, what'd you say?
I said that a lower is higher than an upper.
A lower is higher than an upper.
Why, certainly.
Well, what are they doing? Running the trains upside down?
Of course not. The lower is a more desirable berth. Therefore, if you want to go lower, you'll have to go higher.
If I want to go lower, I'll have to go higher.
Yes.
Why should I go higher when I want to go lower?
Now, simply because if you want to go lower, you have to go higher. Because the lower is higher than the upper. And the reason the lower is higher than the upper is because the upper is higher up than the lower.
Oh! You mean that the upper is lower than the lower
Yeah.
because the lower is higher than the upper?
Now, you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, I'm trying to tell you that they sell the upper lower than the lower because when you sleep in an upper, you have to get up to go to bed.
I have to get up to go to bed.
That's right.
Who's paying for my berth?
You are?
And there ain't going to be anybody in it but me?
No.
Then why do I have to get up?
Costello, look, I've already explained it. Unless you go higher for a lower, then you're stuck with an upper. And you'll have to get up when you go to bed. And you'll have to get down when you want to get up.
Abbott,
What?
let me smell your breath.
Oh!
Hey, friends, would you like to do me a... Well, I was just about to say, do me a favor, but actually I should say, do yourself a favor. Or maybe do your throat and your taste a flavor. Let them judge for themselves which cigarette best agrees with them. Let them answer the question you have so often asked yourself about which cigarette is best for you. Let your throat try Camel's kind, cool mildness. Let your taste sample that rich, full flavor. Because your T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, can tell you more about Camels in one puff than I can in 10 programs.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, a superb blend of costlier tobaccos. Freddie Rich plays a hit tune of today, but for many of you, it is also a hit of other years. Freddie revives Sweet and Lovely.
Well, here you are, Costello, in good old Patterson, New Jersey.
Yeah, Abbott. And here's my old school.
Do tell.
PS 15. As I stand here looking at this old building, I think of the happy days I spent here as a boy.
How long did you go to school, Costello?
You mean counting kindergarten?
Yes.
1 year.
Well, come on, let's find the principal's office and see what time we start rehearsing for the school play tonight.
Hey, what do you mean? What time we start rehearsing? Not we, me. This is my old school, not yours, Abbott.
What do you mean?
I'm going to do this play all by myself. I don't need your help.
Oh, how can you say that, Costello? Haven't I always given you the best of everything? Why, last Sunday when we had a double date, I gave you the best girl. What a slick little number you had.
Slick number is right. I bent her back in my arms and her hair slid off.
All right, look. Just cut that out, Costello. Wait a minute. I think this is the principal's office right here.
No, not that room.
What do you mean?
No, that room is where they have the art class.
What do you mean?
That's where I learned to draw, Abbott.
You did?
I was a wonderful drawer. My kid brother Sebastian is in there now. He's studying to be a drawer, too.
Well, that'll be nice.
Just think of it. The Costello brothers. A pair of drawers.
Look, never mind that. Where is the principal's office?
Oh, I don't quite remember, Abbott. But look. Here's my old first grades room.
First grade room?
Yeah.
Eh? Well, why don't you go in and say hello to your old teacher?
Oh, I don't think Miss Sashwaite would remember me. I wonder if she's as fat as she used to be.
Why, was she very fat?
Fat. Every time she turned around, she used to erase the blackboard.
Yeah.
I said it!
All right. Well, go ahead. Open the door and see if she remembers you after all these years.
Okay. Boy, will she be surprised to see me. Miss Sashwaite! Miss Sashwaite!
Yes?
Don't you remember me? I'm Lou Costello.
Oh, and where were you all day yesterday?
Yesterday? I haven't been here for 15 years.
If you're absent one more day, you'll have to bring a note from your mother.
Just a minute, Miss Sashwaite. I'm Lou Costello. Don't you remember how 15 years ago I always used to pester you by raising my hand?
Yes?
Well?
You can go now.
Gee, Miss Sashwaite. Gee, she's changed. I remember when she used to keep me after school to spank her erasers.
All right, look. Come on, Costello. Here's the principal's office right over here. And you'd better let me talk to him. He's a very brilliant man.
Go ahead.
How do you do, sir? Are you Professor Wallpaper, the principal?
Yeah. Oh, you can always tell a Harvard man.
Professor, I understand you want Costello to appear in your school play tonight.
Yeah, just a minute. I got the telephone tangled in my yo-yo. Now, if you fellas are looking for the rehearsal of the play, it's right in the next room.
Oh, all right. Come on, Costello.
Oh, I love you, Millicent, my darling.
I love you too, Rodney. Kiss me, my sweet.
Oh. Hey, you two, cut it out.
Shh, wait a minute. Don't stop them, Costello. That's wonderful acting.
They're not acting. That's the janitor and the fourth grade teacher.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Can anybody tell us where they're rehearsing the play, please?
Yes, right in the next room. Just ask for the English teacher. He's in charge.
Thanks.
Oh, I love you, Millicent, my darling.
I love you too, Rodney. Kiss me, my sweet.
Hey, Abbott,
What?
they've been doing that for 15 years.
Why don't they get together?
Well, she won't marry him when he's drunk, and he won't marry her when he's sober.
Yes, teacher, I'm a dandy.
Kitzel, don't tell me that you're teaching in this school, too.
Yeah, could be, yes. You know, I'm devoting my whole life to teaching the little kiddies how to speak perfectly the King's English. Yes, I went to one of the most famous colleges in England.
Eton?
Yeah, eating and drinking. I had a wonderful time.
I was in London once.
Yeah?
I met a beautiful girl on the street one day.
Piccadilly?
I certainly did.
He certainly did. I don't get it.
Look, Kitzel, I understand you're directing the school play tonight.
Yes, I am, my friend. You know, my whole family was dramatic coaches. My grandfather was a coach. My father was a coach. My uncle was a coach. Oh, I come from a long line of coaches.
And what are you, the caboose?
Well, gentlemen, I'll see you tonight at the play. Now I must get back to my pupils.
Just a minute, Kitzel.
Yeah?
Just a minute. Is my kid brother Sebastian in your English class?
Is that little Sebastian your brother? Woo-hoo, is he a bright little chappie? You know, he is speaking the best English from the whole school. Just a second, I'll call him. Sebastian!
Hello, Sebastian. Hello. I just wanted to tell you how proud I am of you. Professor Kitzel just told me that you're the best English pupil in his whole class. Is that true?
Yeah, could be.
Lovely Connie Haynes and a lovely song together.
We stroll the lane together, laughed at the rain together, sang love's refrain together, and we both pretend it would never end. One day we cried together,
Well, radio sure is a wonderful triumph of modern science, but as yet we haven't found out how to broadcast the flavor of a cigarette over a microphone. Only your own taste can tell you which cigarette you like best, and only your own throat can tell you which cigarette likes you best. So why not give your T-zone, that's T for throat and T for taste, a chance to judge the cigarette it likes best? Give your taste a chance to try the rich, full flavor of Camel's blend of costlier tobaccos. Give your throat the chance to try Camel's kind, cool mildness. Like millions of smokers, you too may find that your cigarette is
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel's. Let them tell their own story to your own T-zone today.
And Teachers Club of Patterson, and all you dirty, dear little kiddies. We have a great surprise for you tonight. One of our former pupils, Lou Costello, has consented to present a play for us. Most of you remember Lou Costello. In his school days, he was the head boy along this block. And let us listen to this blockhead.
Costello, the audience is waiting for you. You've just been introduced. Open this door.
Here I am, Uncle Bud.
Sebastian, what are you doing in your brother's makeup and his costume? What is the meaning of this?
Louis has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Mm-hmm. But don't worry, Uncle Bud.
What do you mean?
I'm going out on the stage, and I'm going to take his place. And the audience will never know the difference. I put on this big putty nose that I got, and I put on my nose, this big putty nose.
But, Sebastian, you've got the putty down over the end of your nose. How are you going to smell?
All right, unless they turn on the heat.
Look, Sebastian, what are you going to do when you get out on that stage?
Well, I'm going to tell them a story about Romeo and Juliet. And it was written by William Shakespeare, a very great ether.
Ether?
Mm-hmm.
You mean author. Ether puts people asleep.
That's what this story's going to do.
Well, all right, as long as Lou isn't here, I suppose you'll have to do it. Okay, come on, hurry up. The curtain's going up. Come on, there you are.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to tell you the story of Romeo and Juliet. Now, I don't want any interruptions from you, Uncle Abbott.
Go ahead, let's
My
hear the
big
story.
brother told me how you interrupt him.
Well, go ahead.
But don't interrupt me.
Tell that story.
Don't give me that.
Go
Just
ahead,
don't
go
interrupt
ahead,
me,
go
that's
ahead.
all. I lost my place like my big brother. Now, I'm not kidding. Once upon a time, there was a fellow named Romeo.
Romeo? What did this Romeo look like?
I got out of that one.
Well, all right, what did he look like?
Huh?
What did he look like?
Well, he was about... How do I know what he looked like? I never met the guy.
Then why do you tell stories about people you don't even know?
Nobody knows Romeo. He's just a guy in a story. He's an imaginary character.
Oh, you mean he's just a person in fancy?
In fancy? In fancy what?
In fancy nothing.
That's a good way to catch gold. Now, look, Uncle Bud, if you just shut up, I'll tell a story.
All right, go ahead. I won't say any more.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Once upon a time, there was a fellow named Romeo, and he was his father's only son.
Well, that's right. He was his father's heir.
His what?
His father's heir.
His father didn't have any hair. He was bald-headed.
All right, go ahead.
Now, don't interrupt me.
All right, go ahead.
Now, there's a girl in the story, and her name is Juliet. And her father was giving a big party, you know, to kind of, sort of shove her into society.
Oh, you mean she was making her debut?
I don't know if it was her debut or her night-view. All I know, it was her first party, and a lot of people was invited to see her and stuff, and things.
Well, you see, the folks were coming in to her coming-out party.
How can you come in to come out? She was inside already.
Naturally, she had to come in to come out.
What did she want to come out for? She was inside. This wasn't an outdoor affair.
All right.
This was inside.
I know that. You told me that. All right.
Well, if people are going to come in to come out, there's no use of going out to come in.
All right.
Why don't they stay home?
Look, Sebastian, you don't
Why
understand.
don't you stay home?
Look, you don't understand,
I should
Sebastian.
stay home
Now,
for
listen,
you.
please. You want me to tell your big brother on you?
Anybody got lozenges?
Listen, please. Look, the party brings her out.
The party brings her out.
That's right.
Why should the party bring her out? What did the little girl do?
No.
The party didn't even start, and some guy right away wants to drag her out.
No, you don't understand.
Why don't they leave the little kid alone?
Now, Sebastian.
Maybe she wasn't drinking.
But, listen, Sebastian.
Maybe she had one pop.
Now, Sebastian.
Maybe after all, the kid is okay.
all right.
Lost again.
All right, go on with the story. Well, wasn't Romeo invited to this party?
Talk longer.
Look, wasn't Romeo invited to this party is what I want to know, wasn't he?
Oh, sure.
Oh, that-
Sure. No, you see, Juliet's father... Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Juliet's father... I need him.
Now, come on, Sebastian. finish.
Juliet's father didn't like Romeo,
Yeah.
so he had to put on a mask, and he borrowed another guy's clothes, and he went away.
Oh, Romeo went in disguise.
Yeah, in this guy's clothes.
I see. All right, I
You see, Uncle Bud, Romeo and Juliet's fathers was enemies, and they was fighting for 15 years.
see. They didn't like each other.
Yeah.
Which family brought on the feud?
They both brought on the feud, but Romeo wouldn't need it. He was lovesick. He kept getting thin and pale.
Oh, I see. He looked wan.
Oh, yeah. What did you say?
I said, he looked wan. Don't you know what wan is?
Yeah, 1 is the number before 2.
No.
1, 2, a bottom my shell.
No. Wan means peaked. Romeo was peaked.
Oh, sure. He was peeking through the keyhole at Juliet.
Now, Sebastian.
Well, if I was there, I'd have peeked out of her myself.
Sebastian, will you please go on with the play?
Well, anyway, every night Juliet used to sit on the balcony.
Why did she sit in the balcony?
Because she couldn't afford a seat in the orchestra.
All right.
And she liked to sit in the balcony.
All right, now, don't
Up
argue.
there she could smoke.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Put her feet on the rail.
Yes, go on, go ahead.
So far, so good.
Go ahead.
One night, I hope I can hold out.
All
One
right.
night, Juliet dropped her handkerchief, and Romeo picked it up and handed it to her.
And what did Juliet do when Romeo handed her the handkerchief?
As she'd done like anybody else.
What? Just what?
Well, you know what I
Wait,
mean.
do you know the story, don't you?
Oh, yes,
Well, what did Juliet do when Romeo handed her the handkerchief?
You know, like they always...
What did she do?
She wiped her nose.
All right, now.
Gee, did you have to make me say that?
Well, all right, never mind.
I mean, it's your line.
All right,
Go
look.
ahead.
But look, Sebastian, as I remember the story, Romeo had a rival, and they fought a duel with lances. Now, what I can't understand is why did the other fella kick Romeo when Romeo dropped his lance?
Because he caught Romeo with his lance down.
Look, that's enough, Sebastian. Stop the play. Stop it. I say, ladies and gentlemen, the play is over. Bring down the curtain.
Hey, what's the idea of stopping the play, Uncle Bud?
Sebastian, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Not only have you disgraced your brother Lou, but you stand there and make a monkey out of a great masterpiece. You ridicule Romeo and Juliet, the greatest love story of all time, and you deliberately insult the name of William Shakespeare. Why do you do these wicked things?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Yeah, I'll say you're a bad boy.
Oh, I'm the kind of kid my mother won't let me associate with.
You certainly are. Now, come here. Now, where is your brother Lou?
I think he might be in the 4th grade classroom, Uncle Bud.
What makes you think that?
Because I locked him in there before the show.
Sebastian, unlock that door and let your brother out. He's probably in there crying his eyes out because he missed the play. Go on, open that door.
Okay, Uncle Bud.
Go ahead.
I love you, Millicent, my darling.
I love you too, Costello. Kiss me, my sweet.
Costello, what are you doing making love with a 4th grade teacher? You know she's the janitor's girl.
You're telling me, Abbott, and I'm the new janitor.
But you missed the whole play.
Oh, don't worry, Abbott. Millicent and I are going to put on another play tomorrow night.
Another play?
Yeah, and I'm calling it The Girl Who Eloped with the New Janitor or Gone with the Window Cleaner.
I love you, Costello, my sweet.
I love you too, Millicent, my sweet. Oh, he's a bad boy!
Abbott and Costello will be back in a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Technical Sergeant George James H. Logan of Luling, Texas, who is one of only 2 men in this war to receive both the Congressional Medal of Honor and the Distinguished Service Cross. In your honor, Sergeant James M. Logan, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the Camel caravans traveling from camp to camp have thanked audiences of more than 4 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore. Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And before we hear from the boys, I'd like to say the Merchant Marine needs more men to man the supply lines to victory. And to eligible men, it offers not only a well-paid and worthy present, but a splendid future. In 6 months' time now, you can make the progress it would have taken you 3 years to make before Pearl Harbor. Get all the facts. Go to any United States Employment Service office or wire collect to the United States Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. And now, here are Bud and Lou Costello with a final word.
Thanks, Ken. But it's getting a little late, so all we'll have time to say is just good night, folks.
And good night to everybody.
Good night
and please buy bonds.
Buy bonds. Good night, folks.
To everybody in Patterson, New Jersey.
Good night, neighbors. Good night, neighbors.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
If you are a hermit living in some lonely cave, don't listen to this, because you're one of the few men in the world who can pack his pipe with any old tobacco he pleases and get away with it. But if you want your pipe to make a hit with people around you as well as yourself, then load up with Prince Albert. That wonderful fragrance, that aged-in-the-wood aroma, gives your pipe real pipe appeal to other folks as well as yourself. Besides that fragrance, Prince Albert has a rich, full-bodied yet mild flavor. It's no-bite treated for tongue gentleness. It's crimp-cut to pack, draw, and burn perfectly. And what a bargain. Just about 50 pipefuls in one regular 2-ounce package. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the world.
The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Bob Hope Show. With Francis Langford, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vague, and Skinny Ennis and his orchestra. And now here he is, the star of the show, Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the Stockton Airfield Hope. Well, here we are at the Stockton Airfield in the San Joaquin Valley. San Joaquin, that's Spanish for don't fly so low, you're splashing grape juice in my eyes. We came up here in a Greyhound bus. There must have been a Greyhound. It chased rabbits all the way. Boy, we had some gas that was worse than that wartime stuff. The bus driver really had to coax that bus along. In fact, he got out every 2 blocks and fed a dog biscuit. What gas? We didn't have a ping in the engine. We'd go up a hill and it would play the bells of St. Mary. I don't know where they get that stuff they're using for gas now, but I looked in the engine and a fish stuck his head out of the carburetor and said, "Hey, bud, how do I get back to the Sacramento River?" I put 3 vitamin pills in my gas tank the other day. I don't know if it helped or not, but 10 minutes later I was 11,000 feet over Pomona in a dogfight with a P-38. But tonight we're broadcasting for the Air Cadets at Stockton. Air Cadet, that's an aviator with a backseat driver. about that, huh? Yes, sir, some of these cadets and OLTs here are only 17 years old. 17, that's a wonderful age, Crosby's horses tell me. And you should see these cadets. Are they young and innocent? Oh, Please, let's follow the script, fellas. Just to give you an idea, one eager beaver was out with a girl, and when she started to pucker, he ran out and bought her a lipstick. Are you going to believe the script or yourself? Stockton is 40 miles from Sacramento, as the crow used to fly. He doesn't fly anymore. There's so many cadets in the area, he's afraid to take off. And I found out why they call it Stockton here. On Saturday nights, these boys go into town and take stock in anything that's under a ton. This field is in the center of the California Champagne Belt. It's surrounded by wineries. Wineries. In fact, the Army had to put one wine press out of business to hold the morning fog down to 3.2. Wine press, that's the grapes, what a tactical offer is to cadets. And they got a fast system out here of making wine out of the grapes. Girls go along the rows and do the picking while the soldiers follow right behind and do the squeezing. Man, there goes that song again. He's doing it. Wrap it up, dear boy.
There goes that song again. We used to call it our serenade. We fell in love when we heard it play. Over and over and over and over again. I still remember when I sang the words and they made you mine. I'd steal a kiss and repeat each line. Over and over and over and over, and then we drifted apart. You walked off with my heart. It's funny how one listens, got me reminiscing. I'd soon forget that yen. I told myself when you said so long, but I was wrong. There goes that song again. Forget that, yeah. I told myself when you said so long, but I was wrong when I said so long. There goes that song again.
Good boy, Skinny. That was our Skinny Ennis singing. There goes that song again. Skin, you've got a voice that's on top. You only had a body underneath. Say, Skin, isn't this San Joaquin Valley wonderful?
Yeah, Bob. You know, they tell me on a clear day you can see the High Sierras from here.
Well, why are you so interested in the High Sierras?
Man, when these guys here get a 3-hour pass, where do you think the Stockton girls go to hide?
That reminds me, I got to go up and check on my bear traps.
Say, Bob, I saw your picture of the Princess and the Pirate last week. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
You sound like Crosby. Kenny, are you sure you saw the picture?
Here's my affidavit from the usher.
Hello, Bob.
Well,
Hi,
Francis,
dear.
right. Francis, I want to tell you, you really look nice tonight.
Oh,
Bob, I went to the preview of your new picture, The Princess and the Pirate, and you were superb in it.
Frances, you look beautiful tonight.
I look almost as pretty as you do on the cover of Look magazine this week.
That's not... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, don't get
I
sleepy.
attended the premiere with Skinny Ennis and Professor Colonna, Bob.
Well, what about Vera Vague? Did she go to see my picture, too?
No, her option doesn't come up till next week.
Well, anyway, the picture was a big hit.
It sure was, Bob. Gee, all that screaming and hollering every time you were on the screen. It's amazing.
Oh, I don't know what's so amazing about it.
Well, you haven't even got a sore throat.
Well, it was a small theater. But right now, Frances, I have a special surprise for you tonight.
Oh, I didn't notice, Bob. You're wearing shoes.
No, Frances, I really have a surprise. I'd like to introduce a soldier stationed here at Stockton Airfield, my brother. Staff Sergeant, that's $2 more. My brother, Staff Sergeant George Hope. How about that?
At ease, men.
Oh.
Thanks for putting me on your show, Bob.
Never mind that. Where's the carton of cigarettes? And don't hand them to me in front of the band. You hear me? Hey, George, do any of the fellas here realize that you're my brother?
I think so, Bob. Those rattlesnakes couldn't have crawled into my bed.
Pretty good delivery for lousing it up.
My
Those
life.
rattlesnakes saw those stripes, they probably crawled right out again, didn't they, huh?
But I'm glad to be on your show, Bob. Do you remember the time you told Ma you wanted to be a radio comedian?
Yeah, I can still taste the soap.
Say, Bob, who's that chick there?
Oh, Frances, I want you to meet my brother.
Oh, brother.
Oh, sister.
Oh, nuts.
He's cute, Bob.
Yeah, well, handsome faces run in our family, Frances. How does mine look?
Like it ran too far. Gosh, George, so you're Bob's brother. Tell me, what was your IQ when you went in the Army?
What's an IQ?
You're Bob's brother. Well, tell me, George, are you two very close?
No, I spent mine.
Say, regardless of the jokes, George, always remember you're my brother, and my success is your success. Name it, and you can have anything under the sun.
Anything under the sun? How about 5?
Cloudy day, isn't it?
Say, do you still go to the family reunions, Bob?
No, I just mail it to him now. Say, George, remember when we were home how you used to wear my things? I used to wear hot clothes, didn't I?
Hot. Every time I went out with them, the police picked me up.
Say, Bob, I'll bet when you were kids you used to give George your hand-me-down.
I certainly didn't. That reminds me. You know, I gave him everything.
Yeah, that reminds me. Bob, will you quit sending those things to me?
I should never get on that side of the mic. I always... We sound like the Ritz brothers. We did all lines 3 times. Go ahead, will you?
Yeah, and that reminds me. Bob, will you quit sending those things to me?
George, I was only trying to be nice.
I know, but in the Army, Bob, you don't wear bloomers.
But
I shouldn't say that. Bob was always a wonderful brother to me, Francis. Before I went out on a date, he'd take me in the study and have a heart-to-heart talk with me. Can you picture Bob having a heart-to-heart talk with me about girls?
Of course I can. He even looks like Louis Stone.
George, let's do a little scene showing you getting ready for your first date and me, the big brother, giving you some advice.
Okay.
The Mr. Anthony music skin, please. Say, George, I hear you got a date tonight.
Yep, and with a girl. How do I look?
You just shaved for the first time, didn't you?
Yeah, how can you tell?
You got your ears on backwards.
Gee, my first date. Can I borrow your car?
There ain't no gas in it.
Who wants to drive? Bob, thanks for letting me wear your straw hat.
Oh, that's okay. I'm only sorry I couldn't find the brim.
Gee, you're really a sharp dresser, Bob.
Yep, I ain't had no complaints.
And you know how to act around women.
Yep, I've had complaints.
Gee, Bob, it's my first date. I don't know how to act. When we go to the drugstore for sodas, shall I be like you, or should I pay for them?
George, how can you think of letting the girl pay for the sodas? Be a gentleman. Pick up the check and match her for it.
We might go to the picture show. What's the first thing a guy does when he takes a girl to the movies?
Steals the bulb out of the usher's flashlight.
Well, I'm ready to go, Bob.
On a final word of advice, George, remember, when you go over to your girl's house, be a gentleman. Call on your manners. And if she wants to hold hands with you, call on your conscience. And if she wants to sit on the sofa...
What do I do then?
Call on me. How about that? That's my little brother, George. Staff Sergeant George. Thank you, George. Thanks a million. Here's Francis Langford singing I'm Making Believe, dedicated to the boys around a glass of 3.2.
Believe that you're in my arms, though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom, in our lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming so till my dreams come true. I'll whisper goodnight and out the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true. I'll whisper goodnight, turn out the light and kiss my pillow, making believe.
Many hearts to be broken with those great big beautiful lies, those great big beautiful lies that tell such beautiful lies. How many times have you kissed somebody like you kissed me just then? I don't believe you mean it, oh, but baby, kiss me again. How many hearts have you stranded on the dreamy road to romance. Baby, I'll take a chance. I need some loving. I just can't resist you, even though I'm wild. To how many hearts you have broken with those great big beautiful eyes. Resist you, even though I'm wild. To how many hearts you have broken with those big, big, beautiful eyes.
Bob has spent a wonderful day here at Stockton Army Air Base. He is showing our little bumps to the field. We now find them in the observation tower.
Oh, these cadets, they're such wonderful flyers. Look at that one over there. He's doing barrels roll and how you say it, loops to loops.
Yeah, but that's nothing, Bumpsy. You should see him after he takes off. Tell me, Bumps, how did you ever get past the sentry?
Oh, I have a good system.
What's your system?
I make hubba hubba with hula hula.
Well, tell me, what do you think of all these air cadets here, Bumps?
Just like my native island.
Just like your native island?
Yes. Green, but dangerous.
Control tower to all cadets. Control tower to all cadets. Here is the weather report. Barometer, perfect. Precipitation, perfect. Wind, perfect. Visibility, perfect. Ceiling, 7 inches.
Cadet Kelowna calling control tower. Cadet Kelowna. Cadet Kelowna calling control tower. I'm 2 miles above the Sierras, lost in a snowstorm.
Cadet Kelowna? Kelowna, are you in a plane?
Well, I'd hate to think this was the Sacramento bus.
I don't believe you're a flyer, Kelowna. Have you any combat experience?
Ah, yes, Hope. Sank 3 Jap warships. Bombed Berlin 15 times. Down 50 Messerschmitts. Then I had to quit.
You had to quit. Why, Kelowna?
Fell off the stool at Maddie's.
Maddie's. I must explain, Maddie's. That's the Stockton Sewing Circle. They sew anything up to 14 inches.
Say, Hope, questions come up. How many men in the crew of a B-24?
How many men in the crew of a B-24? 10 men, Kelowna.
Not 5?
No.
I should know better. It always happens when I fly upside down.
Kelowna, shake your head and see if it rattles.
Okay, Hope. For a minute, you had me worried.
But tell me, how high are you, Kelowna?
2,000 feet, Hope, and it's awful.
What's so awful about it?
The plane's at 10,000 feet. I'm in trouble. I'll have to make a crash landing.
Well, I'll come and rescue you. But, Professor, what about your latitude and longitude?
They're no fools. They've already bailed out. But great was hell, Hope. I'll try to climb over the Sierra.
Look out, Kelowna. You're going to run into that mountain.
I just hope I can fly over that mountain with my eyes shut. Maybe I should have peeked.
Well, hang on, Professor. I'll organize a rescue party and be right there. Say, Bumster, you know your way around underbrush pretty well, don't you?
Oh, yes. Me kiss Professor often. Come on, Come on, Mr. Hope. We take this path.
Oh, but Bumster, that pass looks like it leads to nothing but wilderness, and if we follow that, we may get lost together. We'd be all alone with nobody around, and it would be days before we'd be reached. Well, don't stand there. Lead the way. Gee, Bumster, with all these mountains around here, we should be able to hear our echoes. Listen. Yoo-hoo! Why, it's very vague up in the mountains. I didn't think we were up this high.
Well, goodness, it's you, Mr. Hope, and up in the Sierra.
Of course it's me. Why, are you surprised?
Well, yes, the man promised me a regular pack mule. But isn't it wonderful up here, Mr. Hope? I just love to stand here and drink in this air.
Yes, and in California you can do it. Sound like a bunch of tourists, but good health. Good health is a wonderful thing, Miss Vague. My motto is a sound mind and a healthy body.
Oh, that's nice. You can have 2 goals to shoot at. Tell me, what are you doing here, Mr. Hope?
Well, we're on our way to save a flyer.
Oh, fine. Save one for me, too.
No, we're trying to find Pilot Kelowna, but you know, Miss Vague, it's dangerous for a woman to be in these mountains alone. Yes. Supposing some strange man slipped up from behind and put his arms around you, what would you say then?
Finally. Tell me, what are you doing here?
Oh, look. I'd like to take you with me, Miss Vague. I'll find it. I'd like to take you.
There you are, right here, Mr.
Yes,
Hope.
I see it. You really think you can make it up? What was that? Orson Welles came in and pointed, huh? Look, do you really think you can make it up the mountain, Miss Vague?
Oh, yes, I feel fit as a fiddle. Don't you think I look fit as a fiddle, Mr. Hope?
Yes, but you can stand some restringing.
Oh, you dear boy. Oh, my, you're flying, aren't you? Still flying 10 years after your brain washed out.
Miss Vague, how come you know so much about outdoor life?
Well, you see, Mr. Hope, I used to belong to Boy Scouts.
Miss Vague, why didn't you join the Girl Scouts?
You shut up. You know, Mr. Hope, a lot of people are making money in these mountains hunting wolves.
Oh, that's right, Miss Vague. Why don't you try it? They're offering bounties.
Silly boy, who do you think's offering them?
I'll whistle for Kelowna. Is that a St. Bernard?
Oh, that's me.
Say, you all right, Kelowna? Have you had anything to eat?
I'm stealing some eagle's eggs now, Hope.
Egad! Say that you're making him. Go
Here comes the mother eagle. I'll crawl into the nest and pretend I'm one of her young.
Well, Kelowna, does she believe that you're one of her young?
I don't think so, Hope.
Why not?
She keeps feeling my mustache and singing, "Is you is or is you ain't my baby."
Come on over here. How are you going to get across the canyon?
Simple, Hope, I'll jump across.
But, Kelowna, if you miss, you'll fall 5,000 feet into the bottom of the canyon. You'll be broken into 1,000 pieces.
Broken into 1,000 pieces? Nonsense, Hope. I won't even take off my coat. Here I go.
Kelowna!
I'll answer as soon as I find the part that talks.
Here's Francis singing a song that the boys in the Pacific really ate up. Come on.
I'll be singing in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine embraces. be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's bright and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll see you in the morning sun, and when the night is blue, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you. The morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in the Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Tonight we're going to present a typical chapter in the life of a special type of theatrical manager, the man who wears the mantle of the impresario. He's sometimes a genius, always a visionary, and is usually dressed in a haze of glory, especially if he's just created a success. But it's his particular ability to wear his aura whether he deserves it or not. He exists on the momentum of the past and the anticipation of the future. He's divorced from reality and lives in his own frantic world of the glorious, impractical dreams which keep bursting on the bubbling surface of his mind. And lest I seem to convince you that he is a type entirely removed from the usual producer, let me hasten to assure you that we are all a little guilty of the same dreams and the same aspirations. The play is 20th Century, our version of 20th Century, which was written by those inimitables Ben Hecht and Charlie MacArthur from the play by Charles Bruce Milholland. And tonight our leading lady is Elisa Landy, who has appeared notably on Broadway and in a large number of successful films in the past few seasons. Mr. Sam Levine plays Owen O'Malley, and you've met him before on this program. And we also have here in the studio the model for Owen O'Malley, one of the characters in the play, not the producer, but one of the most remarkable characters on Broadway, Richard Maney, press agent without peer and interpreter to the world for a number of the great dreamers of the theater. He will speak in his own defense at the end of the program. And now, before we begin our story, a word from Ernest Chappell.
Tonight I want to talk to you about Campbell's vegetable soup. And if there's any one soup by which to judge the fine, home-like way that all Campbell soups are made, this is it. Because vegetable soup has always been a family standby, and the soup most often made at home. If you still make your own vegetable soup now and again, won't you please do this? Serve Campbell's vegetable soup next time so that you and your family can compare it with your own. See if its appetizing look, its good flavor, and its satisfying substance don't fully measure up to the best you ever ladled from your own home soup kettle. I want you to do this because Campbell chefs make vegetable soup the good home way, just as you would do. They simmer selected beef until they have a rich, invigorating stock. But what perhaps you wouldn't do is use 15 different garden vegetables. Campbell's do. And you can tell by looking at it how substantial and hearty and nourishing a 15 vegetable soup can be. Every delicious spoonful proves it over and over again. So I urge you to set a plate of Campbell's vegetable soup before hungry children or grown-ups for lunch or supper tomorrow. That's the real test of how good it is. And now, 20th Century, starring Orson Welles with Alyssa Landy and Sam Levine.
Ladies and gentlemen, this here is a love story. This here is the inside story of that great romance you all know about, of course, which transpired between that gorgeous feminine star, Lily Garland, of stage and screen, and the great Oscar Jaffe, who is a famous producer and is crazy. Now, I hate to tell you about it because it cost me plenty, but here it is. One of the great romances of the ages, and against romance, nobody, not the smartest man in the business, not even me, Max Jacobs, can do a thing. Max Jacobs, that's my name. I'm a Broadway producer, and I do very nice. 4 hits the last 2 years. Smash hits, not cheap turkeys either. Good, clean, lively entertainment. I got companies playing all over the country. The money's pouring in. I got no complaint about that. But do people call me the genius of the American theater? No. Do I get my picture on the cover of the Time magazine? No. Am I invited to speak before the Culture Committee of the City Club? No. Now take this last thing. What happened to me with Lily Garland shouldn't happen to a dog. Only yesterday, up to 8:10 p.m., I was sitting pretty. A great script in one pocket and a contract in the other. And Lily Garland waiting for me on a train at Toledo. Lily Garland. The name anywhere today is worth a fortune. That's show business for you. Now, I remember when Lily Garland wasn't even anybody's name. I can remember the first time she walked into Oscar Jaffe's office. That was 9 years ago. And I was his office boy.
Here you are, miss. 3rd floor.
Where's Mr. Jaffe's office?
Right down the hall, miss. Turn to the right. There's a lot of people waiting for him, miss. I don't think you'll get to see him.
Well, I'll try. Thanks.
Okay.
But I've been here 3 hours now. Wait a minute. Rhoda said I could see
Wait
Mr.
a minute.
Jaffe.
Both Chamberlain and Lyman Brown said Mr. Jaffe would see me first.
And I've got a
I came
letter
all the way
from
to
Mr.
Syracuse
Jaffe.
to see Mr. Jaffe.
I have this letter. One at a time, please. One at a time. Don't you see I can't talk to more than one at a time?
I know,
Hey, sister, come back from that door. Where do you think you're going? That's Mr. Jaffe's private office.
I'm looking for a job.
So is a lot of other people. You got an appointment?
No.
Well, you can't come in here without an appointment. Not a chance.
Well, how do you get one?
You write a letter.
Well, what do you say in it?
Hey, ain't you never been in a theater office before? Come over here. I'll take your name for the file.
Now, I've been waiting here for 3 years.
I came all the way from Syracuse. All right. When he's ready to see you, he'll see you. All right, now one at a time.
I have to get to
All right,
Astoria.
let me have your name. Hey, you, Sugar. What's your name?
Mildred Plotkin.
Mildred Plotkin. Address?
2083A Prospect Avenue, the Bronx.
Experience?
I want to be an actress.
I said experience.
Look, Mr. Jacobs, I'm not going to stand for this any longer. It's Mr. Jacobs. I came all the way from Syracuse to see Mr. Jaffe.
I better rehearse
I'm sure
all
Mr. Jaffe
right.
knew I was here.
All right. Hold your hats, will you? I'll go in and see what I can do. Mr. West.
Yes, Jacobs, what is it?
Quiet.
I'm on the phone.
Yes, Mr. O'Malley.
Why, you inaccurate Muscovite? Yes, I'm Mr. Jaffe's press representative. It's Vermelo of the Times. He's driving me crazy. Listen, you unfortunate Armenian. Oscar Jaffe's next production will surpass anything ever seen in this country or any other country, in this generation or any other generation. Right. I'll hold him for a while.
Hey, Mr. O'Malley, where's the chief?
How should I know? I'm only the press agent around here.
He's in the 13th century room meditating.
Meditating. I've got 85 actors standing outside, and every one of them with a card to be here at 11 o'clock to see Mr. Jaffe personal.
Well, you better clear the arena, Webb. When the chief starts meditating, it's liable to go on for days.
Oh, well, here goes. Come on, Jacob.
Mr. Jaffe said he'd see me. All right. Here, this is Mr. Oliver Webb.
Oh, hello, Oliver.
Mr. Webb is Oscar Jaffe's business manager.
Oh, well, Mr. Webb, now, I've been here Quiet, please, quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry, but Mr. Jaffe will be unable to see anybody today.
I have been trying to see Mr. Jaffe for 2 weeks.
Mr. Jaffe told me to come back today at 11 o'clock.
Positively
I know, Mr. Jaffe changed his mind. Come back tomorrow.
Webb, will you never learn? How long will this organization continue behind my back to trample upon the sensibilities of actors, of artists? It's very discouraging.
But, Chief,
How many times have I told you that I always see everyone?
But, Chief, you said only yesterday
Webb,
that you...
You have insulted these people. I will speak to them myself. I will apologize for you. Ladies and gentlemen, for 18 years...
Mr. Jaffe, I played Rosencrantz with Mr. Mantell.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, for 18 years I have devoted myself to the theater. Brain, soul, heart, spirit. I have given them all, unstintingly, in the service of that beautiful, devouring mistress of us all, the theater. With the toil of my hands, the anguish of my spirit, I have built this beautiful theater in which you stand today. Who have I built it for? The public? Philistines? Bootleggers? No. The playwrights? Hacks? Plagiarists? No. This beautiful theater that I have built with the toil of my hands, the anguish of my spirit, I have built it for you. And you alone, you, the sinews and the soul of the theater. You, the true artists. For you, the actors.
Hey, Chief, these people are waiting to see you about casting.
Casting? Oh, no, not today, not today. Come again, my friends. Come again whenever you wish. Remember, the doors of this beautiful theater are always open to you. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye. And remember, no matter what, I love you all.
All right, folks. All right. That's all for today. That's all. Jacobs. Yes, Mr. O'Malley?
The boss says there's a girl with bangs, the fourth one on the right. Green dress and eyes like amethyst. Send her up. He wants to see her right away.
All right, Mr. O'Malley, I get it. Hey, you. Sugar.
Here she is, sire. Come in, my dear. Come in. Don't be nervous, my dear. What's your name?
Mildred Plotkin.
Plotkin. Good heavens. Well, stand up and let me look at you, my dear. Yeah. Now walk across the room. Now just walk. Slowly, slowly. Head up. We'll have to begin at the very beginning, O'Malley, at the very beginning. Now, my dear, let me hear you speak, the timbre of your voice.
What shall I say?
Say, I love you.
I love you.
O'Malley, when did you say her name was?
Mildred Plotkin.
From now on, O'Malley, she is Lily Garland.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes, dear.
Can I try it again? I love you.
My dear, have you ever been in love?
No, sir. That is, not really. There's a boy who lives on the concourse.
Please. Try again. I love you.
I love you.
Yes, again, with feeling, please.
I love you.
Yes, well, the spark is there. So you want to be an actress?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what it means to be an actress?
Well, sir,
Drudgery, my dear. Disappointment, my dear. Failure, which take the toil of your youth, your strength, your beauty. For you are beautiful, Lily Garland.
Oh, thank you.
And you'll have to learn to live. To live. You'll have to learn to experience love. The deep, shattering passions that will unloose the hidden well springs of your being. O'Malley.
Yes, sire?
O'Malley.
Oh, yes, sire.
O'Malley.
Okay, sire.
Now then, my dear, you can be quite at your ease. Let's try it again. I love you.
I love you.
Now, once more, my dear, pear-shaped orange. I love you.
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 So that's how this here romance came about. It's almost 9 years now since the names of Oscar Jaffe and Lily Garland was first linked in the columns. The most terrific romance of the modern theater history. And business? Ladies and gentlemen, Oscar Jaffe and Lily Garland was big money in this town. 7 in a row. Smash hits. Remember the titles? The Heart of North Carolina, Undaunted. The Heart of South Carolina, Besmirched. The Sin of Ivory Dupree. And finally, The Postcard. It looked like they couldn't miss those two. You know, it was too bad in a way that them two split up. Nobody on Broadway could figure what really happened there. Maybe that's always the way with great love. 2 years ago, that was. Garland picks up and goes to Hollywood, and now she's the hottest thing in pictures. And what happens to Jaffe? Well, he splits with Garland. That was for him the beginning of the toboggan. Flop, flop, flop. Yes, sir, things is looking pretty bad for Jaffe. He closes his show in Chicago after 5 nights. Joan of Arc. It cost him $75,000. Imagine it. A lot of men in tin suits and a revolving stage. I don't know how he gets out of town, but he does. He gets out yesterday at 2:40 on the 20th century. And that's when this here great love story starts in again, on the 20th century.
Hey, Webb, where's the chief? He's going to miss the train.
Search me. He ought to be here by now. You don't suppose the sheriff nabbed him, do you?
There's no sheriff in Chicago fast enough to catch up with the chief when he's dodging him.
Oh, I tell you, I had a hard time getting out of that theater myself this morning. 4 writs and 2 attachments. Oh, this is our worst flop yet.
There was no excuse for this one either. Joan of Arc. 16 angels and 92 extras in full suits of armor with crossbows.
There were more people on the stage than in the audience. You'd think he'd learn, wouldn't you?
Not Oscar Jaffe. Once he gets an idea into his
Boys!
head...
Boys!
Hey there, you Tasmanian ticket taker. Hold it.
What?
Mr. Jaffe isn't on board yet.
I can't help that. This train starts on time, Mr. Jaffe, or no, Mr.
You
Jaffe.
start this train over my dead body. Hey, you emaciated Algonquin.
You better hurry. She's moving already.
Hi, O'Malley, jumper. Hey, where's the emergency door?
What are you doing? Do you know it's a prison offense to pull that thing?
All right, tell it to the judge.
Oh, you... Now you've done it. Wait until the train detective gets here. He'll have you in handcuffs.
Wait till Oscar Jaffe catches up with you. He'll fry you in lard.
Jaffe or no Jaffe?
O'Malley! Webb! Has everyone deserted me?
Sorry, Chief. I didn't know you were on board.
Of course I'm on board. I got on the observation car and walked through.
It's okay, conductor. Sorry for the little accident. Now, you go ahead now and start your kiddie car.
Did get drawing room A?
Here it is, Chief. Well, we almost busted a lung getting it for you, Chief.
Very good, very good. Did you order the flowers?
What flowers?
I distinctly gave instructions to have drawing room B banked with gardenias. Gardenias, the flowers of love. I sent word to the box office.
Oh, well, would you want me hanging around a box office with 16 process servers lying in there waiting for me in
You'll
ambush?
have to stop drinking, O'Malley. You're no good to me this way. It's very discouraging.
All right, sire. Now, do you mind telling me just
Telegraph Maurice, the florist in Toledo, to send all the gardenias he has to drawing room B, this car.
Okay, Chief. What's her name?
I want those gardenias to contain a message. Let me think now. To the little lady of the snows. No, I'll use that this time. I've got it. From the grave of someone you loved yesterday. How's that?
That's fine. A little on the sad side, ain't it?
It's perfect. Why can't I get playwrights to write like that? Webb, take my coat, will you?
Yes, Chief.
Thanks. Now, don't let me brood, boys, will you? O'Malley, go order lunch. See if they put me by myself at the big table.
Now, how am I going to do that? The diner is packed.
Tell them it's for me. Now, go on. Give the man $5. Go
If
on.
you want
for me.
privacy, why don't you travel in a balloon? And besides, we haven't got $5.
Chief, if you've got a minute, I'd like to talk to you.
Yes? What is it? Speak up.
Chief, do you know what our bank balance is after Joan of Arc?
Don't bother me with trivialities. Do you know what I was thinking on my way to the train, Webb?
Nothing morbid, I hope.
I was thinking, Webb, that of all my 68 productions, the most beautiful was Joan of Arc.
I saw the play 5 times and cried like a baby every time. That revolving stage was pure genius.
Well, revolving stage and all, we did exactly $942 on those 5 performances. $75,000 in the hole. That makes 3 flops right in a row.
Yes, but what a magnificent failure. If I am a genius, Webb, it is because of my failures. Always remember that.
Okay, and now will you tell me what you're going to do about that note for $250,000 the banks are holding?
Webb, don't annoy me about money matters now. Do you mind, Webb?
This time they're going to take your theater away from you.
Theater? Webb, they wouldn't dare.
You got the writ last Thursday. Unless you've got the money tomorrow, they're going to spring it.
Who's back of that? I know I can guess. Max Jacobs, that cheap, crooked little chiseler that I picked out of the gutter. A man I kicked out of my theater for stealing. A man on whom I closed the iron door.
No, Chief, it's not Max Jacobs. It's the banks, all 3 banks. They got together last week.
Oh, they did, huh? Conspiracy. Well, I want to tell you something, Webb. It takes more than a handful of banks to keep me down. Webb, I'll tell you a secret. A friend of ours is coming on board this train.
Who?
Lily Garland.
Lily Garland? Chief, you mean that you
I
and
never
Chief...
closed the iron door on her, Webb. You know that. This morning, I found out she was returning from Hollywood, and by a miraculous coincidence, we're occupying adjoining drawing rooms.
You mean the gardenias, the flowers of love?
Yes, Webb.
Well, that's something like it, Chief. With Lily Garland's name on a contract, we can walk into the bank tomorrow and write our own ticket.
Precisely.
Well, you certainly had me worried, Chief.
Yes.
Thought we were all through for good this time.
That's when I'm at my best, Webb, with my back against the wall, disaster staring me in the face. Henry VIII, the bride of Baghdad, and now Joan of Arc. No money, no credit. My theater, everything I have gone. Everything but the name of Jaffe.
Listen, Chief, let me get this straight. Have you got Lily under contract?
Oh, don't be sordid, Webb. Between me and Lily, bond more lasting than paper, thicker than ink.
Look, Chief, she's going to be pretty snooty after the hit she's just made.
What hit?
In the movies.
Lily Garland will never be any good in the movies.
What are you talking about? She won the gold statue last year.
What gold statue?
A big gold statue they give away every year for the best performance.
Who does that?
Some academy.
That's impossible. She can't be any good in the movies. Her face is all wrong. It took me 4 years to make her look like a human being.
Chief, so long as Lily Garland is indefinite, I've got something constructive to suggest. I got a telegram this morning from Max Jacobs.
Communicating with Max Jacobs? Treachery, huh?
You listen, I'll tell you what he said.
I forbid you ever to mention the name of Max Jacobs to me again. That's final. Besides, his real name is Mandelbaum. Max Mandelbaum, a Galician. I dismissed him for stealing.
Chief, we've got to face the facts. You fired him because he said Henry VIII was going to be a flop, and it was.
What does he know about the theater? That buttonhole maker.
Well, he knows enough to produce 3 smash hits in a row while you've been laying one bad egg after another. That's fact.
Webb, I've had enough of your treachery. Get out.
It's in your interest to listen to this wire.
You've shown your true colors. Webb, you're fired.
I've had just about enough.
Get out, I said. Get out. Go to Mandelbaum, or whatever his name is.
Oscar, let me tell you.
Judas Iscariot. Get out. Come in.
Yeah, I'm going, Chief.
Oliver, where you going?
Mr. Jaffe has fired me for the last time.
Get out, Oliver Webb. I close the iron door.
All right, go ahead. Close it.
Abandoned.
Chief.
Deserted. Betrayed.
Look,
no loyalty. No gratitude.
Now, look, Chief.
Yes, what is it?
Is it true Lily Garland's on this train?
She is. Getting on at Englewood.
Englewood?
It's not Englewood.
This is Englewood.
Englewood! So it is. Pull down the shade, O'Malley. She'll probably be on the platform. I don't want her to see me through the window. Shock might unnerve her.
Okay, Chief.
All right. Now raise the shade. That's it. Just a crack more. That's something. Now look out. Don't let Lily see you.
Okay, Chief.
You see her, O'Malley?
Not yet.
Now do you see her, O'Malley?
Yeah. Yeah, here she comes, bagging.
Tell me, O'Malley, is she as beautiful as ever? Oh, I must see her, O'Malley. I must see her. Oh, good heavens! She's blind! Blind! Those amethyst eyes dulled forever. Horrible.
Ah, hold your horses, Chief. She's wearing sunglasses. All those Hollywood girls wear them.
Sunglasses, a vulgar buffoonery.
Chief, now she's on board.
Open the door, just a crack. Let me hear the voice.
Right this way, miss. Draw no beat.
It must be her.
Hey, Porter, what's the idea of kicking those bags around? There's some perfume in there that costs $18 an ounce.
Her voice, O'Malley.
That's
Her
Lily,
voice,
all right.
That voice. Lily is coming back to us, O'Malley.
On the level, Chief?
In her heart of hearts, she knew she belonged to me and to the theater. I shall hold open the door of reconciliation by offering her a great legitimate role.
You got a play for her, Chief?
I repeat, I shall offer her a great role. The greatest character ever put on the stage. Half devil, half woman, who makes a great sacrifice for love.
Yeah, sure, I know, Chief, but have you got a play, something tangible, something she can see herself walking around the stage in?
In my trunk, O'Malley, there are 100 plays, each one a masterpiece.
Oh, that collection of moth-eaten scripts. Now, for the love of Pete, Chief, you ought to know you can't pull plays out of a hat, not real plays.
I don't want to argue with you, O'Malley. Find Webb and tell him to draw up a contract in legal form.
Webb says you fired him.
I fired him. Oh, so he's going to take advantage of that, is he? You tell Webb I've forgiven him. Tell Webb if he... Wait a minute. Who's there?
I'll see.
Of shoes of sleeves.
Maestro. Chief, it's the first and second base of the House of David baseball team.
Maestro, we must talk with you.
It is a matter of big
Listen, boys, beat it. Mr. Jaffe's very busy.
O'Malley, please. Don't you know I always see people?
Maestro, this is a great, great privilege.
Bitte lass mich aus, ich spreche besser.
Nein, versteht mich.
Well, if you're gonna talk, spit it out.
Well, my friend don't speak English so good.
Maestro, I wish to say...
Just a minute, August. Maybe the maestro has seen us sometimes.
Of course. I seldom forget a face.
Actors looking for work. Throw him out, Chief.
Nein, we are actors from the miracle play from Oberammergau.
Of course, I should have recognized you. Stand up, O'Malley. These gentlemen represent the purest branch of the theater.
Hello, boys.
O'Malley, take off your hat. These are the only pure actors we have left.
How do you like the United States, man?
We don't like it so good. We got lots of troubles. Maestro, we got nothing to eat.
Oh, so you want to borrow some money, is that?
Danke. We say to ourselves, the great maestro.
So rich.
So generous.
Yeah, he will take pity on us poor players. Yeah.
Pity, yeah.
Gentlemen, you are engaged. O'Malley, tell Webb to draw up contracts right away. 200 a week.
200?
The 150. Run of the play. Give them an advance.
Advance?
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, America, that is a land of miracles.
Listen, Chief, for the love of Mike.
No argument, O'Malley.
Okay, sire. All right, boys, beat it. See you later.
Maestro, we can never thank you enough.
Never, Maestro.
All right,
Never.
goodbye, fellas, goodbye. Now listen, Chief. Are you clean off your nut? Do you know what it'll cost to transport that bunch of itinerant whiskers across the country?
It's an inspiration, O'Malley. You don't understand these things. Just when my back was against the wall. I am going to produce the miracle play.
The what?
The miracle play.
Now listen, Chief. I've stood for a lot of phony ideas, but I'm not going to let you get mixed up in any of that high art like that.
You forget yourself, O'Malley. The miracle is the most exalted drama in human history. It will be colossal, sublime. My ultimate achievement.
Well, anyway, it'll help us forget Lily Garland.
On the contrary, O'Malley, I'm doing it for her.
For Lily Garland, the miracle play.
The role of the Salome. It's perfect casting. The part fits her like a glove. It'll crown her career in the theater. Wait till I tell her.
Wait until she hears about it. It's Webb, Chief. It's Webb.
Webb, you may come in. Mr. Webb, I have decided for the sake of your wife and child to take you back. The innocent shall not suffer with the guilty.
Huh? Oh, thanks, Chief. Listen, I've just been talking to Lily.
Lily Garland?
You've been talking to Lily?
That's right. And between you and me, Chief, it's not going to be so easy.
What do you mean?
The moment I mentioned your name...
You told her I was on the train?
It slipped out before I could think.
Yeah, well, go on.
The moment I mentioned your name, she began screaming at me like a fishwife.
Screamed like a fishwife,
Yes.
eh? Good. That shows the battery isn't dead.
She said she never wanted to see you again. She said she wished she never had seen you.
She said that, did she? I, who taught her everything she knows. I made a great actress out of her, with all Broadway at her feet. She worshipped me. Lily and I, Webb, Lily and I, ours was the great romance of the theater. Beside it, Dusa and D'Annunzio of Pale Fires. What did you say to her, Webb?
Well, I sort of passed the time of day, you know, sort of casual.
You didn't give her any false ideas about it being necessary to me.
Oh, not a word.
All right, gentlemen, the time has come. I'm going in to talk with her now. Let me tell you, Webb,
The destinies of Lily Garland and Oscar Jaffe are bound together by hoops of steel. Open the door, O'Malley, into a drawing room, into my past. I'm going to reclaim a soul from Hollywood. Lily Garland.
Oscar Jaffe.
Lily.
Oscar. Oh, Oscar.
Lily. Poor Lily.
And what do you mean by that, Oscar?
You know what I mean, Lily. I saw it.
So what? What on earth are you talking about?
That movie, that last movie. When I saw that last movie of yours, I blame myself. Only myself, Lily.
Oh. Oh, you saw it. Everybody said I was marvelous.
I'm sorry, Lily. There were moments when you were marvelous, the real you coming through, but that cheap story, Lily, that unimaginative director.
You're right there, Oscar. The director was an idiot. Did I have to fight to get my own ideas across?
You were like a magnificent ruby set in a pail of lard. You put yourself back 10 years, Lily. 10 years.
You just have to fight them all the time, Oscar.
I can understand, Lily. You're a great artist, a great woman. I never appreciated you until I lost you.
Darn right you didn't. You haven't had a hit since. All your grand illusions that you were Shakespeare, Napoleon, and the Grand Lama of Tibet all rolled into one.
You're absolutely right, Lily.
What?
I realize now that in the largest sense, it was not Oscar Jaffe who made Lily Garland. It was Lily Garland who made Oscar Jaffe.
Oh, I'm glad you've come to acknowledge that.
I've paid for my mistake 1,000 times.
Listen, Oscar, if all this is a preliminary to a contract, you can save your breath.
Contract? Oh, contract? Who said anything about a contract?
Don't kid me. You do anything to get my name on a
Oh,
contract.
no, Lily, no. I came here with a dream we both had long ago. The thing we planned as a climax to your career. Last step in the golden stair.
For the love of Mike, will you stop being mysterious? Now, what is it you're trying to pull out of a bag?
Lily.
Another part where I'm not worthy of the lieutenant's love and make a great sacrifice?
No, Lily, no.
What is it, Montezuma again, or that big drama about Hairpin Annie, the pride of the gas house?
No, Lily, none of these things. This just happens to be the greatest woman of all times. Just her memory, Lily, has kept the world in tears for centuries. Salome. Salome, Lily. Listen to me, Lily Garland. I'm going to put the miracle play on in New York with Lily Garland as Salome. Had it up my sleeve all this time, waiting for the right moment. You play the wickedest woman of her age. Sensual, heartless, beautiful, corrupting everything she touches, running the gamut from gutter to glory. Can't you see her, Lily? I'm going to have Alexander the Great strangle himself with her hair.
I can see the whole thing. Salome.
Salome.
Salome, in the beginning as a young girl, innocent, childlike. And then after having been heartbroken by some man she loved madly and trusted, she went down to
the depths.
Hating and despising all men.
That's right.
Laughing at times. Laughing at them so cruel, so terrible.
It'll be the greatest production I've ever made, Lily. I brought over an entire troupe from Europe. Took them away from Max Reinhardt. Cost me my shirt, but I wanted them. 2 of them are geniuses. It'll run 5 years, and you can have every dollar it makes. All I want is to stagger New York. A desert scene with 100 camels and real sand. Brought over from Arabia. I'm going to have a Babylonian banquet the second act. You're dancing with all your slaves around you. You're covered with emeralds in that scene from head to foot. But that's nothing to the finish, where you stand in rags, and the Emperor Nero himself offers you half his empire. And you answer him with a speech that's probably the greatest piece of literature ever written, with all the lights pouring down on you, transfigured by love and sacrifice. Nero cringes, and the last we see of you is a little figure selling olives in the marketplace. Now, what is it?
You're crazy.
What do you mean?
Oscar, you're a pure case of leaping paranoia.
Now, don't be cheap, Lily.
Coming in here with camels and sand from Arabia. You're a scream. You're going to put on the miracle play? You haven't $100 to your name.
I can raise $1 million, $2 million.
Yes, and I know how you intend to raise it. Get my name on a contract and go out peddling it. Shake down some new angel on the strength of my reputation. No, thank you. I'm through being your meal ticket, Oscar Jaffe.
You're at liberty to call up any one of my banks in the morning.
Your banks? You mean the ones that are taking your theater away from you?
That's a lie. You've been listening to my enemies.
I've been listening to Mr. Webb, your so-called business manager. He broke in here with some sob story about you're going to commit suicide unless I took pity on you. Well, go on out and commit it. It'd be a blessing to everybody concerned, you scorpion.
Mr. Webb is no longer with me. I fired him. for stealing.
Oh, shut up. I've had enough of your lies.
Lily Garland, I've offered you a last chance to become immortal.
Thank you, but I've decided to stay immortal with a responsible management.
Who?
Max Jacobs.
Can't believe it.
No, we'll read the papers tomorrow then. He's meeting the train at Toledo, and I'm going to sign with him.
Max Jacobs! Max Jacobs, he's a thief. Illiterate. He can hardly write his name.
Oh, he writes it all right on checks. Great big checks, too.
Oh, it's the money. The money. That's all you want. Money, money, money. If I jingled a miserable 10 or 15,000 at you, your mouth would begin to water. You'd start drooling and squealing. Gimme, 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 gimme.
That's right, Oscar. Now get out before I have the porter throw you off the train, you fake. You swindler.
Now that, you cheap little shop girl.
Get out before I call the conductor.
Go on, ring that bell. I'll tell the world who's a fake you are. I made you. I taught you everything you know, your voice, your walk, your cheap little talent. They're mine. I gave them to you. I gave up everything to breathe them into you, even your name. Lily Garland, I gave you that. Well, if there's a justice in heaven, Mildred Plotkin, you'll end up where you belong. In the burlesque houses.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of 20th Century by Messrs. Hecht, MacArthur, and Milholland, and starring Orson Welles with Alyssa Landy and Sam Levine. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we will resume our story, 20th Century, starring Orson Welles with Alyssa Landy and Sam Levine. The train on which our story takes place is one of the modern streamliners that typify the great progress made in railroad travel. You can see this same progress reflected all around you in radio, in home building, and in many other activities. Take, for example, the modern efficiency and ease of meal planning. Today you can serve the finest of soups quickly, conveniently, and economically for any meal. Good, hearty, homey vegetable soup is yours in a few minutes. Full-flavored chicken soup can be had for lunch or dinner any day. Many a soup that used to be considered expensive or difficult to make is served now as simply as saying ABC. These soups come in red and white labeled cans marked Campbell's. Their convenience in serving is as modern as streamlining. But I do want to impress upon you one thing. Underneath the label, Campbell's soups are the good old-fashioned kind. There's nothing newfangled about their carefully hand-picked ingredients, their tried-and-true recipes, or their old home soup kettle flavor. Home cooks have discovered that there's genuine home-cooked pleasure in every plateful, every spoonful of Campbell's soup. It's this old-fashioned good eating that has made Campbell's soup so popular, so heartily approved in many thousands of homes. Now we resume our story, 20th Century, starring Orson Welles with Alyssa Landy and Sam Levine.
Webb!
O'Malley. I'm here, Chief. Well, how'd you make out with Lily Garland?
O'Malley, where's that scoundrel Webb?
Oh, he's around, Chief. I saw him a few moments ago in a club car talking to a little bozo with gray hair.
More treachery.
What do you mean, Chief?
That dirty double-crosser. You know what he did to me? He betrayed me. He told Lily Garland I was broke and helpless.
Now, wait a minute, Chief. Maybe you've got him wrong.
Wrong? I'm never wrong. I'm going to kill him with my bare hands. I'll strangle him, so help me. Even if I have to go to the chair for it, to the chair. Who is it? Hey, Chief. Come in, Webb, you gray rat, and shut the door.
Listen, Chief,
Scoundrel.
Look, Chief.
What do you mean by telling Lily Garland
Look, Chief, I've been talking with a man.
Don't try to change the subject, you.
He's going to finance the miracle play.
Who? Who?
A man I met in the club car. I talked him into putting up the money for the whole thing.
You did what? Webb, is this another of your coarse attempts to be funny?
Funny? Take a look at this check. Is that funny?
Check?
$200,000, that's all.
Webb, who is this man? What do you know about him?
He's Matthew C. Clark of the Patent Medicine Million.
Holy Matt.
And he's crazy about the miracle play.
You see, O'Malley, what did I tell you? There is a justice in heaven, Webb. I apologize. You've done well. You've done nobly. I always said you were a man of imagination and iron will.
Thanks, Chief.
And now, gentlemen, action. Webb, get a hold of this man Clark. Bring him here. I want to see him.
Right away, Chief.
And then take that contract you drew up and go in and see Lily. Show her the check. Play her along.
I get you, Chief. Leave it to me.
Mr. Max Jacobs gets on the train at Toledo. He's going to get a little surprise, O'Malley. Now, take a telegram. John Ringling of the Ringling Brothers Circus. Dear John, I am in the market for 25 camels, 20 sheep, a few elephants, and an ibis.
A what?
An ibis. That's the royal bird of Egypt, O'Malley. You wouldn't know. Wire me rock bottom price, Oscar Jaffe.
What about lions?
We'll have to cable London Zoo for them. They have the best specimens. We'll need 10 or 12 at least.
Where are we going to house all these
I'll
monsters?
construct a little zoo off the green room. I'm going to rebuild the whole theater to make it look like a grotto.
A grotto?
A grotto. Do you, by any chance, remember the name of the Sultan of Turkey?
Well, not offhand. Why, are you going to use them in the show, too?
No, but I'll need about a dozen of his dervishes, the whirling ones. Never mind, we'll take it up with the Turkish and Arabian councils. How many sheep did I order?
20.
Change that to read 50. We don't want to stint. Come in.
Chief, this is Mr. Clark.
Oh, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark, I want you to meet Mr. Jaffe.
How do you do, Mr. Clark?
How do you do, Mr. Jaffe? Mr. Clark, Mr. O'Malley, my press agent.
How's Strict?
Oh, why, they're...
I'm delighted, Mr. Clark, with what Mr. Webb has told me. It'll be a great privilege to be associated with you, I assure you, sir.
It'll be a great privilege for me, Mr. Jaffe, a great privilege.
You just sit over here by the window, Mr. Clark. Yes, that's right. Nice and comfy. Webb, what about Lily? What'd she say?
I spoke to her, Chief. She said she'd be in right away.
Splendid. Now then, Mr. Clark, it seems to me that since we are to be associated, we should become better acquainted, don't you think, sir?
Oh, indeed, yes, Mr. Jaffe. I am really quite thrilled by the whole thing. Your venture is one of the very worthiest efforts that this country has ever seen.
I agree with you, Mr. Clark. I agree with you. I agree. There's nothing like the living theater, Mr. Clark, for delivering a great message.
Oh, indeed, that is true.
Night after night, Mr. Clark, when those enormous audiences are sitting in the hushed theater, spellbound before the genius of Lily Garland.
Lily
the greatest
Garland.
actress in the world, Lily Garland. I'm considering her in one of the parts.
Oh, a professional actress.
Of course.
Oh, I don't think that will do, Mr. Jaffe. I shouldn't like to have this play contaminated by any woman of the stage.
Yes, I see your point, Miss Clark. The spiritual flavor must come over in a bath of glory. And it shall, Miss Clark. You can count on that, Miss Clark. It shall. It so happens, of course, that the character of Salome...
Oh, are we going to have a Salome in the play?
Certainly.
Oh, she's not one of my favorite characters. I've always preferred...
That's right. Garland.
Miss Garland.
Lily.
Miss Garland.
Come in. Yes, just in time. We were discussing the character of Salome. Mr. Clark here.
Now, wait a minute, Oscar. I haven't made up my mind.
Really pipe down.
And there's still a whole lot of questions I want to ask.
Of course, Miss Garland. Many as you like, but in the meantime, I want you to meet our new associate, the activate Mr. Clark. Great Lily Garland.
Oh, Mr. Clark, how do you do?
Yes, of course. Delighted.
Well, Mr. Clark, Mr. Webb told me all about you. Are you really joining the theater?
Not exactly, but I feel that if by my contribution, financial help, I can bring people closer to the truth of spiritual things.
Well, that's just what I told Mr. Jaffe. If it was just an ordinary show, I wouldn't be interested, seeing as I'm cleaning up in the movies anyway. But when Mr. Jaffe told me that it was the miracle play...
Well, I didn't realize that an actress...
Well, most people have a wrong idea about actresses, Mr. Clark.
That's true, Miss Clark.
Now, take me. I've gone to church practically every Sunday of my life, and most of the time I've had a class in Sunday school. And, well, there you have it, if you guess what I mean.
Oh, you don't need to say anything further, Miss Garland. I'm sure you'll be a splendid addition to our cast.
You're a swell looker, too, don't you think, Mr. Clark? O'Malley, see who it is.
Yes. Excuse us, please.
Oh, the House of David.
Maestro.
Gentlemen, just in time.
We found the miracle play,
good.
the manuscript. We were afraid it was lost.
Yeah, we found it in the lunchbox.
That's fortunate.
The lunchbox is always empty, so nobody look in there.
Very fortunate. Miss Garland, Mr. Clark, I want you to meet those two remarkable artists. I've engaged them for our production.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Members of the original Omer Abigail miracle play.
Yeah, Maestro. Oberabergau and also Unterabergau.
Oh, yes.
Unterabergau is much older.
Yeah, much older.
Much older.
July 1618.
1618?
Yes.
Oh, say here, Oscar, I thought this was an original play. You know perfectly well you can't make a nickel on a revival. Every time you've tried it, it's been a flop.
Pipe down, Lily.
I won't pipe down.
Now, please.
Is this lady going to act in our company?
Miss Garland, gentleman, is a famous actress. I'm engaging her for the role of Salome.
Salome. Oh, nein, the Salome part is always played by my little cousin Tina. Yeah, she's in Milwaukee.
Indeed. Oh, I've always had a fondness for Milwaukee.
Looks like we're pulling into Toledo, Chief.
Yes. Now, Lily, suppose you and I go into your drawing room, settle the details of our contract, and find out who that is, O'Malley. Yes?
Art?
Yes, conductor, I'll come quietly. Really, I will.
You're getting off at Toledo, you know, Mr. Clark. You remember the telegram you got from your brother.
Oh, yes, I remember the telegram. Oh, dear, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but I shall have to leave now.
Oh, now, Mr. Clark.
You'll have to hurry, Mr. Clark. We'll be in Toledo any minute now.
Oh, really, I'm coming, conductor. I'm coming quite
Clark,
quietly.
This is rather unexpected.
Yes, but it can't be helped, I'm afraid. You see, I didn't
well,
mean any
come right
harm,
along,
really.
Mr. Clark.
I didn't.
Come right along. The porter will take care of your bag.
Yes. Well, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, conductor, just a minute. Come here. What's the idea? It's quite all right, sir. He's quite harmless.
What do you mean, harmless?
Well, they've been hunting him for 2 weeks. He escaped from a lunatic asylum.
A lunatic?
Holy smoke! His brother's meeting him to take him off the train at Toledo.
You mean he's a nut?
Delusions of grandeur, madam, that's all. I understand he has a habit of writing out large checks on the spur of the moment, but few people I suspect would take him seriously. Well, good day.
Lily.
Don't you talk to me, Oscar Jaffe.
Lily, I swear.
Of all the cheap, deliberate, low-down attempts to swindle me.
Lily, as heaven is my judge, I knew nothing about it. I give you my word. Lily, I was stupid.
Let me out of here. You insulted me like no man ever dared.
Lily, I was bamboozled.
Get away from that door.
Lily, stay. For the sake of our great love.
Liar.
Now, Lily. Lily!
Well, there goes Salome.
O'Malley, Webb, I'm dizzy. Everything's going around. Oh! Look!
What is it, Chief?
Look! He's come.
Chief, what on earth?
He's come out there on the platform. It's him. He's come for her, the buttonhole maker, Max Jacobs. This is the end, Webb. O'Malley, this is the end. The road that has no turning. O'Malley, Webb, before I go, there are a few words I'd like to say.
Now, listen, Chief, we're in no mood for fuzzy lamentation.
I won't keep you long. Just a few words, a few last words.
Skip them, Chief. We've had enough. When you get through with that whiskey, O'Malley, I'd like to borrow it. He's made a dipsomaniac of me.
It's typical of my career that in the great crisis of my life, I should be flanked by two alcoholics. Webb, I want to give you my last instruction.
Sure, I know your last will and testament.
There's nothing left for me now but this.
Hey, Chief, put down that gun.
No?
I know it isn't loaded, but all the same, it gives me the jitters.
Not loaded? Did you say not loaded? You'll regret those words, Oliver Webb. When I pass into the great beyond.
Chief.
Listen to
Chief,
me,
give me
Webb.
that gun.
Listen, no. On this pistol lies peace, peace. Oh, I know you'll feel badly for a while, boys. Believe me, it's better this way. Yesterday, Oscar Jaffe, the Wizard of Broadway. Tomorrow, a foolish old pest haunting the theater lobbies on other managers' first nights. Boys, you wouldn't want to see me that way. And boys, you'll remember me when you hear that wild sound in the night. Goodbye, boys.
This is nuts. He's probably faking, but we can't take any chances. Get that gun, O'Malley.
Webb, O'Malley, boys, let me do it. Let me do it,
Give
boys.
me that gun, Chief. Now, give me that gun.
Oh!
Chief.
What? You blithering idiots. You shot me.
Well, that's how it stood with this here romance at 8 p.m. when the 20th century pulls into Toledo. For a while there, it looks to me like I'm going to do all right. In one pocket, I got a script, a new play by Somerset Maugham. And the other pocket is a contract for Garland. And there she is waiting for me on the train. Me, little Max Jason, that used to work as an office boy for the great Oscar Jaffe. And ladies and gentlemen, she never looked so good in her life.
Oscar, what happened?
Now, take him an easy down, Jeffrey O'Malley. Is it hurting you, Cheese?
Oh, it doesn't matter. This is the end. Nothing matters
Maybe
now.
it ain't so bad, Chief.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. I can feel my lifeblood seeping away.
You hear those bangs, Cheese? I don't like that. Where did it get you, Cheese?
Through the heart, through the heart, through the heart.
Oscar!
Wait a minute, Chief.
What?
Chief, you're crazy. It's just a flesh wound in the shoulder. The bullet only scratched you.
Dead?
Oscar, what happened?
Are you sure, Webb? Why, look at it, O'Malley.
You mean I'm not dying?
No, not this time, Chief.
Oscar, what happened? Let me in.
What'll we do with it, Chief?
Lily! Wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute. I have an idea. I've got an idea. Take your handkerchief, Webb, and tie a bandage around the wound.
Okay, Chief. Yes. There you are.
Thanks. Now let Lily come in and lock the door after her.
Anything you say, Chief.
Oscar!
Come in, Lily.
Oscar, are you hurt? Oscar.
Lily? Lily? Is that you, Lily?
Yes, Oscar. It's me.
Forgive me, Lily. Forgive me.
No, Oscar.
The only way out.
No, Oscar, no.
The only way to atone for all my failures. My failure in my work. My failure with you, Lily. My failure.
Oscar, you mustn't die. Oh, you mustn't die. Can't you get a doctor for you?
He won't let us send
No,
for one.
doctor, no. There's...
Too late. Going fast. I feel my lifeblood seeping away. All I want, Lily, is to hold your hand while my life ends.
Oscar.
Before I go, Lily, I want you to know I always loved you, Lily. Always.
I know, Oscar. You're always the only one with me. The only one I love.
You make me so happy, Lily. So happy.
Why did you do this terrible thing, Oscar?
All for the best, Lily. Nothing left.
Oscar. Oh, forgive me, Oscar.
Too late, Lily.
Oh, Oscar, it's not too late. It's never too late. A love like ours.
Oh, it's getting dark.
Dark?
Soon it'll be over. Don't cry, Lily. Don't cry, dear, lovely Lily.
Oscar, darling.
There's only one last request I'd like to make, Lily.
Anything, Oscar, anything.
The contract, Lily. That last contract we made. I want it buried with me.
Oscar.
I want it with me down below the ground against my body.
Yes,
And Lily, will you write your name on it somewhere so that I may have something of you to keep me through the long night?
Better do it, Lily. It'll make it easier. It's his last wish, Lily.
Yes, my last
Here's a
wish.
pen.
Yes. Getting dark.
Better do it, Lily.
Dark.
You'll never forgive yourself. Keep going. Going fast, Lily.
Right there,
Give it to
Lily.
me. Quick. Where do I sign?
Here, Lily, here.
Oh, yes. Lily?
Yes.
Garland.
Thank you, Lily. Now give it to me. Well, I can still see it before my eyesight dims.
Lily, where are you?
Who's that calling for you, Lily?
Open this door. What happened in there? Come on, open it up.
All right, boys, open up. I've got the contract. Open it up. Lily Garland is signed with Oscar Jaffe. You're too late, Max Mandelbaum.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes my little story of a great romance. By the time the 20th century gets into Grand Central, it looks like the Jaffe-Garland merger will be solid. And it looks like Lily is going to do very good in Oscar's new play. And as to the great man himself, he's making a quick recovery next door in drawing room A.
I love you, my dear. I love you. I love only you.
Stop, Lily. That's terrible, horrible. No poetry, no feeling, no depth.
Now,
Lily,
listen here,
Lily.
Oscar Jaffe.
Empty, flat, colorless.
If you think you
colorless.
can insult me and bully
Try
me...
it again, my dear. Try
I
it
love
again.
you.
That's better. Now, once more. Pear shaped.
I love you.
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 This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of 20th Century by Ben Hecht, Charles MacArthur, and Charles Bruce Milholland, starring Orson Welles with Elisa Landy and Sam Levine. In just a moment, Orson Welles will bring us his guest of the evening. In the meantime, here is Ernest Chappell.
A few minutes ago, I spoke of vegetable soup as a great family standby. That's true not only today, but as far back as the cookbooks go. It's true wherever you go. Whatever community you might visit, you'd find vegetable soup a familiar, well-liked family dish. For a long time, a great many women felt that vegetable soup, to be at its best, must be homemade. But one by one, they've discovered Campbell's vegetable soup, so that with millions of families, Campbell's has replaced the vegetable soup formerly made at home. The reason you'll find in the soup, because here's a soup that's hearty and delicious in a homey, old-fashioned way, and yet convenient and economical to serve any time. If you'll try Campbell's vegetable soup tomorrow, you'll discover for yourself why it has become such a universal favorite. You'll see why in its tempting appearance. You'll taste why in its grand, home-like flavor. You'll enjoy the good eating in its nourishing blend of 15 delicious garden vegetables and rich beef stock. I'm sure you'll say it's so substantial, it's almost a meal in itself. But do try it this weekend and learn firsthand how convenient it is in the kitchen, how delicious it is at the table. Remember to ask your grocer in the morning for Campbell's vegetable soup. And now, here is Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present our guests of the evening, Mr. Lisa Landy, whom you've just heard as the temperamental Lily Garland, Mr. Sam Levine, who was our Owen O'Malley, and Richard Maney, who is a little like Owen O'Malley, or Owen O'Maney, or Maney, the most active and successful of the current Broadway press agents. Miss Landy, Mr. Levine, Mr. Maney, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Landy, have you ever encountered Mr. Maney in his professional capacity?
I've known of him, of course, as we all do in the theater. But he never acted as press champion for one of my plays. I'm very pleased to meet you, sir.
How do you do? Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we began the play tonight, I promised you we would have with us a Broadway personality who served as a model for one of the characters. He is Richard Maney, press agent par excellence, a man of voodoo personality and alluring vices of speech, who was transplanted out of life onto the stage by Ben Hecht and Charles MacArthur to make the Owen O'Malley you've been listening to. Now, just to make everything sound and secure, he was also engaged by the producers of 20th Century to act as a press agent for the show in which he was being duplicated. He is an unrelenting Times Square realist, a cheerfully belligerent barroom scholar who can turn an argument into a shambles with such phrases as you dithering Igorot, you foul Corsican, and other weird word associations you heard tonight, most of them faithful transcriptions of Maney in action. It is his private brand of diction, a sort of conversational rubber hose which stuns without cutting and, while tremendously effective, leaves no marks for the coroner to determine how the victim in the debate was killed. Mr. Maney, you stand accused of being a notorious Broadway character. You plead guilty or not guilty?
Well, Orson, my inquisitorial friend, mine is an ancient trait, which, I won't deny, has its sordid aspects, but I never betrayed a widow, an orphan, or an editor.
Tell us, Mr. Maney, what does a press agent do while the boss is, as you say, meditating?
I've got 4 bosses meditating right now in their respective drama emporiums, and I'm probably suspected by all of them. But I'll tell you, the first duty of the theatrical drum beater is to hold the boss's head. After the premiere, and while shoveling in the aspirin, convince him the critics are not banded together in a foul plot to destroy him bodily.
I see, Mr. Maney. Who's your favorite impresario?
Say, you're trying to get me fired? I love them all. I have no favorite unless it's Billy Rose. He pays off every week, and he produced Jumbo.
Now, tell us about Jumbo, Mr. Maney. Wasn't that supposed to be the biggest show of all time?
That elephant ballet? Billy Rose conceived it one night while in a trance. He hailed me in and told me to plaster his name over the Palisades cliff in 100-foot letters as the only fitting expression of his gargantuan idea. He didn't get the billboard rights to the Palisades, but he did take over the old Hippodrome and completely rebuild it. The show was rehearsed longer than it played and postponed so many times. It was over before it opened in most Broadway successes. Since then, the midget maestro staged the Fort Worth Fair, offered to buy Hollywood and turning part otter, flooded part of Cleveland that set 100 diving girls in a tank. He is currently involved in diverting Long Island Sound into the World's Fair for the same sort of show.
Thank you, Mr. Maney, for the dissertation on the lighter side of press agenting. And you, Miss Landy, and you, Mr. Levine, on behalf of my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and my colleagues, Campbell Playhouse, as well as myself, thank you very, very much for being with us this evening.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of 20th Century, Orson Welles was heard in the role of Jaffee. Elisa Landy played the part of Lily. Sam Levine, that of O'Malley. Webb was played by Ray Collins, the 2 players by Everett Sloan and Teddy Bergman, and Clark by Edgar Kent. Gus Schilling was Jacobs, and Howard Teichman was the train dispatcher. Music for the Playhouse is arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Orson Welles, will you tell us, please, about next week's story?
Next week's story. Next week, we're proud to bring you a modern American classic, a story of life in a more colorful and leisurely age than ours. Of the strolling players whose theater floated yearly down the longest river in the world, the Mississippi. Miss Edna Ferber's great novel, Showboat. Miss Margaret Sullivan, unforgettable star of our own dramatization of Rebecca, returns to us as Magnolia. Miss Helen Morgan plays Julie, the part that in the minds of the American public is almost synonymous with her name. And our distinguished authoress herself, Miss Edna Ferber, is paying us the compliment of making her very first appearance as an actress in the role of Parthy Ann Hawks. So until next week, until Showboat, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse, remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening when Margaret Sullivan, Helen Morgan, and the distinguished authoress Edna Ferber herself will appear with him in Showboat. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's vegetable soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. $8,000 worth of Chinese jade has been stolen. The criminal is vicious. His weapon, a handful of buckshot in a handkerchief. Your job, get him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima is doubling and redoubling its smokers. So, if you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, December 1st. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 7:15 p.m. when we got to the police academy, the banquet room.
Where do we sit, Joe?
Well, Lee Jones is holding a couple seats for us someplace. You see him?
Oh, yeah. There he is up there.
Well, look at him. Everybody's here.
Yeah, ought to be.
Hi, fellas. Couple of ringside seats.
Thanks, Lee.
Did you get it?
Yeah, right here.
Mind if I take a look at it?
No, go ahead.
How come you didn't get it wrapped as a gift?
No time.
A gift box would have been nice. No cotton, even? Beautiful watch. Radium dial?
Yeah.
Universal Geneva. Fine movement. He'll like it. Look on the back. Let's see. For Chief Ed Backstrand, a good cop, Detective Bureau. Not very good engraving.
No time. I didn't think the old man really meant it.
26 years. You get tired after 26 years.
You've been at it 25, Lee.
Oh, don't look at me like that. I got a book to finish, 23 chapters.
How many chapters you got, Fanny?
2.
How long you been writing it?
2 years.
Well, at that rate, we'll be stuck with you for another 21 years.
If you're lucky. Excuse me, fellas. Got to make a speak.
All right, Lee.
Your attention. To get the proceedings underway here, before we introduce the man of the hour, I'd like to pass along a little story you might get a kick out of. I was driving down from Utah last year, stopped off at a hotel in Elko, Nevada. When I went up to register for my room, there was an Indian ahead of me. The clerk asked this Indian fella to sign his name, and the clerk handed him a pen. The Indian made an X on the book. The clerk looked at him for a minute and said, "Say, aren't you Chief Deerskin? Haven't I seen you in the movies?" The Indian nodded his head and looked a little upset. "Oh," he said. "Oh, we make a lot of movies in Hollywood." The clerk smiled and said, "A lot of people in Elko here like to get your autograph, Chief." Then the Indian grabbed the pen up again and he said, "Me no like 'em autograph hunters. Me no want to be bothered." Then he drew a circle around the X he made. The clerk said, "Why you do that, Chief?" The Indian said, "Me no use them right name."
Oh, hey, Joe. Yeah, there's Rogers over. He's motioning to where? Oh, yeah, excuse me a minute, Ben.
Chief was retiring tonight. He's been using his right name for 26 years, and he's proud of it. And we're proud to have been associated.
You want me, Rogers? I phoned for you, Joe. You can take it on the extension
After
outside.
26
Thanks, Pete.
years of service, he's retiring from the Los Angeles Police Department. We're going to miss him. Gentlemen, a fine officer, Chief Ed Backstrand.
Where's the phone?
Right over here.
Thanks. Friday.
Joe, this is Gonzalez.
Yeah, Jeff.
Sorry to bother you, but Powers said I should call you.
Yeah?
I need some legwork.
Something big?
Pretty big, yeah. Too many loose ends. Pena and I can't pull them all in.
When do you want us?
As soon as you can get down here.
That important, huh?
A man may die, Joe.
Hi, Jess. Got here as soon as we could.
Sorry to pull you away. Hello, Romero.
Gonzalez, what's up?
Come on in here.
All right.
Here's a report. Not complete yet.
Mm-hmm.
Chinese fella. Name's George Kwan. He's a jeweler, gem cutter.
Yeah.
Jade expert. Knows as much about jade as anybody on the coast.
Uh-huh. Says it happened at 5:30 today on Alvarado near the park.
They weren't kidding, were they? They almost killed him.
Yeah. Any idea what the weapon was, Jess?
I'm not sure. Looks like some sort of blackjack, something homemade.
Yeah.
When they picked up Kwan, they found several buckshot pellets lying around and a man's handkerchief. Ray Pinker has the stuff over in the crime lab now.
Where's Kwan? Have you talked to him?
Got in a couple of questions down at Georgia Street while the doc was giving him sedatives. Little guy's a mess, Joe.
Gonna be all right?
50-50 chance when I called you out of the academy.
Well, why did they beat him? Did he resist?
I don't have it all yet, but from what he said, he was jumped from behind, didn't have a chance to fight. Whoever it was kept beating him long after he was unconscious.
What'd they take him for?
A couple of pieces of jade, large ones. Very rare.
Mm-hmm. You got anything else?
Yeah, we got a star witness, just one.
Did you talk to him yet?
Just did, for an hour and a half. You want to crack at it?
Are you having trouble with him?
Yeah, little. All right, Pena. Send him in again.
Yes, sir. You want to talk some more?
6 years old, Joe.
His name was Norman Eugene Fisher, and he was 6 years of age last April. Like all young boys his age, his imagination ran away with him. What would be only a minor detail to an adult witness assumed tremendous proportions in Norman's young mind. He told us his story 3 times. Each time he elaborated a little more until what he claimed was the truth could only have been figments of a small child's imagination. Ben and I, together with Gonzalez and Pena, talked with the boy for another hour. We were getting tired, but Norman enjoyed his position as star witness.
Once more, Norman, please, try to remember it as it really happened.
It was just like I said.
Let me try, Jess.
Go ahead, Romero.
You did see it happen this afternoon, didn't you, Norman?
Yes, sir, I did.
Good. Now, you were on your way home from the store.
Oh, no, sir. I was running away from a man. He was chasing me.
But you just told us, Norman, that you were on your way home from the store.
Oh, no, sir. That was yesterday.
But you told us.
Just a minute, Ben. Norman, how old are you?
Next year, I'm going to be 21.
No, that's not right. 21, that's older than I am.
Well, when I am 21, I'm going to get a hot rod. Fastest car in the world. 10,000 miles an hour.
Sure you will. But how old are you now?
6, but I'm going to be 21 soon.
I remember when I was 6 years old, Norman. A lot of things I wanted. Electric train.
I got one.
Well, it must be something you'd like to have. One thing that maybe now that you don't have, huh?
Will you give it to me?
Well, if I can. What do you want?
I'd like your gun.
Well, what do you want a gun for?
I want to put people in jail like you guys do.
Well, sometimes it takes more than a gun, Norman.
What do you mean?
Just because you've got a gun doesn't mean you're a cop.
Well, what does?
Just a minute, son. Here you go, Norman. A good cop uses this more than a gun.
Gee.
It's a real police badge. It's mine.
Official?
Official.
Can I hold it?
Go ahead. It's yours.
When I wear this, I'm a real detective.
Well, that's part of it. The other part is to tell us what you really saw today. Now, how about it, huh?
There were 4 men, like I said, and they all had machines.
No, wait a minute, Norman. I thought you said you were a detective now.
I am.
Well, a good detective has to remember exactly what he sees, not something he makes up.
It's not very scary that way.
No, it's no use, Joe. He can't get his story straight.
Oh, yes, I can. I'm a detective now, and I know what happened.
All right, Norman, you tell us, huh?
I was on my way home from the store. I saw this truck stop down the street.
What did the truck look like?
I don't know. It was a funny kind of truck. Had a wood back.
You mean like a dump truck?
Kind of, but it was a small truck. Old kind of car, like he took out the back part and put wood boards like a truck.
You mean whoever owned the truck cut the back end out and made it look like a truck, huh?
Yeah, that's the way it looked. Anyway, this truck stopped by this Chinese man, and the man got out, and the man started to hit this man. And the man fell on the sidewalk, and the man kept hitting him and hitting him as hard as anything.
Well, what was he hitting him with?
With his handkerchief?
There he goes again.
No, I don't know. How about that, Jess?
Could tie in.
Go on, Norman.
Well, that's all I saw.
No, I mean after the man hit him, what did he do?
Oh, well, he grabbed a bunch of stuff from this man's pocket, and he went into the truck and he speeded away.
Norman, you're a good detective. I want you to think real hard now. Do you know what a license number is?
Yeah.
Good. Do you think you could remember the numbers on that truck?
If I knew what they were, I could. In school, we're just having numbers now. I only know up to 7, but there were 2 7s in it.
You're getting all this, Jess?
Yeah, keep going.
Norman, you've helped us a lot. Can you remember what the man on the truck looked like?
He had a big head and he looked mean.
All right, just one more thing now. Can you remember the color of that truck?
It looked black, but the back part had black and white stripes.
I don't know how you did it, Joe.
Well, what do you think?
How about it? Me too.
All right, Norman. Your mother's waiting outside for you. You can go home now. You're a real detective.
Can I wear my badge now?
You bet you can.
Okay. Say,
Yes, sir?
as soon as I arrest somebody, will you put him in jail?
With the help of an outdated police badge, no longer official, we had the statement of a 6-year-old boy with a healthy imagination. We had an idea he was telling us the truth, but we had no way of being certain. Since he was the only witness, we had to accept his word and hope that he was putting us on the right track. The quickest way to make sure was to see if some of the details in little Norman Fisher's story would check out. Jess Gonzalez and Manuel Pena took the job of trying to locate a homemade pickup truck with 2 7s in the license number. They started by checking all the late 3.8 forms, the vehicle theft and impound reports. The next morning, Ben and I called the General Hospital and talked with Dr. Sebastian. He told us that the victim, George Kwan, had improved sufficiently to allow a brief interview. It was 10:14 a.m. when we got to Ward C, General Hospital.
Doctor tells us you're a little better this morning, Mr. Kwan.
Yes, sir. I shall be all right, although it is quite painful at times.
We're sorry to bother you, Mr. Kwan, but we've got to have a little more information on the robbery.
Oh, I will tell you all I can, sir. I should like to recover the missing jade pieces. It is a great loss to me.
Did you get any kind of a look at the man who hit you?
Oh, he attacked me from behind, knocked me to the pavement. I made an attempt to get to my feet, but he struck me again and again, here at the base of my neck.
You didn't see him at all, then?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you have any idea who could have done this?
Unfortunately, no. I cannot think of anyone.
Well, what was stolen from you? We know it was jade, but can you give us a more detailed description?
Well, sir, I lost 2 thumb rings, very rare, collector's items.
Thumb rings? How much were they worth, would you say?
Well, I paid $8,000 for the 2 rings.
I wonder if you could describe them to us.
Well, both rings were relics of the time when the Chinese archer drew his hunting bow with a special thumb ring.
Any particular identifying marks on them?
Oh, they both have linings of fine gold to fit them to the fingers of the new owners.
Who were the new owners?
I had just purchased them yesterday before I was robbed. I was on my way to San Francisco to show them to prospective buyers.
Who did you buy the rings from, Mr. Kwan?
Mrs. Inez Curtis, a very reputable dealer. We have done business for many years.
I wonder if we could have her business address, huh?
She has her office at her home. It is 1957 Harper Annex off Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills.
How many people knew that you had the jade on you at that particular time yesterday?
Oh, let me see. There were only 2 other buyers present beside Mrs. Curtis. I do not recall their names. They were new to me. Mrs. Curtis would know.
Mr. Kwan, we know that you're tired. We have just one more question.
Certainly. I wonder if I might trouble you to hand me that tumbler of water with the glass straw.
Surely. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Now, those thumb rings, Mr. Kwan, would there be any practical disposition of them other than selling them as they are?
Well, hardly, Sergeant. To anyone who really knows the value of jade, it would be unheard of to change them in any way.
I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Kwan. We'll do our best.
You know, Sergeant, we Chinese place a great sentimental value on our jade.
We'll do everything we can to recover it.
Thank you. May I tell you my favorite quotation on jade?
Yes, sir.
It is from the writings of Tong Jung Tso. He wrote, "The magic powers of heaven and earth always combine to form perfect result. So the pure essences of hill and water become solidified in precious jade."
Ben and I drove out to 1957 Harper Annex, the residence of Mrs. Inez Curtis. There was no one at home. We left one of our cars. It was 12:22 p.m. when we got back to Central Division.
Here's a phone message for you, Joe.
What's it say?
Call Jess Gonzalez. He's out to Wilshire Division.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Wilshire Detectives, Dillian.
Hi, Harry. Gonzalez around?
Just a minute. Take it on 3, Jess.
Gonzalez,
Friday, Jess.
we got the truck and we got the driver.
We'll be right out.
Something else, Joe.
Yeah?
The kid was right. There were 2 7s in the license number.
You are listening to Dragnet for the solution to an actual case from official police files. Now, here is a real solution to many of your Christmas shopping problems.
If your friends smoke a long cigarette, give the best of long cigarettes, Fatima.
Give Fatima for quality.
The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality.
Give Fatima for flavor.
Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Give Fatima. They're extra mild.
Yes, Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos blended to make Fatima extra mild. Yes, extra mild.
So give Fatima for Christmas in the attractive golden yellow carton.
It's the long cigarette that has doubled and redoubled its smokers. More and more smokers every day agree Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Wilbur Rasmussen, white, male American, age 31, 5 feet 10 inches, 190 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. He was the driver of the truck. Gonzalez and Pena began by checking through all of the reports of trucks impounded during the past 24 hours. There were 23. Out of those 23, they narrowed it down to 4 possibilities. The third vehicle that they checked fitted the young witness's description of the holdup truck. We still could not be absolutely certain that the impounded truck was the one we were looking for. The same could be said of the driver, Wilbur Rasmussen. The net result of checking impound reports doesn't always result in the apprehension of a suspect, but in this case we were lucky. The driver had been picked up for drunk driving. It was 1:30 p.m. when we checked in at the Wilshire Division.
Hi, Jess. Where is he?
You're a little late.
What do you mean?
He's gone, released on bail.
Who furnished the bail?
The woman he works for, Mrs. Inez Curtis.
Well, that doesn't figure, Jess, or does it?
Why not? How many people knew Quan had the jade?
No, it's not my guess. Quan vouches for her. He's been doing business with her for years.
What do you think, Joe?
It's your show. I'm just tagging along.
Well, one thing's sure. Just a minute. Wilshire Detectives, Gonzalez. Yeah, Pena. He did? No, meet me back here. Friday and Romero are here. Right. The Fisher kid just identified Rasmussen's picture.
The identification of Wilbur Rasmussen by 6-year-old Norman Fisher was far from sufficient to take the case to court. We had to have evidence, lots of it. Rasmussen had been given a thorough shakedown, his apartment and the truck. There was no sign of the stolen jade rings. Gonzalez told us that the truck had come from the U-Drive truck rental on Figueroa Street. We checked with Mr. Crockett at U-Drive.
Let me have another look at that picture, boys.
Yeah, here you are.
What'd you say his name was?
Rasmussen. Wilbur Rasmussen.
You want to know if he rented a truck from Miss Wynn?
Yesterday. Maybe the day before.
No, not this fella. Never seen him.
Before we left U-Drive, we checked over the rental contract on the truck in question. The deposit check for the truck was signed by Mrs. Inez Curtis. The truck was checked out at 6 a.m. The rental contract, the actual release form showing to whom the vehicle had been rented, was signed by a Harry Wilson. Rasmussen's name did not appear on any of the usual rental forms. The manager of U-Drive was positive that he had not rented a truck to Rasmussen. We drove out to 1957 Harper Annex. This time we found Mrs. Inez Curtis at home.
I'm terribly sorry about Mr. Quan. Does he have everything he needs in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you say this Harry Wilson had been working for you?
6 or 8 weeks. But I'm sure you're wrong about him.
We're not accusing him of anything, Miss Curtis. We just want to talk to him.
He certainly came to me well recommended. He was a nice man.
When's the last time you saw him?
Day before yesterday. He asked for his check, said he was quitting. Told him I was sorry to see him go. I'm anxious to get that guest house finished.
How about Rasmussen, Miss Curtis? How long has he been with you?
Wilbur's been with me for about 7 months. Good worker, but he drinks too much. Feel sorry for him.
You've rented trucks from the U-Drive company right along?
Oh, yes, from Mr. Crockett. We had to have a truck to haul our building supplies. I'm saving an awful lot of money contracting this myself. It's a great saving.
Yes, ma'am. The deposit on this last rental, did you give that check to Wilson or to Rasmussen?
I sent both of them down to pick it up. Like I say, Wilbur's been drinking rather heavily lately, and I think Harry's the better driver of the two.
Do you know which one of those men was driving the truck about 5:30 in the afternoon day before yesterday?
Well, how would I know that, Sergeant? All I know is that I sent both of them down. I told Harry to drive.
Yeah, I see. Miss Curtis, were either of those men present the day you sold the jade rings to Mr. Quan?
No, they have nothing to do with my gym business whatever.
Did either of these men know about Mr. Quan's purchase?
Well, that's possible. They knew he was here. I'm sure they saw him come in. It's entirely possible that they might have overheard something.
When did Mr. Quan leave your house?
About 5 o'clock.
What time did the two men go after the truck?
Oh, they picked that up early in the morning.
Mr. Crockett down at U-Drive says that only Harry Wilson checked out the truck. Says he's never seen Rasmussen before.
That's entirely possible. Like I say, they might well have made other arrangements.
Were there any other people present when Mr. Quan bought that jade?
Yes, there were. 2 other buyers. They were bidding for the thumb rings, too. Mr. Quan had the high bid, so I sold them to him.
What if we could have their names?
Certainly, I'll write them down for you.
Miss Curtis, do you have any idea where we might locate Harry Wilson?
Well, he told me he was going to Mexico, said he had friends down there.
Well, thank you, Miss Curtis. You've been very helpful.
Are you sure there isn't anything Mr. Kwan needs?
Yes, ma'am. 2 jade rings. Mrs. Inez Curtis gave us a detailed description of Harry Wilson. She also gave us the names and addresses of the 2 other buyers who were present when Mr. George Kwan made his purchase. We checked them out and found them to be equally as reputable as Mrs. Curtis. They could tell us nothing of the robbery. We went back to the office and got out an APB and a radiogram on Harry Wilson from the description given us by Mrs. Curtis. Stakeouts were maintained at Wilbur Rasmussen's apartment and at the home of Mrs. Inez Curtis. It was 4:30 p.m. when we got to the 2nd floor of the old city jail building, the crime lab. Lee Jones had the evidence laid out for us.
Funny thing about the handkerchief, boys.
What's that, Lee?
The blood stains. Old ones along with the new ones.
How does that figure?
We know how the new ones were made when the handkerchief was filled with buckshot and used on Kwan. The old ones, hard to tell.
How old did you say they were?
Well, the handkerchief has been through the laundry a few times. Stains didn't come out. Laundry marks right here.
I don't see them.
Man used peerless laundry. Infrared marking system. Let me show you.
Infrared lamp, Lee?
Yeah. There's your marking. Pen you trace it down.
Who's it belong to?
Man used the name of Harry Wilson.
There was nothing to do now but wait for some word on Harry Wilson. The stakeouts continued. We re-questioned Wilbur Rasmussen, and we talked again with Mrs. Curtis and George Kwan. It was Tuesday, December the 8th. We checked in for work at 8 a.m. Morning, Jess.
Hi, Joe. Where's Ben?
Communications, getting the mail.
Any word on the new chief of detectives?
No, nothing.
What's your guess?
Oh, I think Thad Brown. A good man.
Maybe. Sloan's a good man, too.
When you come in here?
Not yet. Why?
Maybe you'd like to take a little airplane trip.
What do you got?
Cheyenne, Wyoming. They picked up Harry Wilson.
2 days later, Thursday, December the 10th, Harry Wilson was returned to the Los Angeles County Jail and booked on suspicion of robbery. We checked with Lieutenant Frank Cunningham in the Record Bureau. From Wilson's fingerprints, he ran a make on him. Harry Wilson was an alias. We found out that he had lengthy records of arrests and jail terms for robbery, burglary, and grand larceny. Mr. Crockett at U Drive identified Wilson's picture. He was a 2-time loser.
It's up to you, Wilson. It can go hard for you or easy.
I'm in the spot, huh?
You're in the spot. Lay it out for him, Jess.
It's all stacked against you, Wilson. We know you rented the truck. You knew Quan was at Mrs. Curtis' house. Your handkerchief was found at the scene of the crime.
You wouldn't believe me if I said I didn't do it?
With that kind of evidence, how can we?
I didn't. I don't know if I can prove it, but I didn't.
If you didn't, we'll help you prove it.
First, you gotta believe me. You know why.
Yeah?
I've had it twice. Once more, and I'm in for life.
All right, you got it figured. Now what do you got to say?
Rasmussen did it. He knocked Quan over.
Where were you?
Buying my ticket for Cheyenne. I didn't want any part of it.
How do you account for that handkerchief?
It was mine, but Rasmussen had it. He cut his finger one day on the job. I loaned it to him.
Well, that checks. Old blood stains, new ones.
All right, let's pick up Rasmussen.
While you're at it, pick up the Curtis dame. She planned it.
Wilbur Rasmussen was picked up and brought in. After intense cross-questioning, we confronted him with Harry Wilson's statement. In the face of this testimony, he broke completely. He gave us a full confession implicating Mrs. Inez Curtis. He admitted beating George Quan and taking the jade thumb rings. He said he received $200 from Mrs. Curtis for the job. He requested that he be allowed to turn state's evidence. Mrs. Inez Curtis was brought to the interrogation room.
Of course, you gentlemen have proof to substantiate all these accusations.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
It better be good. I have a fine lawyer.
We've got signed and recorded confessions of Wilson and Rasmussen, the 2 men who worked for you.
Shall we play the recordings for you?
That won't be necessary.
Miss Curtis, you got $8,000 for those rings. Wasn't that enough?
Not when I could make 16, no.
Where are the rings now?
I'm not going to get life for this, you know.
No.
Jade doesn't spoil. It'll still be good when I get out.
Yeah, but you'll be too old to appreciate it, Miss Curtis. Okay, Penny.
That was a funny one.
Sure was.
How about it? Did you figure it this way, Joe?
You don't expect me to answer that, do you?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On March 2nd, 1949, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 82, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here are authentic reports from all over the country that tell the story of Fatima's sensational increase in popularity. New York Division.
Fatima sales up 132%.
Chicago Division.
Fatima sales up 453%.
Los Angeles Division.
Fatima sales up 545%.
Yes, more and more smokers agree Fatima is the best of long cigarettes. So enjoy Fatima yourself and give extra mild Fatimas for Christmas in the attractive golden yellow carton. Everyone who smokes Fatima says that this great new long cigarette is the best of all long cigarettes.
Mrs. Inez Curtis was tried and convicted of robbery and conspiracy. She received the maximum sentence as prescribed by law. In consideration for turning state's evidence, Wilbur Rasmussen received a minimum term. You have just heard Dragnet, a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Acting Chief of Police, W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet honors the city of Knoxville, state of Tennessee, and the men who make up the Knoxville Police Department, another of America's great law enforcement agencies. One of these men, Sergeant Joe H. Roberts, director of the Knoxville City School Safety Patrols, who dedicates his life to making yours more secure.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portion transcribed from Los Angeles. Let that merry tune remind you to get him the big Christmas humidor of smooth, sure-fresh velvet pipe and cigarette tobacco. It's a double pleasure to any smoker when you give this generous humidor of velvet. It smokes cool and sweet in both pipe and cigarette. In every way, the gift for him is a Christmas humidor of velvet, America's smoothest smoke.
Be sure to listen to Dragnet next week. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where do you eat meat to eat? Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, Duffy, you know who's coming down here tonight? The Lone Ranger. And we're serving a special Western dish. Frankfurters. Yeah. I'm calling them hot prairie dogs. Huh? Duffy, you heard the Lone Ranger on the radio. You like him, huh? You even sent away for one of his masks? Duffy, ain't you a little old to be running around with a mask? That mask is for Mrs. Duffy. Yeah, I see your point. Say, Duffy, by the way, you know who else just come in? Moriarty. Yeah, with a black eye. Well, you know, his wife wears slacks, and she caught him going through her pants pocket. Yeah, second story Jackson's here, too. You remember Jackson, the burglar? The burglar. Yeah. In the Army now, he's a bugler. Well, when he wrote down his occupation, he just happened to leave out an R. Yeah. He's having a little trouble. Oh, he's in a bit of a jam, Duffy. Yeah, he needed some dough, so he hocked the bugle. Now he says I gotta lend him $2 or Camp Dix won't get up tomorrow. Hey, Miss Duffy, Finnegan, Eddie.
Yeah,
the Lone Ranger's gonna be here any minute now. Now, leave us rehearse the song.
All right.
Eddie, give us the key. Hit the radiator with the bung starter.
Yeah.
Oh! Finnegan, Finnegan, I think you was just a little off there. Try it again. Yeah, that's better. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go.
Go, give me a home where the buffaloes rain.
Wait a minute. Mr. Archer, you sure that word is rain?
Certainly.
Well, I think it might be Rome, where the buffaloes roam.
Rome. Eddie, how many buffaloes do you know that live in Rome?
None.
Then keep quiet. Now leave us start again.
Arch, I know what the word is.
What?
Room.
Room?
Yeah, where they live, where the buffaloes room.
Yeah, I think you got it, Finnegan.
Yeah, look at that. 3 white guys standing around and it takes a dope to death. Excuse me, but how does home rhyme with room?
Home? Well, maybe we should give the word home the Western pronunciation.
Western?
Yeah. Oh, give me a home where the buffaloes roam.
Wait a minute, Miss. Eddie, where you going?
I got a headache. Go and get an aspirin. Well, what's the idea of all this, Miss Archie?
Well, I'm doing this to give the Lone Ranger a touch of the kind of singing that he's used to.
If this is the kind of singing he's used to, no wonder he's the Lone Ranger.
Archie, Eddie's right. Why don't you just let me sing alone?
You sing. Miss Duffy, your voice by itself will confuse the guy.
Why?
Because coyotes only travel in packs.
Yeah, but you see, in a Western song, I'm different. I'm good. You see, in a regular song, I sing with my diaphragm, with my bronchial tubes, and my larynx. But in a Western song, I sing up here, through the nasal passage.
Listen, Miss Duffy, tonight, if you so much as open one nostril, I'll massacre you.
Miss Archie, who's that fella coming in?
Where? Oh, that's Sam Weisbord. He manages the movie down the block. Hiya, Mr. Weisbord.
Hello, Hachi.
How's things at the Tivoli?
Colossal, Hachi. I had a great picture yesterday. Pecked him in, stood him in the aisles, plate to capacity. Took in $11.
$11, huh? What was the movie?
Oh, great picture, The Bite from a Nation.
Oh, revival.
What revival? The Tivoli is strictly a first-run theater.
First run? I seen a Birth of a Nation years ago.
But this is the first time in the Tivoli.
What have you got there tonight?
Nothing special. A weekday show. An Argane comedy, a Hell Roach Turilla, a Terry Tune, 4 newsreels, eventually short, the Three Stooges, a Travel Talk, a Donald Duck, a Popeye cartoon, 2 government shots in the covered wagon.
Covered wagon, huh? Only one picture.
Well, we're only having one feature because of our extra added attraction.
What's that?
A Lone Ranger serial.
What episode?
All 15. You see, this is what I want to speak to you about, Archie.
What?
Well, frankly, the show what I'm talking about is a little skimpy. So, I'm wondering, is it possible that you could get me, the Lone Ranger, to make a personal appearance in the Tivoli?
Can I get him? Anything I ask him, he'll do.
Yeah?
Him and me is pards.
What?
Pards. The Western time, it means we're very close, like 2 peas in a pod.
Well, that's fine. Look, please tell them that it's a great theater. And be sure and tell them our slogan. The best shows of all move to Tivoli Hall. And Archie, my boy, you know that Sammy Weisbord is nothing for nothing. You bring me the Lone Ranger, and I'll give you a free season pass. It's a deal. Goodbye, Archie.
So long, Mr. Weisbord. Oh, boy, a free season pass. Folks, our male singing chanteuse, Mr. Clark Dennis. Mr. Dennis will sing, I'm getting tired so I can sleep. Don't take it as no hint.
I'm getting tired so I can sleep. I want to sleep so I can dream I want to dream so I can be with you. I've got your picture by my bed. 'Twill soon be placed beneath my head to keep me company the whole night through. For a little while, whatever befall, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to dream, and please sleep long enough to dream. And look for me, for I'll be dreaming too. For a little while, whatever befall, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming too.
Hey, Art.
What is it, Finnegan?
Hey, look, don't mind if my kid brother Wilford comes down here tonight.
Your brother Wilford, that's the short, fat, ugly one, ain't it?
Don't know. The short, fat, ugly one is my sister. You remember my brother Wilford? He's the one with the brains.
Oh, the black sheep of the family. Yeah, sure. Leave him come down here, Finnegan.
Say, Archie.
Huh?
I think I can help you get the Lone Ranger over to the Tivoli. I'll flatter him.
How, Miss Duffy?
With flattery. I'll tell him he's handsome and that I'd even be happy to arrange a double date for us.
A double date? Who'd be the other couple?
Katrinka Yarbats and Tonto.
Katrinka Yarbats, Miss Duffy, we swindled the Indians enough over the Manhattan Island deal. Listen, you forget the Lone Ranger. I'll handle this deal myself.
Announcing the arrival of the Lone Ranger.
Good evening, Archie.
Good evening, Mr. Lone Ranger.
Well, now, wait a minute, Archie. Why the mister? Let's be informal.
Informal? Okay, whatever you say, Lone. How was things out in the White and Woolly West? You having much trouble rustling them cattle?
Well, no more than usual.
Them cattle hustlers must be pretty tough sombreros, huh?
Sombreros. You sound like a real Westerner, Archie. Ever been out there?
Been out there? I was raised and born just a stone's throw from that Grant Canyon. Yes, sir. Many's a day me and me Pinto would rent a couple of Broncos, you know. Go horseback riding together.
Oh, you ride, Archie?
How do you think me legs got this shape? From ducking under subway turnstiles? But enough of this idle bantam. I'd like to ask you a favor, Lone.
What is it, Archie?
Would you help me out by making a personal appearance at the Tivoli Theater?
Well, I don't know, Archie. I've been working pretty hard lately.
Working hard. What does hard work mean to a guy like you? Guy with the muscles of sinew. Plenty of good red corpuscles. Lots of that husky stamina, you know.
Well, I may have good red corpuscles, but I'm here on vacation.
But, Lone, This is for me. Archie, your pard. Your old saddle mate.
Sorry, Pard. I'm afraid I've got to let you down.
Excuse me a minute, Lone. Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Miss Duffy, you got to help me out with this guy. Start turning on a charm.
You think he'd go for me?
Certainly. Lone, I want you to meet the daughter of the establishment there.
Oh, so this is Miss Duffy.
Likewise, I'm sure. Oh, Mr. Ranger, you're so wonderful. Gee, I'll never forget the time I saw one of your movies with my boyfriend, Breckenridge Hartzenfelder. Every time you put your arms around your horse, Breckenridge did the same with me. And when your horse put his soft nose up against your cheek, I did likewise with Breckenridge. Oh, you'll go over big at the Tivoli, Mr. Ranger. And you'll be a good influence on some of them bums that hang out there.
Bums?
Please, Miss Duffy, they are not bums. They're just nervous. Now, Lone, don't leave Miss Duffy give you the idea that the Tivoli is a joint.
Oh, no, it's a high-class place. They charge a dime for adults.
Adults? Well, frankly, my friends are the youngsters.
The youngsters, huh? That ought to do it. Hey, Finnegan, did your kid brother Wilford get here yet?
Yes, I've arrived.
Oh. Lone, now here's one of the kids who's going to be at the Tivoli tonight. You wouldn't want to disappoint him. Wilford, come here. Lone, say hello to little Wilford.
Son, I'm mighty glad to make your acquaintance. Mighty glad. Wilfred, how would you like to ride the range with me on your own little pony, with a trusty shooting iron at your side, rounding up a hustling, bustling, rootin', tootin' gang of outlaws?
Archie, is this guy kidding?
Lone, don't pay no attention. The kid's excited, you know. He don't know what he's saying. Do you, Wilfred?
I am perfectly aware of what I am saying.
Now, just a second, son.
Archie, who is this Denver Uncle Don?
Wilfred, this Denver Uncle Don happens to be none other than the Lone Ranger himself. You've heard the Lone Ranger on the radio, Wilfred?
Unfortunately, yes.
What do you mean, Wilfred?
Archie, it's ridiculous. One might almost be tempted to say that one could enjoy this character, only if one were exceedingly juvenile.
How would one like a nice smack in one's foot?
Now, look here, son. I've been on the radio for quite some time now. I made thousands of friends. Tell me, man to man, wouldn't you like to become a member of the Lone Ranger Club?
I'd rather cut my throat.
Here's a piece of broken glass. Anyways, kid, they wouldn't let a brat like you into the Lone Rangers Club.
Just a minute, Archie. Son, your attitude puzzles me. As a Lone Ranger, I try to represent the best elements of sportsmanship, fair play, and adventure.
Look, Cactus Charlie. When I came in here, I didn't know you, did I?
No.
You didn't know me either, did you?
No.
Let's keep it that way.
Here goes me pass to the movies. Wilfred, come with me a minute.
Where are you going, Archie?
I'm going to take Wilfred for a little walk in the cellar. I'm going to show him where we keep the pickled pig's feet.
Yeah, but, Archie, the cellar is damp. Wilfred's liable to catch a cold.
Oh, won't that be too bad? Come along, Wilfred. Take off your shoes for Uncle Archie. what am I gonna do?
No luck, Archie?
No, the Lone Ranger's gonna be leaving any minute. He ain't going to the Tivoli. There's no pass for me.
Archie, there's one thing we ain't tried.
What?
Western songs. I put S-I-N-G.
Miss Duffy, I have heard you S-I-N-G, and at S-T-I-N... forget it. But, I guess after Finnegan's brother, Little Wilfred, anything will probably sound good to the guy. Lone, do you like Western songs?
I love them.
I love them, too. You know, Mr. Ranger, there's something about a Western song that reminds you of the West.
Go ahead and sing one, Miss Duffy. Lone, you ain't lived until you've heard this dame sing.
We'll ride the trail together. Oh, faithful in every kind of weather. When your roundup days are over, there'll be pastures white with clover for you. Oh, faithful pal of
Tell me, what did you think of it, Lone?
Well, Archie, you said I haven't lived till I've heard her.
Yeah?
Well, do you think life is so important?
Mr. Archie, Mr. Weisberg coming across the street.
Oh, the theater guy. Look, Lone, if you don't want to make this personal appearance yourself, would you mind if I got a guy to imitate you?
Well, not at all, Archie. I get a kick out of it.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Finnegan, come here. Finnegan, you are the new Lone Ranger. Now, quick, put a mask on, Finnegan.
Help him help the West.
Well, Archie, is the Lone Ranger here?
Yep, Sam, I have swung the deal for you.
Ah, that's great. Where is he?
You got over there. Hey, Lone Ranger. Lone Ranger. Lone Ranger, say hello to Mr. Weisbord.
Hi-ho, Weisbord.
Hi-ho to you, too. You know, this is certainly a thrill. The Lone Ranger.
That's a thrill for me, too. The manager of the Tivoli.
What's that?
Hey, Sam, he means he probably heard of you in Hollywood.
Oh, well, this is a possibility, yes. Lone Ranger, tell me, as one picture man to the other one, how did you first get into the picture?
I sneaked in.
Sam, the Lone Ranger's talking about them sneak previews. You know.
Oh, yeah, I see. Well, tell me, my boy, how do you like Hollywood?
Hollywood? Oh, I'm nuts about it. Boy, what terrific games. Oh.
Dames, please, Lone Ranger.
What dames? God, they're all nuts about me. Oh.
Pardon me, Lone Ranger. I thought you lived a quiet life and was adorable just by children.
Me? I hate kids. I'm just nuts about dames. Oh, boy.
Lone Ranger, please.
Just a second, Archie. This can't go on. I've got a career to think of.
Please, buddy, don't interrupt. We are talking.
But I'm the Lone Ranger.
Okay, I'm Clark Gable. All right, now go away. Leave us alone. Now, Ranger, as I was saying...
But I tell you, I'm really the Lone Ranger.
Would you please to go away?
You don't believe me? Listen to this. I'll still there.
Please, for heaven's sake, I got a headache. It's bad enough I've been hearing it all day in the theater with the silver. Now, please, Peter, will you play? Archie, who is this guy?
Oh, some guy that walked in here.
Yeah, there's a lot of people imitate me.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Finnegan.
They are.
Your mother wants you on the phone.
What is this? He ain't the Lone Ranger, and this other guy ain't the Lone Ranger.
What's the difference with the mask on? Nobody knows what the Lone Ranger looks like anyhow.
Wait a second. Nobody knows what he looks like? Give me that mask.
Sam.
Yeah?
What are you gonna do?
Archie, shake hands with the new Lone Ranger. Hi-ho, Silver! Hi-ho,
Well, Lone, pass or no pass? It was sure all nice of you to come down here.
Well, I had a good time, Archie. Oh, by the way, what did you do with little Wilfred Finnegan?
Oh, Wilfred, I got him tied up in the cellar.
But, Archie, that isn't nice. A cold, dark cellar. I think we ought to untie him.
Yeah, maybe you're right. If we get a chance next Saturday or Sunday, we'll do that. So long, Lone.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, Levis put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Morning, Miss Ida Mae.
Hiya, Marshal.
Good morning, Tom.
Hey, Matt. Wait a second.
What? Oh, hiya, Doc.
Oh, on my way over to jail. After you.
Oh?
You heard about the Longhorn?
No, what about it?
You haven't heard, or you wouldn't ask.
Well, heard what, Doc?
Well, I'll walk along with you if you're heading that way.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was heading that way. Hey, what's all that crowd out in front there for?
In due time, Matt. In due time.
You know, Doc, there's only one thing that makes you happier than having a secret, and that's to collect your coroner's fee.
Yeah, might get a fee out of this, too, for it's over.
No wonder you're all worked up.
Hey, have you heard about the Longhorn? It's the doggone thing. Your Longhorn, the doggone thing I ever come across.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Hiya, Chester.
Say, you heard about the Longhorn?
No, Chester, I have not heard about the Longhorn.
What? He's upset, Chester. He's the only man in Dodge who hasn't heard.
Look, so help me, Doc, if this is one of your practical jokes.
No. I had nothing to do with it. You'll see.
Will you pardon me, ma'am?
Let him through.
Pardon me, please.
Let me through,
Excuse
please.
me.
Well, Mr. Dillon? What do you think of it, Matt? Aside from the misspelled words.
The Longhorn been closed all morning?
Yep, locked tight. That sign was on the door daylight.
The Longhorn Saloon will open at 8 o'clock tonight with new management and a new policy. Everybody welcome. Signed the new manager, Mamie.
Mamie? That's a woman, Matt.
Lately of Kansas City, St. Louis, and points east.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. We never had a woman running a saloon in Dodge City before.
And we won't now, Chester. The boys won't let her last an hour, I'm afraid.
Be kind of fun for that hour, though.
And another thing, if this Mamie is the new manager, what's happened to Herman Bleeker?
Well, I don't know. He must have sold it to her.
He didn't say anything about it yesterday morning.
That's right. I saw him over at the livery stable in the afternoon showing off one of them fancy vests he's always ordering. And he never said one word about it.
Well, you know that little popinjay. He's flighty. Probably happened sudden.
Too sudden, Doc. Even for Herman.
Say, come think of it, I haven't seen him all morning. And he's usually strutting up and down Front Street, preening himself like a powder pigeon.
Yeah, he's probably upstairs there, sleeping in, getting ready for the opening tonight.
We gonna be here, Mr. Dillon?
Mamie.
Mr. Dillon?
Huh? Oh, yeah, Chester. We're gonna be here.
I'm sorry, boys, but she's upstairs. Said she'd be down about 8 o'clock, and that's all I know about it. Now, if you want to order anything, let's hear it. And if you don't, just shut up.
Say, the boys are acting kind of rambunctious, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, she'll wish she stayed in St. Louis and points east.
Say, Matt, I was talking to the bartender. I asked him what she looks like, and he said if he told me, I wouldn't believe it.
Now, the fella I'd like to talk to is Herman Bleeker.
Yeah, well, nobody's seen hiding here him. You know, Matt, I'm beginning to wonder, too.
Howdy, strangers.
What?
Welcome to the Longhorn. I'm Mamie, the new owner.
Mamie? She said.
My gracious sakes alive.
190 pounds if she weighs an ounce.
Yeah, that bartender was right. I wouldn't have believed it.
Boys, it looks like we're going to be doing business together, so let's get things straight right in the beginning. Now, in the first place, the minute you stick your foot inside that door, you're on my stomping ground. I'm the boss of this shebang, and don't you ever forget it. When I tell anybody to hop, he hops. Is that clear? Now, tell you what, I aim to give the squarest deal in town. All the liquor here is going to be aged over 30 days, and the dancing girls aged under 30 years. The liquor is straight, and the girls are graceful. There's only 4 aces in every deck, and the cards only read from the front side. You'll get a fair shake for your money, but there ain't going to be no fandangling. And another thing, mister! I'm talking.
Well, so am I, you old battle axe.
Excuse me, boys.
Oh, looks like it started, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, wait a second.
He paid for his drink?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you wall-eyed little maverick. Come on! Throw his head out after him. Now, as I was saying, boys, I just won't stand for no fandangling. Now, maybe some of you figured I was wearing this six-shooter for a decoration. When I just cast your eyes on that ace of spades I got tacked up on the back wall. Now!
Did you see? For the land's sakes, did you see that draw, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, and she got the card, too.
Oh, the boys won't give her no trouble, man.
All right, boys, the first one's on the house. And it's the last free one you'll get. And the only credit I give is for funeral expenses. Belly up, boys!
Well, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, I want to talk to Herman Bleeker more than ever now.
Say, you know, she's big enough to... well, I'll bet she forced Herman to sell.
Yeah, maybe. Doc, I'll be right back. I want to talk to her.
Oh, that juke was nothing, boys. Oh, you're the marshal, huh?
Yeah, that's right, ma'am. My name's Dillon.
Proud to shake your hand, Mr. Dillon.
Well, thank you, Miss Mamie. Welcome to Dodge City.
Mighty decent of you to express the sentiment, Marshal. I reckon you won't get much business around the Longhorn. I'll take care of any trouble that's around here.
It'd be quite a change. The boys used to push Bleeker around every now and then.
Oh, that runty little prairie dog.
I didn't know he was planning to sell, Miss Mamie. He must have made up his mind in a hurry.
Yeah? I made him an offer, and he took it. just like that.
He found himself some new living quarters, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, he moved right out last night.
Oh. I wonder where he's holed up.
Huh?
There are a couple of things I'd like to see him about.
Well, now, I'll tell you, I'm afraid he left town, Mr. Dillon. I think he said something about taking the Santa Fe to St. Louis, now that I remember.
Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad. I'd sure like to have seen him. Well, I'll probably drop in now and then, Miss Mamie.
Sure! Anytime, Marshal. For you, it's on the house!
Thank you.
What'd you find out, Mr. Dillon?
Let's get out of here, Chester. Coming, Doc.
Sure. Oh, yes, with both ears a-flapping.
Well, boys, what do you think of her?
Oh, my gracious, Mr. Dillon, I sure would hate to meet her in the dark.
Oh, why, she's got a voice like a buffalo.
Ain't it awful? It just itches your ears, don't it?
Why, the woman's a human monstrosity.
I still haven't seen Herman.
Huh. What'd she say, man?
She says she thinks he left town.
Oh,
Chester, I want you to check all the rooming houses and hotels along Front Street. I'm going to go to the railroad station and the stage lines. I'll meet you over at the jail. Huh?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Say, Matt, I think Herman keeps a horse over at the livery stable.
Yeah, I thought of that, Doc. I wonder, would you be good enough to look into that for me?
Why, sure, be happy to.
You know, Mr. Dillon, she is an awful straight shot.
Yeah, Chester. I know.
You here, Matt?
Oh, yeah, come on in, Doc.
Well, his horse is still over at the stable. He didn't tell them anything about leaving.
He didn't leave, Doc. Mamie came in on the 9 o'clock train last night. Only one train out after that, around midnight. He wasn't on it. And he didn't buy a ticket on the stage either.
Yes, see, now what did I tell you? Matt, that settles it.
Yeah, of course, he may have moved into one of the hotels.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, I'm afraid he didn't.
Oh, what'd you find out, Chester?
That nobody in this town has seen Herman Bleecker since around 9 o'clock last night.
Matt, I knew I'd get me a fee out of this, one way or the other.
Well, don't spend it yet, Doc. What?
Buenos noches, señores.
Oh, Manuel. Come on in. Come on in.
Gracias, señor Dillon.
Well, what's on your mind?
Pues, señor, I was at the railroad depot when I hear you ask about the little one, el señor Bleecker.
No?
And the other, the señora. Oh, there is much woman on that one.
Well, there's no argument there, Manuel.
Señor, last night I have seen something which is strange.
No?
I am come home very late, 1 hour, 2 hours before dawn. I was visit a friend, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
You see, I am walk home in much hurry, and it is very dark, senor, when at once I see this lantern in the arroyo behind the Longhorn Cantina.
Oh, a lantern, you say?
I am think, what is this? So I wait, and this lantern is come toward me. And when it is close, oh, this woman who I have no see one like her. Oh, what a scare.
Well, what was she doing in the arroyo?
I do not know, but is one thing I forget. She has carried something in her hand.
Well, what was it, Manuel?
A shovel, senor.
Find anything, Matt?
Well, there's something here, Doc, but I can't quite... Hold the lantern over here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I found something here, if I can just get it loose.
Lantern all right, Mr. Dillon? Can you see what it is?
Yeah, it's fine, Chester. Yeah, I got it.
Oh.
It's a boot. Yeah, here's the other one.
Yeah. All that fancy stitching. Matt, those are his. I've seen them on him.
Yeah, so have I, Doc. Yesterday, in fact. Here, take him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
There's a bundle of some kind here.
Oh, you found the body, huh?
No, it's clothes, I think, Doc. Let's have a look. Yeah. That's all there is, too. The hole doesn't go any deeper. It's hard pan on the bottom there. Hold the lantern down, Chester. Let me get this unwrapped.
I'm not so sure about that coat, Mr. Dillon. There are a lot of them like that around town.
Yeah, I know, but take a look at this fancy vest.
Oh, that's Herman's. Nobody else in Dodge City'd ever wear a thing like that.
Well, from the looks of it, he won't be wearing it again.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, the escape car speeds from the scene of the crime, and the victim notes its license number. Police investigating the case discover the car has an ironclad alibi. That just begins the excitement on tomorrow night's Gangbusters program. It's the case of the twice-parked car, an authentic crime story taken from actual police records. Don't miss Gangbusters, presented by CBS Radio tomorrow night over most of these same stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
How you coming, Doc?
Now, don't rush me, Matt. Don't rush me. I haven't made one of these blood tests in years. If you ask me, I don't see any use in making one now. Well, let me see. Pour the precipitate into here. What other kind of blood could it be except human?
Doc, I only want to be sure, that's all.
All right. Let me see. 5 drops of the sulfate. You sure look uncomfortable, Matt.
Well, how would you like to try arresting that lady, Doc?
Not my job to arrest her. All I'm doing is stopping up these loopholes Matt's trying to wiggle out of.
Well, that's real decent of you, Doc. Real decent.
No, sir, Matt, I don't recall you ever being in such a predicament. Oh, of course, I remember the night you shot it out with the Barkley boys over in the Alafraganza. There were 3 of them, and you did not turn a hair. And then that other time when you got dry gulched by the Platte River gang.
All right, Doc, all right. But this is different. If I go to arrest that woman, she's just crazy enough to start a gunfight.
Oh, it's a problem. It's a problem, all right. Now, let's see. We'll just shake this up and warm it a bit.
You know, there is one thing, though, Mr. Dillon. Shooting at a mark's not the same as a gunfight. Maybe she wouldn't even resist.
You really believe that, Chester?
No, sir. Oh, she ain't a woman. She's a human catastrophe.
She sure is for Matt.
Well, there's still a chance we may be going off half-cocked here. That blood could have got on Herman's vest a dozen different ways.
We'll soon see. Let's see now. A couple of drops of reagent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And we'll look for the color change. So, turn up the lamp a little bit, will you, Chester, please?
All right, Doc.
Oh. Wow. Yes.
Well, Doc?
Well, it's tough luck, Matt. It's human blood. Hey, Matt, I thought we was going over to the Longhorn to talk to Mamie. How come the jail?
She'll keep, Doc. She's not going anywhere.
Looks cut and dried to me, Matt.
It might not if you were in my shoes. Come on in, boys.
You know, Mr. Dillon, when I talked to the barkeep, Finnegan, he said that when he showed up this morning to open the saloon, that woman was already inside waiting for him. She told him to come back at 8 o'clock tonight, and he didn't see no sign of Herman Bleecker.
Oh, well, there's another nail in your coffin, Matt.
Doc, if you keep this up, I'm going to deputize you and take you along with me.
He sure can have my job, Mr. Dillon.
No, you don't. I will not lift a hand in anger against a woman, especially that woman.
Keep thinking we could still be wrong.
Oh,
somehow.
real diehard.
Look, now suppose Herman hurt himself some way.
How?
And he wanted to get away by himself and recuperate.
Where?
And suppose he didn't want anybody to know about it.
Why?
So he decided to stay with some friend.
Who?
And, well, maybe... come on, Chester, let's go. There she is at the end of the bar.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Take her in, Chester. Maybe she'll talk when she's arrested. I gotta get that gun away from her some way.
It's not going to be easy.
And it's gotta be done. I've never drawn a gun on a woman yet, and I'm not starting now. If I could just manage to... I don't know. There might be a chance. Stick close to me, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Marshal, mighty glad you dropped back in.
I was just wondering how you were getting along, Miss May.
Like a kid with two tongues and an all-day sucker. Say, now tell me, did you find that little weasel Herman Bleecker?
I thought you told me he'd left town.
Oh, well, I was just guessing, Mr. Dillon. He said something about planning to. Here, step up and have a shot of poison.
No, thank you. As a matter of fact, I came back here for a particular purpose. Chester and I have a little bet on.
Mr. Dillon,
What kind of a bet is it, Marshal?
Well, it was about that shooting trick of yours, hitting the center of that playing card, you know. Chester figures that it was a fluke of luck. He's betting me that you can't do it 5 times in a row.
Well, we'll soon settle that. The card's still up there. Stand aside, boys! Mamie's gonna limber up her shooting irons and get out of the way. Get down there, Curly. All right. There's one. Couple of them.
You're doing fine so far.
How you doing down there, boys?
All dead center so far.
Say, you there, whatever your name is, what do you think of your bet now?
Well, I guess I just kind of lost my head, Miss Mamie.
Well, 3 down, 2 to go. There's 4. And 1 more. Oh, yeah.
Well, what are you stopping now for, Mamie?
Well, I got some rules I go by, Marshal. One of them's never to fire my last shot and leave my gun empty.
Yeah, I see. Well, that's a pretty good idea, I guess.
Sorry to lose your bet for you, Marshal.
I'm convinced. Well, I guess that didn't quite...
Chester. Miss Mamie, I guess you're not a gambler yourself, huh?
Who says so? I'll take a fair bet at even odds any day of the week and twice in Philadelphia.
Well, in that case, I'll make you one. I got a pretty fair gun here. Or at least I thought so till I saw yours in action.
Well, I'd say yours every bit as good as mine.
Well, then how about a bet? Your gun against mine on the 1-cut high card, huh?
Well, now, how? I didn't...
Of course, it's all right with me if you'd rather back out on it.
Who's backing out? You got yourself a bet, Mr. Dillon. Finnegan, shuffle us a deck.
Okay, Miss Mamie.
It's a better a fight. Mamie never backs out.
There you are, Miss Mamie.
Now, who goes first, Mr. Dillon?
What? Ladies, always.
All right. If you're a friend, Lester'll cut him for us once.
It's Chester.
Never
Yes,
mind.
Chester,
Cut the cards.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
Now, let's see what we've got?
Ah, Jack of spades. That's not bad.
Plenty good, Marshal. Plenty good enough to beat anything you can...
King of diamonds.
All right. I'm beat. Fair and square. You won yourself a gun.
Ah, thank you. Here, Chester, will you take it?
Yes, sir.
And now the handcuffs.
Here, now!
Maybe you're under arrest.
Why, you, of all the sidewinds and double-crossing backhanded...
Mamie! Now, you're going to stay fastened to me until I get you in a cell, so you might as well make the best of it.
Why, you...
And as far as that's concerned, you'll be safer in jail than out of it once word gets around. People here in Dodge City thought a lot of Herman Bleecker.
That little sawed-off groundhog...
That's no excuse for killing him in cold blood.
What?
You heard him, Mamie. You killed me.
Bleecker!
This is the biggest night of my whole life. To hear somebody finally shut Mamie up and make her like it.
The marshal's a gentleman, you little weasel. He knows how to talk to a lady.
And to hear you say how much the town thinks of me, Mr. Dillon.
What's this all about, Herman?
Well,
I'll tell you what it's all about. Yes. This little grub worm ran out on me in Cincinnati 3 years ago. Like to broke my heart. I've been hunting him ever since, and last night I found him. I wailed the living daylights out of him.
Yeah, he looks like it. But why did you bury his clothes?
Mr. Dillon, would you want to be married to a man that dressed like that?
She pretty near murdered me, though, Mr. Dillon. I've been up there in bed all day, just too bruised and embarrassed to hobble downstairs.
Oh, we had our ups and downs, Marshal, me and Herman. You know how it is.
Yeah. Chester, give me the keys to the handcuffs, will you?
Yes, sir. I got them right here in... Well, I guess they're over in the...
What's the matter, Chester?
Oh, Mr. Dillon, when we were digging out there, guess I must have lost them.
Chester, can't you file that thing any faster?
You might just well relax, Mr. Dillon. Took a half hour to get that one off Miss Mamie's wrist.
Oh, no. All right, but just hurry.
I'm filing as fast as I can.
What?
Oh, Doc. Mamie gave me this bottle of Irish here to make the waiting a little easier. And it's Jameson's.
Oh, well, fine, Doc, fine. Chester, let that go for a minute, huh? And open it up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Can you imagine it, boys? Little Herman Bleecker married for years to a woman like that.
I don't want to imagine. Oh, I'd get nightmares.
Here you go, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thank you, Chester.
Doc?
Oh, thank you.
Well, gentlemen, here's to the weaker sex.
Mr. Dillon, which one is that?
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan as Mamie, with John Daner, Ralph Moody, and Byron Kane. Parley Bayer is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. As colorful as the Western Roundup and twice the fun, that's the Gene Autry Show, which comes your way every Saturday evening over CBS Radio. It's one of radio's most distinctive programs, flavored to taste with songs of the sagebrush and melodies of the mesquite country. The Gene Autry Show is 30 minutes you'll enjoy, packed full of comedy, songs, and the genial personality of the one and only Gene Autry. The whole Melody Ranch gang is on hand to entertain you tomorrow night, every Saturday night. So tune in the Gene Autry Show and hit the pleasure trail over most of these same CBS stations. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Broadway is My Beat brings you startling mysteries Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
And now for the face on the tap room floor, Jack Benny.
Well, that was certainly a nice introduction. You know, Wilson, as an announcer, you're about as useful as an umbrella to a flounder.
That's all right, Jack. I can take it. But I know some pretty swell affairs that have been run off without master of ceremonies.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes. Say, what is a master of ceremonies anyway?
Well, a master of ceremonies is a fellow that's handsome, dresses well, knows a lot of good jokes, and is generally cute.
You're not at all conceited, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not a bit egotistical. In fact, I'm much better looking than I think I am. Sure? Anyway, Wilson, I think there should be less announcers on programs and more masters of ceremonies.
Yes, there should be more masters in the cold, cold ground.
That's all right. I can take it. What am I burning up, folks? Right now you could fry eggs on my forehead.
That would be a nice order of ham and eggs.
That's all I want to know. Take off your glasses, Wilson.
What?
I said take off your glasses. I don't care if you are 6'2".
Okay. Well, the glasses are off. What are you going to do about it?
Nothing. I just wanted to see if you had blue eyes, that's all.
Well, listen, Benny, just a word for your own protection. You know, I was once heavyweight champion of California. Remember that?
Well, I can fight, too. You ever hear of Carnera?
Yes.
Well, who didn't? Big smart Alec.
And another thing. One more word out of you, and I'll take that nose of yours and put it around the back of your head. Just as I thought. So long.
He thought I was going to answer him. Peter said one more word, I'd have cleaned up the studio with him.
What's that?
I said the studio needs cleaning up. That's what I said. Kind of stuff.
Well?
Is he gone? Yes, Jack. I guess he knows what's good for him.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
What's the matter? Your face is white and you're trembling.
Oh, nothing, Mary. I had a little argument with Don Wilson, and I had to tell him where he got off, that's all.
What happened?
Nothing. I just asked him to take off his glasses, and he wouldn't, so I pasted him. He went down like a log.
Who, the paste?
No, Wilson. Then he got up and made a pass at me, but when I got through with him, his face looked like a New England boiled dinner. Then he gets sore, Mary, and pulls a knife on me.
The little cut-up.
Yeah. It's a good thing I held my temper. After all, he has a family and has work to do, you know.
Oh, Jack, here comes Wilson back again.
Don't mention anything I said, Mary. It might embarrass him. You know. After all, we're on the same program. See you later, you know.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. Where's your crutches?
Crutches?
Yeah. See, you don't look a bit like a New England boiled dinner.
What in the world are you talking about?
Well, weren't you in an accident or something?
Certainly not, Mary.
Gee, didn't Jack Benny, you know.
I don't understand.
Can you still do your work?
Of course, Mary. Listen. The General Tire minimizes road and car track bumps. It's blowout-proof, runs on 40% less air, and can be bought at your own General Tire dealer.
What else did Jack do to you?
Hey, Pasteur. Pasteur. Oh, Pasteur.
Yes, Jack. Where are you?
Behind the piano. Play, Don.
Jack. Hey, Jack.
Yes, Don.
Oh, pardon me. I was just talking to some friends of mine.
Oh, Jack, I want to tell you that I'm sorry for the way that I acted when the program first started tonight.
Oh, that's all right, Don. Those arguments help to kill time. It's all good material. But why the remorse?
Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking of Mother's Day, and Frank Parker just sang Love Thy Neighbor, and all the whole thing just got me.
Yep, it does bring the old Adam's apple up, doesn't it? Gee, I wish I didn't live so far from home.
You know, Jack, I'd like to bring you out to the house with me for the weekend. The folks all know you, listen to your broadcasts, and I'm sure that you'll have a nice rest and some home-cooked food.
Well, that sounds good, Don. Where do you live?
In the Bronx, just a short walk from the last subway stop.
Well, I'm sorry, Don. I haven't anything with me. No shaving outfit or anything.
Oh, we've got everything there for you. Come on. I won't take no for an answer.
Well, all right. After all, I like home cooking, and I certainly need a rest. When do you want to go?
Right now. Come on.
All right. It's okay with me.
Hey, Buster, play something. Jack's coming home with me for the weekend.
Okay. Shall we take the subway, Don?
Yes, and then it's just a few minutes walk from there. All the fresh air will do us good.
Okay, kid. So long, fellas. That was a long subway ride down, huh? Thought we'd never get here.
Well, Jack, it won't be long now, and this walk will do us good.
How far is it?
Oh, about 6 minutes as the crow flies.
Well, that's all right if you happen to be a crow, but my feet hurt, Gee, it's quiet out this way, isn't it?
Oh, yes, but you can sleep like a top.
Gee, it's certainly dark out this way.
Oh, you aren't afraid, are you?
No, but... Oh, who's this? Looks like a stranger to me.
Stick 'em up. Stick 'em up, up, I say.
The weekend is starting nice.
One squawk out of you and your goose is cooked.
He thinks I'm Joe Penner.
Quiet, Jack. Quiet, Jack. Quiet. He means business.
Come on, you big fella. Hand over your dough.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I haven't anything with me.
How about you?
I'm sorry, but...
Oh, yeah?
All right, here.
What's it on your finger?
A wart.
Oh, a wart, eh? Well, it's shining pretty bright.
You mean this ring? Just a cheap ring I got on a merry-go-round. Can I keep it?
No, I'll take the ring. You can keep the merry-go-round.
Well, that's fair.
I'll beat it. Go on, both of you.
M is for the money that he asked for. Oh, as for the things that I have left.
Say, Jack, you should have left your dough at the studio with Pasteur.
It's a fine time to tell me.
Oh, there's the house over there. See the light shining in the window?
Gee, that's fine. Let's run. I still got my watch, you know.
Well, here's the house. Follow me across the lawn.
Gee, it certainly is dark. Ow! Gee whiz.
Oh, you tripped over the lawnmower, Jack.
Thanks.
Well, here we are. Now, I'll ring the bell. Mother will sure be surprised.
Who's there?
Hello, Ma. It's Don.
Well, this is a surprise. How are you, my son?
Oh, fine. Gee, you're looking well, Ma.
Come in. Who's that with you?
Oh, this is Jack Benny.
Who?
Benny.
What's the last name?
Just call me Rudy.
Here, Mother, I brought you $100 for a present.
I wonder where it was when we were held up.
Thank you, son.
And, Ma, I brought you a package, too.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 23rd. The Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Muni in the story of Louis Pasteur with Fritz Leiber and Crawford Kent. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Paul Muni, Fritz Leiber, Crawford Kent, and Barbara Luddy. Our guests, Adrian, Hollywood's most noted designer, and William K. Howard, director. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. The makers of Lux Flakes, together with our stars and guests, welcome you all to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. Here's a word to the ladies. Try Lux Flakes for washing dishes. Ordinary soaps often dry your skin, making it rough and red, and making the nails brittle. Lux Flakes contain no harmful alkali. They protect the natural oil in your skin, safeguard your manicure, and give your hands beauty care right in the dishpan. Lux Flakes are just as good for washing dishes as for washing fine fabrics, and that's saying a lot. And now, it's time to hear from our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Muni is a paragon of paradoxes. Born in Vienna, he doesn't waltz. Trained in the Yiddish Art Theater, he's been playing the role of a Chinese in the Good Earth for the past 6 months. At the age of 11, Mr. Muni went on the stage in the part of a bent and withered old man. The whiskers he wore were obviously false. But he grew his own beard for the story of Louis Pasteur. And here are some sidelights on his sidelines. He plays the violin and talks to strangers for relaxation. He rehearses all his lines into a dictaphone to study his own inflections. He experiments with makeup at home and obtains material for his characterizations firsthand. In other words, if he's playing the part of a Chinese, he spends a great deal of his time in the Chinese Quarter. And if he's to be a gangster on the screen, he mingles with the gangster element. And if he's a scientist, he reads everything available on the science he's supposed to represent. It's nearly 2 years since Mr. Muni's last appearance on the air. Then, as tonight, he was heard from the Lux Radio Theater and starred in his favorite stage play, Counselor at Law. Tonight, we hear him in his favorite screenplay, The Story of Louis Pasteur. The part of Dr. Charbonnet is played by the same distinguished performer who enacted it on the screen, Mr. Fritz Leiber. Crawford Kent will be heard as Dr. Radice. Louis Silvers raises his baton to start the music as the Lux Radio Theater presents the story of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. Paris in the 1860s. We're in the laboratory of Louis Pasteur. The long, sparsely furnished room is lined with deep shadows. Along the walls stand crates of guinea pigs and squeaking mice, and in the center, a crudely built table is littered with twisted test tubes and cauldrons. It's early evening. Under the garish light of an overhanging lamp, Pasteur leans over his microscope, his eyes glued to the black cylinder. His wife enters the room and stands for a moment watching him.
Louis.
Louis,
Yes?
haven't you worked long enough? Aren't you tired?
Tired?
You've been here all day since early this morning.
I know. Roux,
Yes?
have you finished with those slides?
In a moment, monsieur.
Hurry them along.
Louis, I brought the newspaper for you.
Newspaper? What do I want
There's
with
something in it you should know. Dr. Frederick is dead.
it? Dead?
He was killed. Shot.
Who did it?
The husband of one of his patients. Listen. When asked by the magistrate why he had killed Dr. Frederick, the man shouted, "He killed my wife with his dirty hands. He gave her fever, childbed fever." Then the prisoner produced a pamphlet which read, "Doctors, surgeons, wash your hands. Boil your instruments. Microbes cause disease." The pamphlet was signed, Louis Pasteur.
My pamphlet.
Louis, don't you know what it means? They're blaming you for the death of Dr. Frederick.
Nonsense.
They are. Dr. Charbonnet, Dr. Radis, all of them. They call you a murderer, a menace to science.
And they are a menace to humanity.
If they should appeal to the Emperor.
Let them. The Emperor's no fool. Look at the facts, Marie. 3 out of every 10 mothers today die in childbirth. Why? Because our learned physicians are too pig-headed to realize that germs have the power to invade the bloodstream and cause disease.
But, Louis, you tell them to wash their hands, boil their instruments. Still, you can't be sure. You haven't found the germ.
But I will. I will.
Papa?
Oh, what is it, Annette?
A letter for Papa. A messenger brought in the carriage. There were 2 soldiers with him.
Louis.
Give me the letter. It's from the Emperor.
The Emperor? Then it's just as I thought. Charbonnet and Radis have gone to him.
Quiet, my dear. It's not as you thought. Listen to this. At the request of the court chamberlain and the command of His Majesty Napoleon III, you are invited to a reception at the palace.
Oh, Louis.
A carriage will be sent for you at 8 o'clock next Thursday.
A reception at the palace. Louis, what an honor.
It is my chance, Marie. Radis, Charbonnet, Rossignol, they'll all be there. It is my chance at last.
Your Majesty, this man Pasteur is not even a doctor. He's a mere chemist.
I know, Charbonnet, but his work interests the Empress. It was at her suggestion that I invited him tonight.
Yes, Dr. Charbonnet. If I am not mistaken, Pasteur was instrumental in discovering the cause of fermentation of wine some years ago.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I recall it now. He claimed to have discovered little animals in it. Infinitesimal beasts.
And he still does, sire. Only now he finds them everywhere.
What are there such creatures? Do they really exist?
Your Majesty, microscopic organisms have long been observed.
Yes.
They spring into being of their own accord wherever there is putrid matter or fermentation. They are the result rather than the cause of disease.
Oh, I see.
By heating wine to a certain temperature, Monsieur Pasteur was able to destroy them. I presume he plans to cure blood poisoning in the same manner, namely, by boiling our blood.
Heaven forbid.
It's not unlikely, I assure you.
Dr. Charbonnet, I'm afraid you exaggerate. I, too, have read Pasteur's pamphlet. It says nothing about boiling blood, merely to boil the instruments you surgeons use.
Madame, if I did anything so absurd as to boil my instruments or scrub my hands, they'd think I was a witch doctor resorting to charms and laugh me out of the hospital.
That would be a novelty, monsieur. Most people who go to hospitals are carried out dead.
Your Majesty.
What is it?
Monsieur Louis Pasteur has arrived, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes. Show him to the East Room and ask him to wait for me there.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Charbonnet, find Dr. Rossignol and Dr. Radis and any others who might be interested. We'll see Pasteur together and discover for ourselves whether the man is a genius or a coward.
Impossible. I refuse to believe it.
One moment, Dr. Radis.
Yes,
Pasteur, Will you please tell us precisely what you mean?
I will, sire. The hospitals of Paris are pest houses. There's scarcely a doctor in the city who's not carrying death on his hands and on his instruments.
Because of microbes, monsieur? Your private menagerie of invisible beasts?
Exactly. Dr. Charbonnet could see them for himself if he took the trouble to use his microscope. He could watch them multiply into murderous millions. They breed in filth. They may start from the gutters of Paris tonight and by tomorrow claim some mother from this very court.
Preposterous. To think that a human being could be destroyed by an animal 10,000 times smaller than a flea. It's as though an army of ants should destroy your Majesty's empire.
Listen. A young woman died here tonight. The wife of the coachman who brought me. She was your patient, Charbonnet. A victim of your bigotry.
You dare? You accuse me?
But that isn't the end. The woman who attended her, your nurse, will carry the infection to your next and more illustrious patient, the Comtesse Gabrielle de Villefort.
Your Majesty.
Stop! I've had enough. You should know better, Pasteur. The Comtesse Gabrielle is Her Majesty's sister.
I regret, sire, but death knows no rank.
Silence! In the preservation of wine and beer, you have been of service to France. We appreciate it. In the future, you will confine your work to that field or suffer my displeasure. That will be all.
Your Majesty.
That will be all, Pasteur.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Here, listen, Pasteur. Say a thing like that. Yeah, do right.
Carriage, please.
Yes, monsieur.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes?
Permit me, please. I am Jean Martel, physician and surgeon, doctor of medicine from the Sorbonne, secretary of hygiene, member of the International Society of Doctors at Edinburgh. Personally, I'm convinced that there is some truth in what you say.
You honor me.
Why, Charbonnet's a fool. When it comes to anything new or the least bit rebel...
I beg your pardon. Aren't you Dr. Charbonnet's assistant?
Why, yes, I suppose I am, but...
It is your duty to respect him, then. Not to ridicule him.
I, monsieur?
Good night.
Quick, Annette. Run and open the door for him. Yes, Mama. Rule, you will light the candles on the cake.
38. Only 38, and all ready to have done so much for the world.
She's coming. Open the door, Annette.
Happy birthday, happy birthday.
What? Oh. Thank you, my dear.
What's the matter, Papa?
Louis.
Yes?
Is anything wrong?
You'll have to pack, Marie. We're leaving Paris tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Louis, what happened?
I've stepped too hard on the toes of our doctors. I've insulted the Academy of Medicine. They forbid me to work on human diseases. We must leave here, Marie.
Yes, Louis.
When I was a boy, I used to read of scientists fleeing from the cities to avoid persecution. It thrilled me. I didn't realize what a nuisance it was.
But, monsieur, perhaps you might better apologize to the Academy. A few lines.
Take back what we know is true? Never. I'd die first. Don't worry, Roux. Someday we're going to prove that we're right. To the Emperor, to the Academy, to the world.
In a moment, we will continue with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. But now we're going to the stockroom of Columbia's wardrobe department on Gower Street. A seamstress is taking one of her new assistants through the department, showing how and where the dresses and coats are kept.
Now, over here are Irene Dunn's dresses. These are the ones she wore in Theodora Goes Wild. We might as well take the pink one out. It's got to be washed before we make it over for another picture.
Washed? Why, can you wash a dress like that?
Oh, yes. They were 15 days making that particular scene. And I know that dress has been washed at least 3 times.
Well, I didn't believe you could wash that kind of material.
Oh, my, yes. It washes beautifully in Lux Flakes. Of course, we wouldn't risk it in anything else. You see, these clothes are worth a lot of money, and we can't take chances. They've made Lux a rule here in the wardrobe department. You better keep that in mind, too. Always see that there's plenty of Lux. Now, on this side over here.
All the big Hollywood studios use Lux Flakes for washing fine fabrics because they've discovered it's the sure, safe way to keep them looking like new. Lux contains no harmful alkali, and with Lux, there's no harsh cake soap rubbing. Even the sheerest materials that are safe in water alone, you can put into gentle Lux suds with perfect assurance. Try it for all your precious washables. Your silks, rayons, woolens, and fine cottons. You will love the way they come out of Lux, clean, fresh, and brand new looking. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
8 years have gone by, and while men fought and killed each other in the Franco-Prussian War, Pasteur fought microbes, the real enemy of all mankind. The war is over now, and the government, hard-pressed to meet the heavy indemnity imposed by Prussia, has turned its attention to rebuilding the ravaged countryside. A devastating plague, anthrax, is destroying the livestock of France, the government's chief source of revenue. In only one small province, the district of Arbois, is there any immunity to the dread disease? To that district are sent 2 representatives of the Academy of Medicine, Dr. Radis and Jean Martel. Their coach comes to an abrupt halt near a herd of sheep.
Look at that herd, Dr. Radis. They seem to be healthy enough.
Luck, that's all. Pure luck. These fields have become immune.
Yes, but how? Why?
Oh, my dear Martel, such questions are beyond the scope of science. When you ask me how or why, I must refer you to the theologians.
Thanks. I'll ask at this farmhouse first.
Oh, Martel, don't waste your time.
Asking questions is never a waste of time.
Oh, but my dear fellow...
Radis, the future of France. Our whole financial structure lies in the health of our livestock. If we're to meet our indemnity, we must have a source of income.
Oh, good morning, monsieur.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry to intrude upon you. I'm Dr. Jean Martel. This gentleman is Dr. Radis. We were sent here by President Thiers to discover, if possible, why your sheep have escaped the plague.
Oh, you're quite welcome. My name is Annette. Annette Pasteur. I'm sure Father will be delighted to see you.
Pasteur? Not Louis Pasteur, that chemist.
Yes, monsieur. Will you come this way? Father's back in the shed vaccinating for sheep.
Vaccinating?
Yes, monsieur. Against the anthrax bacillus.
The what?
The microbe, monsieur. The germ that causes anthrax.
Do you hear that, Martel? The germ.
What? Oh, yes. You seem to be very well informed, Mademoiselle Pasteur.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't help but know something about it. Oh, Father, there's someone to see you.
Oh, good morning, monsieur.
Dr. Martel and Dr. Radis.
Dr. Rat.
Oh, yes. So, Monsieur Pasteur, you are now the savior of the sheep, eh? Very interesting. You remember Pasteur, Martel? He's the man who was responsible for Dr. Frederick's death, remember? He was run out of Paris.
Not quite, Doctor.
Oh, don't deny it, you were. And you were warned not to practice. Positively forbidden. What's that?
That sheep doesn't seem to agree with you, Dr. Radis.
A prophet is never without his followers, it seems.
But rarely such intelligent ones. These animals know what's good for them.
Perhaps you'll tell me what's good for them. I'd like to know, too.
Oh.
Yes, monsieur?
Come here. Oh, will you try to explain to Dr. Radis just what we're doing? He's a member of the Academy of Medicine, so you'll have to use very simple language.
We are convinced, Dr. Radis, after 8 years of experimenting, that this vaccine, when injected into the animal, will set up an immunity.
Ridiculous. It would take 80 years to convince me.
80? Aren't you a bit optimistic?
Well, the simple truth of the matter is that your fields are immune. It's impossible for sheep to be stricken in this neighborhood. And when I make my report to the Agricultural Board, I'm going to advise that all healthy cattle be moved to this district.
No, you can't do that. I tell you, these fields are raging with contagion. They'll die by the thousands.
Bah! Oh, come along, Martel. I've heard enough.
Dr. Radis.
Well, are you coming?
No. I'm going to stay.
Very well. Sit on.
Still disobeying your superiors, eh, Dr. Martel?
Why, I didn't think you remembered me.
At the palace. The night I told the Emperor Comtesse de Villefort would die.
You were right. She did die. Charbonnet's never forgiven you.
It's a pity. May I ask why you want to stay?
I'm no longer an idle courtier, monsieur. I work for the government. My job is to help the farmers of France. So, well, if you don't mind, I'd like to work with you, monsieur.
Annette?
Yes?
Come here, dear. Ask your mother if we have room for a guest.
Oh, yes, I'm sure we have. I'll see. Excuse me, monsieur.
My daughter blushes a pretty color.
Gee, well, she's a very pretty girl, monsieur.
Oh. Mm-hmm. So, you want to render your country a real service, is that it?
Why, yes. Yes, I do. If you've discovered a vaccine against anthrax, it's my duty to make it known.
You think the Academy would be interested?
If you can convince me, monsieur, I should be honored if you'd allow me to convince them.
Thank you. Come along, Martel.
Perfectly ridiculous. Anthrax is incurable and unpreventable.
Order, gentlemen, order. May continue, Dr. Martel.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I have seen with my own eyes what Pasteur can do, and has done for the cattle of Avois. We, on the other hand, members of the Academy of Medicine, have contributed nothing in the fight against anthrax. Then, in heaven's name, why don't we listen to a man who has?
I agree. If someone's got a cure for anthrax, I want to know about it. So do I.
Will the visitors in the gallery please refrain from talking?
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Radis has the floor.
Thank you. I've only one question to raise, and that is this. Whether Dr. Martel's purpose here is to further the cause of science or the cause of love. Personally, I'm inclined to the latter view. For having met Monsieur Pasteur's amiable daughter, I can hardly blame our young colleague for wanting to become his son-in-law.
That's a lie. I'm here because I think Pasteur is right. I know he's right.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rossignol. Dr. Rossignol.
Friends, colleagues, in my laboratory, I have found that I can produce anthrax in healthy sheep by injecting into their veins the dark, poisonous blood of an animal already affected. This treatment invariably results in death. I should like, therefore, to propose an experiment that would rid us once and for all of this medical mountebank, Louis Pasteur.
Well, what's your plan?
Gentlemen, let us take 50 normal, healthy sheep, 25 of which will be vaccinated by Monsieur Pasteur. The other 25 will remain as they are. I shall then infect all 50 sheep with anthrax by the method I have just explained. And I defy any man or any vaccine to save a one of them.
Yes, bravo. That would be a fool to do it.
Why, he wouldn't dare. Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Charbonnet.
I agree with Dr. Rossignol's experiment. We all agree. And we dare Dr. Martel or Louis Pasteur to try it. We dare him.
Monsieur, I accept.
Are you Louis Pasteur?
I am. I've enjoyed listening to your discussion from the gallery here. And I repeat, I accept your challenge, Dr. Charbonnet.
The experiment has been carried out. 50 sheep, all of them infected with the deadly anthrax bacillus. Half of them vaccinated by Pasteur. Will Pasteur's sheep live? Will the vaccine immunize them against anthrax? From all the world over come scientists to witness the experiment. They mingle with the peasants in the fields at Arbois. Suddenly a cry goes up. The unvaccinated sheep are dead. Then another cry, which heralds the success of the experiment. Pasteur's sheep are alive. They have resisted the disease. Anthrax has been conquered.
Well, Dr. Rossignol, are you convinced?
Alive. All of them. Why, it's almost unbelievable. Monsieur, I offer my apologies.
Annette! It worked!
At last, it's a triumph, monsieur.
Yes, and for you too, my boy. Congratulations.
For me?
I'm not wrong, am I, Annette?
Well, John, we're going to be married, Father.
Well, I thought so. The day he arrived, I thought so.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes?
May I congratulate you, sir? I've come all the way from Edinburgh to watch this experiment.
Thank you. Thank you, monsieur.
My name is Lister.
Lister? Dr. Lister?
I feel it a great honor to be present.
The honor is mine, monsieur. I'm well acquainted with the work you're doing on antiseptics.
Thanks to you and your brilliant leadership.
It's a dog. There's a mad dog loose.
Jean, take Annette to the carriage. Quickly.
A man has been bitten.
They've shot him.
Yes, too late.
Take him to the blacksmith. Take him up there.
To the blacksmith. To have a red-hot iron burned deep into his flesh. Oh, poor fellow.
All the doctors in Europe couldn't do more for him. If he doesn't get rabies even after the cauterization, he'll be very lucky.
To die of rabies. And yet, there must be a way. A cure. There must be.
Louis, please sit still and eat your dinner. It's after 11 and you haven't had a bite to eat all day.
But they're waiting for me in the laboratory. We're working, my dear.
Let them wait. Look, I have a letter for you. It came by special post from England.
From Dr. Lister. Let me see her.
Not until you've eaten.
Oh, but it's important, Marie. I must know what it says.
Very well. I'll read it to you. Dear sir, my observations lead me to believe that you are a scoundrel.
What?
I am told that in the year you've been in Paris, you've become a slave driver to your assistants, that you neglect your wife, abuse your family.
Come, Marie. This is no time to joke.
Very well. I'll tell you what he really says. Your recent paper on the known sources of infection is admirable in every detail.
Ah, a very clever man.
Listen to this. Forgive the frankness with which a common love of science inspires me. I embrace you. My fellow workers in Brussels and Prague report that their hospitals are rapidly becoming safe. Mothers can go to them without fear.
That's where our Annette should be sent to have her baby. I must tell Jean.
Listen, there's more. I do not hesitate to acclaim you the most valuable man yet to enter the field of science.
Good Lister. You see, Marie? Now I must work and work and work.
Louis, what was that?
Nothing, Marie, nothing.
Down in the laboratory, I heard it. What is it? What is it?
It's...
A dog! A mad
But
dog!
it's all right, Marie. We have a mad dog down there, but...
Please, Louis, please, not hydrophobia. Don't work on hydrophobia.
I may as well tell you, Marie. I've been trying to discover a cure for months. I pledged myself to wipe it from the face of the earth. Come in, gentlemen. Come in.
Thank you, Dr. Pasteur. Thank you.
I'm afraid I haven't enough chairs. Find little need for them in my laboratory.
Monsieur.
Yes, Dr. Charbonnet?
It is the wish of some of us that the Academy of Medicine honor you with this visit.
Honor me?
To be brief, Dr. Sarnoff has been reading your recent statements in the journal promising a cure for rabies.
The press takes liberties, Doctor. As usual, my remarks were grossly exaggerated.
In your last paper to the Academy, monsieur, you said you were on the threshold of a great discovery.
Yes?
Might I inquire if you have crossed that threshold?
Science takes a step, then another. Then it stops and reflects before taking a third.
Go on, please.
Step by step, messieurs, I'm reaching the ultimate conclusion that microbes are the cause of all disease.
Microbes?
Couldn't be. You men are still skeptical. If germs are still a myth to you, then listen. In my hand, in this little test tube, I hold enough rabies virus to wipe out a city.
May I see that test tube, monsieur?
If you wish.
Thank you.
But be careful.
Why?
You have the tiniest scratch on your hand.
A scratch? Suppose I make one on my arm with my penknife.
What are you doing?
No. And suppose I rub this so-called virus into the open wound, like this.
Stop him!
We shall see whether germs cause disease. All I want now is to have you predict the hour of my death.
There's Charbonnet now, sitting at the table.
He seems to be enjoying his beer, too. Strange for a dead man, eh?
Well, Charbonnet, how do you feel today?
Very well, Dr. Radis. And you?
It's over a month now. According to Pasteur, you should be in your grave.
The more germs I've given, the better I feel.
I've come to warn you about Charbonnet. You can't afford to be made ridiculous. The work you're doing is too important.
I wish it were important, but it isn't.
Yes, but you seemed so confident the day we were here.
I still am. Every animal that was vaccinated with the contents of that test tube died, except Charbonnet. For some reason, he was able to resist the disease. Why, I don't know.
Are you sure it was the same tube?
Positive. It was the only specimen I had.
You may have let it stand too long. You told me once that germs grow weaker, less virulent with age.
Wait. It might be. Come into the laboratory.
Who? Marcel.
Monsieur?
Who? How old was that virus when Charbonnet rubbed it into his arm?
14 days.
And when was it last used on a rabbit, Marcel?
Why, about a week before, I believe.
A week? Are you sure?
Wait a minute, wait. Here's the record. 9 days, to be exact.
There's your answer, Rossignol. There it is. It must be. It's the only conceivable explanation.
Well, do you think by allowing the virus to age that you were able to render it harmless?
Not harmless, but weak. Weak enough for the system to overcome.
Well, even if that's true, it won't help you any. When a man's bitten, he gets the germ full strength.
Precisely. But suppose we start with a 14-day-old virus that's no longer deadly. Suppose we inject it into a healthy animal, and day by day, as nature builds up his resistance, we increase the doses with stronger, fresher samples until he's able to withstand the actual disease as we find it in the world at large. Would he not then be immune?
No, impossible. It would never work. If the first injection didn't kill him, the second would, or the third.
Marcel.
Yes, monsieur.
Where are those tubes you've been preparing?
Right here. They're all in order. Each one is dated.
Here we are. 14 days. How many dogs have we left?
10.
Are they well? Healthy?
In perfect condition. They've never been exposed.
Give them hydrophobia.
Monsieur.
What?
Give them hydrophobia. 14 days. Injections every day, Rossignol, and all of our dogs are alive and well.
Yes, you've made them immune. Absolutely. And if it hadn't been for Charbonnet, we might never have discovered this treatment.
Poor Charbonnet. Little does he know that he's been our favorite guinea pig.
Louis.
Yes, Marie?
Will you come into the sitting room? There's a doctor to see you.
A doctor?
He brought a woman here and a little boy.
I'd better go with you, Pasteur.
Yes. Come along.
Oh, Mother. Oh, hush, dear.
Good evening.
Monsieur Pasteur?
Yes? This is Dr. Rossignol.
Good evening, Doctor. I'm Dr. Pfeiffer. I apologize for not giving notice, but we've come all the way from Alsace.
This is Madame Meister. Her child is a patient of mine.
My little boy. My little Joseph.
Good evening, Joseph.
Good evening, monsieur.
The boy was bitten. I've done all I could, but that isn't very much. Should he develop
You
hydrophobia,
can help him. They told us you could.
Give me your hand, little fellow. Here. Don't be afraid. How long has it been?
11 days.
You cauterized the wounds?
Not right away. Must have been 24 hours.
It's a long time to wait.
Does that mean I'm going to die?
Of course it doesn't. Little boys don't die. They have too much to live for.
I know he won't live. I know it. Last year it was our neighbor's child, and now...
Be quiet. What has that to do with yours?
I'll save him. Save him.
Marie. Put him to bed. Let's see that he's kept warm.
Come, Joseph. Don't be frightened. We'll go upstairs, shall we?
Thank you.
This way, Madame Meister.
Is there anything you can do, monsieur?
I don't know. I'm just experimenting. I have hopes, but I don't know.
You're quite sure the dog was rabid, Dr. Pfeiffer?
Beyond a doubt. I made the test myself.
The first symptoms shouldn't appear for at least 2 weeks. We might have time to produce an immunity.
Monsieur, I implore you,
Don't
if this...
misunderstand me. My treatment has saved dogs. 10 of them. But I haven't the faintest notion what effect it would have upon a human being. If I failed, it would mean prison. Perhaps the guillotine.
Since death is the only alternative for the boy, I'd be willing to try anything. Wouldn't you, Dr. Rossignol?
No, I'm sorry. I can't agree. Much as I admire Pasteur's accomplishments, nevertheless, where human life is at stake, I'd hesitate a long while before going contrary to the best medical knowledge.
Which, in the case of hydrophobia, is to let the patient die.
We do what we can. We administer drugs and sedatives.
Is there a single cure on racket?
I'm not arguing for it. I'm merely pointing out what the accepted treatment happens to be. To embark upon a new course is always dangerous from a professional point of view and would be doubly so for Monsieur Pasteur, who is not a doctor and could expect no support from the medical profession.
Not in this...
For his sake, therefore, I strongly advise that nothing irregular be attempted. Good evening, gentlemen.
Monsieur Pasteur, you're not going to listen to him, are you?
A dog is one thing, but a human life, I don't know.
Well, if you change your mind, don't hesitate to call me.
Louis, where are you?
I've been in to look at the boy.
That syringe in your hand. What were you doing with it?
Quiet, Marie. That boy, he's so young. So young to die. Someone had to help him.
You didn't give him the treatment. You didn't, Louis.
Yes, Marie, I did.
You'll go to prison. They'll send you to prison.
Not so loud. He'll need his sleep.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Paul Muni resumes the story of Louis Pasteur shortly. In a few weeks, American audiences will see what is reported to be the finest picture ever made in Great Britain, called Fire Over England. Yet the ball of fire responsible for it is an American, William K. Howard of United Artists Studios, who was borrowed from Hollywood to direct it. It was just 10 years ago that I met Mr. Howard at Paramount. He joined me later at the Mill Productions and has since directed films at Fox, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Paramount, turning out such hits as White Gold, Transatlantic, Rendezvous, and Mary Burns' Fugitive. It was Mr. Howard who directed Paul Muni's first picture, The Valiant. Ladies and gentlemen, William K. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, thank you. May I tell you how happy I am to meet you again and to appear on the same program with you and Mr. Muni? And may I congratulate you upon the success of that brilliant picture, The Plainsman, yours, that I had the pleasure of seeing last week.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Nice to hear you referring to my directing Mr. Muni in The Valiant. That was an interesting experience because, well, Mr. Muni's first picture was almost his last. You see, the producers stopped production almost before it began. I'm sure that Paul recalled the first line he ever said in any motion picture. It was, "I've just killed a man." And the producers thought that this speech would kill the picture and kill Muni. But the picture went on, and Paul Muni emerged, the great screen personality that he is today.
It's very interesting, Bill. But please tell us something about England. Is it true what they say about the tea over there?
I knew that was coming, C.B., and here's the answer. Tea is almost as important to British production as the film itself. It goes something like this. One stops production for tea at 10 o'clock in the morning, then one stops production again for tea at 4 in the afternoon, and then one goes to the country for the weekend to rest up. But seriously, C.B., it would be absurd for us to dismiss British film production as a factor in our business. They're enthusiastic, they're aggressive, they are determined. They've tasted success with such pictures as Henry VIII, The Scarlet Pimpernel, I Was a Spy, 39 Steps, and they're going ahead in the hope of enjoying more of that success, which until now has been particularly ours.
You sound to me like Paul Revere shouting, "Here come the British."
Not at all, C.B. I'm shouting, "Here come the Americans." If you could have been with me last summer in London, you would have seen Marlene Dietrich, Sylvia Sidney, Edward G. Robinson, Anne Harding, Henry Fonda, all making English films. I'm sure you'd have thought you were in your own studio. London films are using the best British talent they can secure and the best American talent they can buy. They're going ahead, and I assure you they're a factor to be reckoned with.
I was right. You are Paul Revere. You talk like a man who's taking the next boat back.
Not the next boat, C.B., but next summer, surely. You see, when I'm directing, I'm generally in a fog anyway. I want all the sunshine I can get. And you know those London winters. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Bill. Goodbye. Back to the story of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. 3 days have passed, and the little boy Joseph is still alive. Pasteur, torn with anxiety, looks years older. His shoulders droop and his step lags. He's also worried about his daughter, Annette. And as he enters the living room, he sinks exhausted into a chair.
Any news of Annette?
Her time is drawing very near, that's all.
What does the doctor say?
He hasn't been here today. I sent round for him. They said he was ill.
Ill?
We'll have to get someone else.
When it comes to the use of antiseptics, it's difficult to find one you can trust. I'll speak to Dr. Bedell in the morning.
Louis, how is the boy doing?
The third injection made him sick. He has a fever.
A fever? What are you going to do?
Give him a fourth, a fifth, a sixth. If he lives. Marie, I've been lucky all my life. Luckier than I deserve. But if I fail now...
You're not going to fail. He'll recover. And when he does, we'll go away. We'll take a long vacation.
Roux, Martel, all of them. They need it more than we do. How fine they've been. How patient. They'll never know how grateful I am.
And why don't you tell them?
I will. And you, Marie. You most of all. What have I done to warrant such devotion?
Do you remember what you said when you asked me to marry you? You said, there's nothing in me to attract a young girl's fancy, but those who have known me very well have come to like me.
Did I say that? Was I really that vain?
And you knew better, too. You were looking in a mirror when you spoke.
Madame Pasteur.
Yes, what is it, Cecile?
Annette, madame. The coachman has just come from her house. She wants you.
So soon?
And Dr. Leclerc is ill, Louis.
Go to the house. I'll find a doctor and meet you there. Hurry, Marie.
Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
He'll be here, madame. Don't worry.
Did you boil the water, Cecile?
Yes, madame. And there's sterile gauze.
Yes.
Louis.
Yes. Is she all right?
Yes, the doctor, Louis.
I have one. Come in, doctor. This is my wife. Marie, this is Dr. Charbonnet.
Charbonnet?
At your service, madame, but only because Dr. Leclerc is indisposed and Dr. Bedell is away on a vacation, eh, Pasteur?
Well, I had to have someone.
I'll go to Annette. Cecile, come with me.
Yes, madame.
Would you mind picking up that instrument, please?
Not at all.
Thank you. Well, where's the patient?
Wait, you're not going to use those instruments without boiling them?
Certainly.
I say no.
My dear Pasteur, I'm doing this as a professional courtesy.
Then Then do it my way, please.
I'm a little tired of doing things your way. Today, 12 Russian peasants came to the hospital asking for your treatment for hydrophobia.
What has that to do with...
They said you sent them.
I did. Dr. Charbonnet, my daughter is in that room. There's not much time. Please.
But I am to do things your way.
Please.
Very well. One moment, Pasteur.
What are you doing?
I'm writing a statement for you concerning your work on the treatment of rabies.
Dr. Charbonnet, this isn't the time.
One moment, please. Shall I read it to you? Listen. I hereby acknowledge that my investigations into the cause of hydrophobia has proven fruitless and is of no value whatsoever.
That's not true.
If you will kindly sign that statement, I shall follow your instructions exactly. Well?
Give me the pen.
Thank you, monsieur. If I live another month without developing hydrophobia, I shall feel justified to publish this note in the leading scientific journals of Europe.
Take off your coat.
Of course.
Now, roll up your sleeves. And wash your hands. Here. Wash them thoroughly. To the elbows. To the elbows.
What's in that basin?
Don't worry. It's just a little chloride. It won't hurt you. Here you are. Now, you'd better use the brush, too.
Hey,
the brush.
Oh, very well.
That's right. Cécile,
Yes, monsieur?
take these instruments, put them into boiling water, and keep them there until Dr. Charbonnet asks for them.
Yes, monsieur.
There.
Well, I think my hands are quite clean now.
There's a towel at your elbow.
Thank you.
Yes, are you ready?
Except for my bag. Oh, here it is.
Don't touch it. What? Put it down! Your hands! You've spoiled it now. You'll have to wash them again.
See here, you're making a fool out of me. I've brought hundreds of babies into the world.
Do as I say.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Thoroughly. Wash them thoroughly. Now, hold them up high. Touch nothing but the patient.
Doctor.
Yes, Marie. My daughter is ready now, Dr. Charbonnet.
Are you asleep? We have a grandson. Do you hear? A grandson. Louis, wake up.
Dr. Charbonnet, come here. Louis.
What's the matter?
My husband, he doesn't answer me.
Quiet, please.
What is it, doctor? He's not...
No. He's had a stroke.
You see, Jean? He's opening his eyes.
He'll be all right now.
Marie.
Yes, Louis. I'm here.
My left side is paralyzed.
Only slightly. It isn't serious.
When did it happen?
A few days ago.
A few days?
You were more tired than anything else.
I have no fear of death, Marie. No fear. Oh, Jean. The Meister boy. How is he?
He's doing splendidly.
Thank God. Thank God. And the Russians, were you able to help them?
No, the hospital refused to allow our treatment without permission from the academy. Permission was granted this morning, but too late. 3 of them died yesterday. Horribly.
Let me up. I must go.
Louis, please.
Let me up. How many are left?
19, but it's no use. It's hopeless.
If our efforts can save one, it will be worth it. Help me up, someone. Get me dressed. Order the carriage. I'm going to the hospital. Faster, man. Faster.
Спасибо.
Patient number 6, first treatment.
14-day-old virus. Give it to him, Roux.
Yes, monsieur. Patient number 7, 4th day.
Any change?
Not this morning.
Continue treatment 11.
11-day virus. Patient number 8.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Charbonnet.
I've been watching your patients, monsieur. They're doing very well.
Yes, indeed. Even better than I hoped. Charbonnet, I didn't thank you for delivering my grandchild.
You've been ill, monsieur. I'm sorry. Perhaps this note will speed your recovery.
Note?
The statement I asked you to sign. I'm giving it back to you.
No. A bargain's a bargain.
There is your note, monsieur. I was wrong. And now I ask you for one thing more.
Yes?
I want the Pasteur treatment for hydrophobia.
How is Monsieur Pasteur today?
Oh, I don't know, Jean. He's so tired. He seems to have lost all interest.
Did you tell him about the meeting at the academy tonight?
No, but he won't go. He doesn't care very much.
But they're expecting him. I know. Yes, I know. Tell him someone's going to refute his theories. He'll care about that.
Perhaps.
Where is he?
In the living room with Joseph. I'd better see him. Joseph's mother's here to take him home.
I'll wait at the academy.
Louis, Madame Meister's waiting.
One moment. Well, Joseph, you're going home.
Yes, monsieur. Thank you.
Come here. Can you write?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to write to me?
Yes, very much.
Then let me hear from you every month, won't you?
Yes, monsieur.
Now, don't forget. I'll be looking for your letter. Goodbye, Joseph.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Madame Pasteur.
Goodbye, dear.
Well,
I never thought he'd leave here alive, Louis.
thank God that he did.
Oh, by the way, Louis, Rue just told me that a foreign scientist is giving a lecture at the academy this afternoon. He claims to have disproven your entire germ theory.
What? Again? Who is he? What's his name?
I don't know.
Disprove my theory, eh? We've got to go. We'll see about that. Get your coat. We'll leave at once. At once.
Come in, monsieur. You're just in time. They've arranged for you to sit on the platform.
Courage, my dear. I'll be listening.
This way, monsieur.
Whom are they applauding?
It's Dr. Lister from England.
Lister? Lister to speak against me?
Oh, here's the door leading to the platform. Now, your chair is over this way.
What is it?
Why, it's you. They're applauding you.
I don't understand. You said Lister...
Well, there's no one speaking against your theory. Oh, here he is now.
Monsieur Pasteur, I greet you in the name of humanity.
Lister. Great Lister.
Monsieur Pasteur, from His Majesty the Tsar of Russia, the Diamond Cross of the Order of St. Anne, with our profoundest gratitude.
You young men, doctors and scientists of the future, do not let yourselves be tainted by a barren skepticism, nor discouraged by the sadness of certain hours that creep over nations. Do not become angry at your opponents, for no scientific theory has ever been accepted without opposition. Live in the serene peace of libraries and laboratories. Say to yourselves first, what am I accomplishing? Until the time comes when you may have the immense happiness of thinking that you have contributed in some way to the welfare and progress of mankind.
And so we end the last chapter of Louis Pasteur. Paul Muni, however, returns to us in a few moments. There sits a king in Hollywood whose scepter is a pencil and whose subjects are women the world over. His realm is fashion, and in this sphere, his name, like Abu Ben Adams, leads all the rest. I refer to Adrian. A few years ago, when I went to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, I brought 3 associates with me. Mitchell Lyson, now a Paramount director, Joel McRae, now a United Artists star, and Adrian. And there he's remained, dictating styles by designing clothes for such fashion facers as Greta Garbo, Joan Crawford, Jeanette MacDonald, Myrna Loy, and Norma Shearer. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian.
Thank you. The best advice I could possibly give any woman who wants to dress well is summed up in 2 simple words. Be yourself. Women are inclined to drift carelessly into personalities they would like to be, rather than what they really are. There are women who just know their garbos, while actually their thoughts and characteristics are much more like Simone, or even at times like Shirley Temple. You will never be well dressed until the clothes you wear are the true reflection of your real self.
That's sound advice, Adrian. But how does a woman find her real self?
By observing herself intelligently and by dropping all insincerity. Women have acquired many affectations through years of confused associations. When they can push all that aside, they will see themselves simply, they will dress simply, look smart, and be attractive.
Is it your opinion, then, that women should not be influenced by what they see on the screen?
Only if they're smart enough to realize that many gowns in motion pictures are designed solely for dramatic purposes and may be quite ridiculous in real life.
Well, it's all very well to tell women that proper dress will do wonders for them. But suppose they don't have a great deal of money or a great deal of beauty. What then?
Well, frankly, Mr. DeMille, a lack of money can be a distinct advantage. Women who must watch their budgets are much more apt to show better taste because their dresses must be more conservative for all-round wear. As for good looks, the women who lead fashion are rarely beauties. Girls like Joan Crawford, Greta Garbo, Carol Lombard, Kay Francis are not pretty from the accepted magazine cover standard, but they use their heads and are constantly doing the unexpected in their dress.
The 3 most important pictures you've worked on recently, Adrian, are Parnell with Myrna Loy, Maytime with Jeanette MacDonald, and Camille with Greta Garbo. Do you expect these pictures to set any new style trends?
Well, each is a costume film of about the same period. It may be that next spring you'll see ladies wearing bonnets like Garbo's, but they'll be dashing rather than prim. Dresses may have a bit of a bustle, and I wouldn't be surprised if shawls are worn next summer over evening gowns. I'm only guessing now, and that's a good signal to call a halt. Mm-hmm. I hope I've been as much help to the women in our audience as Lux Flakes are in protecting our wardrobe at MGM. Thank you.
Good night, Adrian. Good night. And now tonight's star, ladies and gentlemen, Paul Muni.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. There's no character I've enjoyed portraying more than that of Louis Pasteur. When we stop to think what this lone man contributed to society, it makes the best of us feel a little insignificant and useless.
Mr. Muni, now that The Good Earth is almost finished, what do you plan to do next?
Well, I have 2 pictures to make. Escadrille for RKO, together with Miriam Hopkins. And then The Truth is on the March for Warner Brothers. The latter is based on the unforgettable document of Emile Zola's book, I Accuse. I'd like to talk more if I thought I had something really interesting to say, but I'm what is known as poor copy. However, I do want to say how much enjoyment the Lux Radio Theater has given me, both as a listener and a performer. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Muni. Next week, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, our play Polly of the Circus, famous on the stage and twice a hit in motion pictures. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young in Polly of the Circus with James Gleason. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Ranger Bill. Have you ever had your heart set on getting something and then was disappointed because someone else received it? By all rights, you should have gotten it, but somehow it was the other fellow who was given the break. How did you act in that situation? Did you take it gracefully, realizing that all things work together for good to those who love God? Or did you spunk up and act as though you never knew what Christian behavior really was? Well, this is exactly what happened to Ranger Ralph, who was due for a promotion when the next opening came along. But wait a minute. First thing you know, I'll be telling you the whole story. Here it is. Next in line.
Hi, Ralph. How are you?
Anything of earth-shaking importance take place while we were gone, Ralph?
No, nothing happened, Stumpy. Everything quiet. Oh, Bill, a letter came for you from Colonel Anders. Put it on your desk blotter. I thought it might be important.
Thanks, Ralph.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that you fellows are back, I'll run along home.
Okay. See you in the morning.
Right. So long, fellas.
Bye, Ralph.
Hello, Ralph.
From the size of that, looks like the Colonel threw the book at you, Bill.
Well, what's it say?
Everybody quiet. Genius at work.
Henry, you full of monkey business today.
Well, okay, it's probably a good thing Ralph left when he did.
What do you mean?
What meal?
Andy Thompson from the Mid-Central District is retiring the 1st of June. And Gil Zodkin from the Pennsylvania Eastern District is coming out here to fill the vacancy. Gil Zodkin?
Uh-oh. Ralph's going to be mad about that. By whose orders, Bill?
A man in Washington, I assume. Colonel Anders says his hands are tied by a top-level directive on both transfer and promotion. Woo! Ralph's liable to blow a fuse over this. He's the next in line, isn't he, Bill? Yes, he is, old-timer.
Wow. How do you like that? We're being invaded by a new boss ranger. There's going to be some fancy fireworks when this gets out.
One thing. You fellas keep this under your hat until I have a talk with all our men in the morning. Okay, fellas. Let's quiet down. I've just received a letter from Colonel Anders relative to some personnel changes. As most of you know, Andy Thompson is close to retirement. The date is June 1st. There's a ranger from the Pennsylvania Eastern District assigned to take Andy's place. This man's name is Gil Zodkin. Now, Colonel Anders wants him to visit us for a while to get an idea how we work out here. As you know, our method of operation is somewhat different. The Colonel would like Gil to actually run things for a while under my supervision. This will be like a training course for him. He'll arrive day after tomorrow. That's it, men.
Well, I wish I were a mind reader right now, Stumpy.
Yeah, you and me both, sonny. Boys, you're unhappy.
Bill, may I ask a question?
Sure. Go ahead, Tom.
What's happened to the rule of promotion by seniority? Has it been junked?
Not as far as I know, Tom.
Then whose bright idea is this? Colonel Anders?
No, Ed, it isn't his idea. The orders came from him, but he wrote and told me that he's guided by a top-level directive.
Bill?
Yes, Ralph?
This looks to me like a fellow doesn't have a chance to get ahead by hard work.
Well...
It's who you know, not what you know. I was to get the next promotion. Everyone knows it. And either I get it or I quit.
That's right. I thought the Forest Service was one place where influence didn't count.
Yeah, that's right.
Why should we train this new boss? Yeah. Let him find out for himself.
Yeah, like all of us did, including yourself, Bill.
Fellas, I can understand how you feel about this. However, I'm just following orders like you. Yes, I have a few questions myself on this issue, and I intend to find out the facts. When I do, those facts will be passed on to you. In the meantime, I think the less said, the better, till we've all had time to settle down and think this whole thing over and cool off.
There isn't going to be any cooling off as far as I'm concerned, Bill. You'd better tell those big wheels they're going to be missing some rangers unless this is straightened out pronto.
That's right, Ralph. Well, back into the house.
You got that report finished, Henry?
Right now, Bill. You know, Bill, I can't get over the strong reaction that news from the colonel got out of the fellas. I've never seen them act that way before. Ralph didn't even come in after lunch, and he always does.
Well, I sent him out on the trail for today, at least, Henry. Maybe you'll think differently about things out there.
Yeah, take it from me, fellers. There's a lot to this thing. More than meets the eye.
But plenty right, Stumpy. More than just facts that Ralph not get promotion.
I don't follow you. I was under the impression that all the fellas are angry because Ralph didn't get promoted since he's the next in line.
Well, that's all very true, pal. The hidden part of it is that all the rest of the men put themselves in Ralph's shoes.
Oh, you mean they're all saying to themselves, why should we work hard for so many years only to lose out in the end?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. There's some reason why the Central Office is doing this. I don't think they should hold it back. It's not good psychology. You know, this is the sort of thing that shatters a man's dreams, his ambition. We all work for more than dollar wages. We work for prestige, importance, authority, reputation. Take those away, and dollar wages don't mean much because a man's unhappy.
What do you think can be done about this? Maybe Colonel Anders cleared up? What you plan to do, Bill?
I can't do a thing right at the moment. I'm as much in the dark as you fellas. And from Colonel Anders' letter, it's plain that he's in the same boat. I think the best thing to do is wait and see what happens.
There's a ranger standing over there, Bill.
That must be the fella, Henry. Let's walk over and meet him. Help him with his bangs.
He fine-looking man. Clean cut.
Yep. Looks like he's got something under his hat besides hair.
Hey, he sees us.
Hello there. You Gil Zadkin?
Yes, I am. You're Bill Jefferson?
That's right, Gil. Shake. Now, these are my assistants, Grey Wolf and Stumpy Jenkins. My friend, Henry Scott.
Hi, fellas.
How do you do, Mr. Zadkin?
Yeah, let us help you with your bags, Gil. We'll get over to headquarters.
That'll be fine. I appreciate your meeting me, Bill. It always helps in a strange place.
Well, it won't be strange for long, Gil. You know your way around in a couple of weeks.
Mark that 10 and 6, Ed.
Okay, Ralph.
Well, the new boss ranger must be here. There goes the 9-5.
Hey, there's the train. We got visitors.
Visitors? I'd just as soon punch that guy in the nose as look at him.
Now, wait a minute, Tom. That won't get us anywhere. Remember, we've got to behave ourselves, if only out of respect to Bill.
That's right, Tom. Bill's the best boss ranger on 2 feet. We don't want to hurt him if we can help it.
Yeah. Well, what I'd like to know is, how are you going to fight this, Ralph? All the fellas are pulling for you, 100%.
That's right. What you say goes, Ralph. Nobody in a big fat office a long ways from here is going to gyp you of your rights. If they do it to you, they'll do it to all of us.
Yeah, I know that. Let's bide our time, fellas. Wait and see what happens.
Well, this ends the guided tour of headquarters, Gil. No charge, of course.
Well, there should be, the way you took me around. You fellas have a very impressive layout here. I should think you're ready for everything and anything.
This largest district in country. Plenty ground to cover.
I'm glad you said that, Grey Wolf. Bill, may I have a look at your maps?
You beat me to the draw, Gil. That's next on the list.
Let's see. How many maps have you got here on your rack, Bill?
10 altogether.
You used them all?
You see, we carry all the maps, so if we get lost following one, we can use the other 9 and hope to find a way again.
Yeah. Stumpy, you have quite a sense of humor. Quite enjoyable.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that, Gil. He'll drive you to distraction now with his corny jokes.
Ah, you see here, Henry. You laugh almost as hard as I do at my own jokes. You know it.
Better take it easy, fellas. I'd like to get through showing Gil around so he can meet the men in the morning and start working on the trail with them. Let's have it quiet, fellas. There's no need for me to point out to you who Gil Zadkin is, since that's very obvious. Now, Gil isn't going to remember all your names, first anyway. So I'll just introduce him to the 3 senior men, then he'll meet the rest of you as he works along. Come on along, Gil. Gil, this is Tom Allen.
Hello. Hello, Tom.
And, Gil, this is Ed Freeburg.
Howdy. I'm glad to meet you, Ed.
And this big hulking fellow is Ralph.
So you're the new boss ranger, huh?
Well, not exactly yet, Ralph.
You can meet the rest of the fellas in a few minutes, Gil. Men, I want you to extend every courtesy to Gil as you would to me. In a few days, he'll be out on the trail, working with you as your boss. This is only temporary, of course. It's kind of training ground for Gil, so he can find out our problems firsthand and benefit from experiences with us when he leaves for his new post. But when Gil gives an order, it's the same as though I gave it. Is that understood? Yeah. Fine. And now I want you fellas to get acquainted with Gil. We'll be making a trail inspection first thing Monday morning.
You've got a fine group of rangers under your command, Bill.
Thanks, Gil. You'll find that they're well-seasoned veterans. Cool as cucumbers in the face of any emergency.
I could feel that. It's the impression you get from men who've been through a lot. Well, now if you'll excuse me, I've got to mail some letters. Also take a stroll around town on my own. So long, fellas.
Yeah,
so long, Gil. See ya.
Boy, talk about a refrigerator. Ralph, Ed, and Tom really were cold, weren't they?
You said it, young feller. The ice was a foot thick. The rest of the men weren't so bad, though.
I think whole thing come off better than expected, in spite of bad feelings.
Yeah, I agree, Grey Wolf. No comment, Bill?
Oh, I don't know what to say, fellas. I'm a little angry with our senior men. They know better than to act that way. I'm sure Gil felt it. That's why I wanted to take a walk. Sort of think things over.
Can you blame fellows too much, Bill?
Well, no, Grey Wolf, I can't. They have a point, all right. But that still doesn't excuse them for not acting more friendly to Gil.
Well, what do you think of him, Ralph?
Oh, I don't know. Seems like a nice enough fella. But I don't know. Think he's got any more on the ball than anybody else. Why should he get my promotion?
You're right, Ralph. I can't understand why they're breaking the seniority system in the Western Division. Personally, I think we ought to give the guy a bad time. Let the higher-ups know where we stand.
Yeah, well, what about Bill's orders? We don't want to hurt him if we can help it.
No, we don't have to stage a rebellion or anything like that. What I mean is heckle Gil in little ways. He'll only be here for a short while. Bill wants him to get experience. So that's just what we'll give him, eh, Ralph?
Yeah, that's the general idea, Ed. Let him know just how we operate. You fellas follow my cues. Pass the word to the boys to sort of goof things up for Gil. You know, nothing drastic, but good. Understand?
Sure. We'll call it his initiation into the Western Division.
Yeah.
Henry will take you out to where Ralph's working with the trail crews, Gil.
Good idea, Bill. I'd probably end up 10 miles off base myself. This will save time.
You got everything you need?
I think so.
If you want anything from here, have one of the fire tower boys call in, or else use the trail crew radio.
No, I'll do that, Bill. Should be back in 3 days.
Right. Don't forget to make out your daily reports. Okay, better get going.
Yeah, so long.
So long, Gil.
I'll be back as soon as I can, Bill.
Hey, get up there! Ed, what's the matter with the men? Those stumps aren't regulation.
What do you mean they're not regulation? The men are cutting them off 2 feet from the ground, aren't they?
2-foot stumps aren't regulation, Ed, and you know it. We have trees back east, you know. Tell the men to get back over there and cut them over. Stop wasting the government's time. 1.5 feet this time, and be sure they keep them all that low.
1.5 feet? What are we making? A lawn?
Hey, Lefty!
Yeah, what's the matter, Gil?
How wide are you plowing this fire lane?
Well, 75 feet. Why?
Why? What do you mean, why? You should know it's 90 feet.
Huh? Oh, okay, so I made a mistake. I'll make it as wide as you want it.
Ralph, when are the grazing permits report due in?
I think they're supposed to be in now, Gil.
What? Let me look at the schedule again. I haven't got it all down yet. Let's see. Tree plantings, wildlife diseases, flood control. Here it is. You're right, Ralph. They're due in today.
Well, they won't be.
You mean you haven't got them ready?
Nope.
Well, why? You knew they were due, didn't you?
I've got other things to do than make out reports.
How soon do you think you'll have them finished?
A couple of days.
Couple of days? Can't you
If
understand?
that doesn't satisfy you, you can do them yourself.
You want to see me, Bill?
Yes, Gil. Sit down, will you? Gil, I've just got the grazing permits report this morning. Some things I wanted to ask you about. Footbridge over Otter Creek had to be torn down and rebuilt. Fire lanes were plowed wrong, had to be corrected. Signs warning tourists not to pester the bears aren't up yet. Guardrail on the trail Dead Man's Gorge only half completed. So on. How about it?
I guess I'm not cut out to be a boss ranger, Bill.
Nonsense, Gil. You wouldn't have been sent here for training if somebody didn't think you had it in you.
Why didn't Washington wait until Andy Thompson retired and then send me right into my new job?
That might be disastrous for you and the forest, Gil. If I were transferred to the Eastern Division, I'd want them to train me the way they're training you.
Oh, you're right. But running a forest out here is different in lots of ways than it is in the East. You have different problems here. Believe me, I've learned a lot this past week.
Glad to hear that, Gil. However, you haven't learned how to handle men. Gil, how would you handle this personnel problem if it happened when you take over Andy's district? That's why you're here, to give you training as a boss, not as a ranger necessarily. When you go to your new assignment, you got to be ready for anything.
Oh, what do you suggest I do?
Gil, my men are testing you, just as they did me when I first took over. Call their bluff. Don't let them push you around. Meet them face to face and talk straight from the shoulder. You'll have senior men in your new command.
All right. I'll take your advice. Thanks, Bill. Fellas, I've called you together to tell you that I've just been raked over the coals for not getting the job done either right or on time.
What's that got to do with us, Gil?
Plenty, Ralph. I know you're giving me the business. Let's call it testing.
What if we are? Can't you take it?
Yeah, Tom, I can take it. As long as your testing doesn't interfere with the job. We're here to get certain things done, and from now on, they're going to be done, or I'll know the reason why. Test me all you want. That's all right with me, as long as we get the job done. All these little errors and failures have got to stop, and stop right now. Okay. It's your turn to talk.
Okay, Gil. We'll take the heat off.
Yeah, let's give Gil a break, fellas.
All right. Say, Sonny, have you noticed something? By the way of things, Gil's got the boys moving right along.
Yes, old-timer. I think Gil's finally got the man under control. They pushed him around for a while, but they've been called on it. Maybe the battle's over.
You think Ralph and the fellas have gotten over their resentment?
I hope so, pal. Resentment can eat at a man's spirit like a cancer. He hardly realizes it.
Yeah, but other people realize it plenty quick.
Not true enough. Time will tell if fellows get over this.
Well, Gil's called their bluff. He has the control. Chances are that now they'll try and get that control away from him. Henry, have those reports arrived yet?
No, Bill, they haven't.
Just what I thought.
What do you mean? How would you know? You took Storm out for a fast run early this morning.
That's right, and I did that for a reason, pal.
Hey, you're angry.
Yes, I am. Get Ralph on the radio, will you? Tell him I want to see him at once. Hello, Ralph.
Hello, Bill. You wanted to see me?
Ralph, what's wrong?
What do you mean, what's wrong? Look, you know as well as I do, the fella hasn't got what it takes.
That isn't what I'm talking about, Ralph. I want to know what's wrong with you.
Me?
Yes, you. I mean, deep inside. Ralph, we've been friends going on 5 years. You're not only a ranger under my supervision, but a personal friend. I know you like a book. You're not acting like your old self. Ralph, you're a strong Christian. But it's my guess you've fallen into the trap of Satan.
I don't think my spiritual life is any of your business, Bill.
But what you do for the U.S. government is my business. You're next in line for promotion, Ralph.
You mean I was next in line for promotion?
However, with your present attitude, if an opening did come up, I wouldn't even recommend you for promotion.
You wouldn't, eh? Showing your friendship, I suppose, huh?
That's just why I wouldn't recommend you. Because I am your friend. Ralph, let's face it. You're filled with bitterness and resentment. Things haven't gone just the way you wanted it, so you're spunking.
Is that so? What is this? You're giving me a sermon?
No, Ralph, I'm not giving you a sermon. I'm talking straight from the shoulder about the terrific change for the worse that's come over you since Gil arrived. You've got to realize that we can't always have things our own way. Remember the lesson God taught Job?
Job? Yeah, there's a lesson you and the big guns over you need to be taught. You can't push senior men around.
God, he belongs to you. Deal with him as you would a son. In Jesus' name, amen.
Hey, Bill, phone's ringing.
Huh? Oh, I'll get it, Henry.
Boy, the way it's ringing, something must have happened.
Hello, Bill Jefferson speaking.
Bill, this is Ralph. I'm sorry I woke you up.
That's all right. What's wrong, Ralph?
Me? I know it's an unearthly hour, but can I talk to you? I mean, as soon as I can get to your house.
Well, of course, Ralph. Right over. I'll be waiting for you. Bye.
Bill, I had to come to see you. God has been giving me a terrible whipping. I'm terribly sorry for what I've done and the way I've acted. Everything you said to me is true. I knew I was guilty. That's why I was so mean. The Lord wouldn't let me sleep until I came over here and apologized.
I accept your apologies, Ralph. Believe me, I understand how you feel. Maybe I would have felt the same way if I'd been in your shoes.
Thanks, Bill. You're a real friend in every sense of the word.
Thanks, Ralph.
And you can still help me, Bill, if you will.
Gladly. Just name it.
I'd like you to pray with me and ask the Lord to take the resentment out of my heart and put love and patience there. I want the Lord to give the patience that Job had.
Ralph, why are the fellas gathered around? They're supposed to be out working.
I called them in, Gil. There's something I want to say to you in front of them, if you'll let me.
Okay. What is it?
Well, Gil, the first thing I want to do is apologize for the things I've done to you and the way I've acted since you came on the job. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm the one who's been ringleading the special treatment you've been getting. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I must say anyway that I'm terribly sorry, and please accept my apologies. For the rest of your stay with us, you'll have my wholehearted cooperation, and I'll help you as much as I can.
Ralph, I appreciate what you've just done more than you know. It took a lot of courage. I most certainly will forgive you and accept your apology.
Thanks, Gil. Okay, fellas, let's get with it. Do the job we're supposed to do.
Well, Gil, I must say you done a fine job. Won a tough battle. Good for you.
Thanks, Bill. It's been a terrific experience. I've learned a whale of a lot about supervising men. To give credit where credit is due, Ralph, Tom, Ned, and all the rest of the men have been an invaluable help in showing me the special problems you have out here.
Well, that's fine. Very happy it turned out the way it did.
You leave us in the morning for a new job. That right, Gil?
Yes, Grey Wolf, that's right. I'm sorry to have to leave you fellas, but, well, orders are orders.
Oh, you won't be so far away, Gil.
That's right, Sonny. We'll be working together.
Oh, hi, Ralph.
Hi, Ralph.
Hi, fellas. I'm sorry you have to leave us, Gil.
Thanks, Ralph. I'll be around to see you as often as I can.
I'm afraid Ralph won't be here then, Gil.
What's that, Bill?
What do you mean, Bill?
Ralph, here are new orders for you.
What? Well, what kind of orders?
Read them. They just came through.
Fellas, I've been promoted to take over the Southern District. Louis Hampton's going to division headquarters, and I'm taking his place. Oh, it sounds almost too good to be true.
It is true, Ralph. So you see, you really are next in line. Well, you can see, boys and girls, it never pays to jump to conclusions and think you've got all the answers. And in being bitter and resentful because things don't happen the way you'd like them to, you're only hurting yourself. Because the Lord may have bigger and better things planned for you. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen.
with yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and our happy postman. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, the coffee that gives you so much more for so little more that it's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yes, Maxwell House, expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, this is a very special day in the Burns home. It's George's birthday, but the little man is far from festive. Only Gracie remembered the great occasion, and he's pretty upset about it.
Happy birthday, dear.
You've been saying that all morning. So far, you're the only one who said it. Here it is noon, and not one card or telegram or phone call have I gotten.
But, darling, weren't you pleased when you went into the bathroom this morning and found the little surprise I fixed for you?
Well,
Not many wives would think of squeezing toothpaste on the floor to spell out birthday greeting Foopsie boy.
No, not many.
Of course, it spoiled the effect a little when your foot slipped in the greetings and you fell right on the boopsie.
Yes.
But the feeling was there.
It still is.
Happy birthday, dear.
Yeah, happy. What's the use, Gracie? I'm just a nobody.
Oh, don't say that, George. Why, you're one of the greatest men this country has ever produced.
Oh, sure. I'm another Lincoln.
Well, you could be. What did Lincoln do? He went to Gettysburg and he made a speech.
So?
So you go to Pittsburgh and make a speech. It's a bigger city.
Yes, more people. Look, I don't ask to be another Lincoln, but I would like one person to wish me a happy birthday.
A happy birthday, dear.
Now I'm famous. Now everybody knows me.
Yeah. Well, don't you worry, dear. Before I'm through, they'll celebrate your birthday. Just like they do Lincoln's and even George Washington's.
You'll make me as great as Washington.
Well, sure, all he did was become the father of his country.
That I can't handle.
Well, why not? Crosby almost made it.
Gracie, everything I say, you try to make a mountain out of it. I don't expect them to close the banks and shoot firecrackers on my birthday. Lincoln and Washington were great presidents.
Well, you could be someday if you got started. Well, why don't you run for Congress?
I don't know what a congressman does. If I got elected, I would just sit there and twiddle my thumbs.
And you say you don't know what congressmen do.
Gracie.
Happy birthday, Senator.
Oh, stop that. I tell you, I'm just a forgotten man. Nobody knows it's my birthday.
Oh, now don't say that, George. Oh, here comes Bill up the walk. I'll bet he remembers.
Well, hi, Burnses. George, I just dropped in to congratulate you.
Ah, you see?
Well, I'll be darned. You remember what day this is?
Well, how could I forget? Everyone in radio celebrates this day.
Well, thanks, Bill.
Yes, sir, George. It was just 6 years ago today that you hired me.
Oh, no, Bill. This is George's birthday.
It is?
Well, yes. This is the day George Burns came into the world. And I think the bank should close and the schools should close and everything in the country should close.
Well, now, wait, Gracie. Sure, it was a calamity, but let's not give up.
We're rolling now. The comedian is here.
Bill, I meant that this should be a national holiday. George's birthday should be the same as Lincoln's.
Well, it only missed by a couple of years.
How about a tune on your violin, Mr. Benny?
Bill, you'll be
Working
sorry you
without
talk
Rochester
like
is
this.
not easy.
Bill,
Yes, Grace.
I said you'll be sorry you talk like this when George becomes famous.
You think you'll make it, Gracie?
Well, everyone thinks so. Even perfect strangers can't understand why he hasn't made it yet. They look at him and say, wonder what's holding that man up.
The longer you look, the more you wonder.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All George needs is a break, and he'll be famous.
Famous my foot. Even Bill, my best friend, didn't know it was my birthday.
Well, maybe Bill's not good on dates.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, brother.
You know, ever since I got into pictures, I've been sort of a ball of fire with the women.
Well, there you are. You're famous with women because you got a break.
Well, Gracie, I don't think it's my break so much as my clutch.
This is disgusting.
happy birthday.
I know I'm happy. As gay as a lark.
Oh, there's someone at the door now. I'll bet they've come to congratulate you.
Oh, sure.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman. Do you know what day this is?
Indeed, I do. It's Thursday, September the 19th, A.D. 1900.
Oh, no. I don't mean that. This is my husband's birthday.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Burns. You don't look a day older.
I don't?
No. But then I don't see how you could.
A comedian in uniform. Have you got any birthday cards or packages or anything for me?
Not a thing but a magazine, Mr. Burns.
Boy, am I famous. I'll see you later, Gracie. I'm going down to the cigar store.
Happy birthday, dear.
Nuts.
You know, my husband is a little upset, Mr. Postman. Nobody remembered his birthday.
Oh,
and it's a shame because he's a great man. I think he's as great as Columbus.
At my house, it's just the opposite. My wife thinks she's Columbus, and I'm the ocean.
Really?
Yes. Every night she sails into me.
Well, I'm sorry your wife doesn't love you the way I love George. Oh, if he could only do something spectacular. Something that would attract the attention of the world. Like discover a new medicine, or a new continent, or a vacant apartment.
That's expecting the impossible. Well, I'll be running, Mrs. Burns. Here's your magazine. Oh, there's a fascinating article in it about sending rockets to the moon.
You mean they actually are ready to send rockets to the moon?
Oh, certainly. All they're waiting for is someone to volunteer for the first ride.
Mr. Postman, the first man to go to the moon will be pretty famous, won't he?
The world will be at his feet. That's quite a trip, you know. 240,000 miles.
As the crow flies?
I don't know. My wife has never been there. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
I better take a look at this article. My goodness. Fame and fortune await the man who volunteers for first rocket trip to moon. Yo, Bill, come here.
Yeah, what is it, Gracie?
Oh, Bill, I've got a wonderful idea. George is going to be the most famous man in the world.
Oh, Gracie, stop knocking yourself out. Whatever he does, people won't know George from the man in the moon.
Exactly what I've got in mind.
When the moon comes over the mountain. Gee, Meredith, it must be 15 years since Kate Smith first sang that song.
All of that, Bill, and it's been a favorite with millions of Americans ever since, including folks who've never been closer to a real mountain than the plains of Kansas or the canyons of New York.
Which only goes to prove that mountains have a magic appeal for all of us, Meredith. And that's not surprising, because from the Great Smokies and the Alleghenies out east to the Rockies and the coastal ranges of the west, our mountains are a mighty thrilling and exciting part of the American scene. And, you know, in its own way, Maxwell House coffee is a very real part of the American scene, too. For here in this land where coffee is a national drink, it's a fact that Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Across the nation, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Now, it's flavor, of course, that tells this popularity story, the rich, vigorous Maxwell House flavor that results from the masterful blending of these premium, Highland-grown Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness. Other fine coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. All of which mean great coffee at its flavor peak. So, friends, why not enjoy the best in coffee drinking pleasure? It's yours for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just say Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
birthday, dear.
Happy birthday. Even my own family didn't remember it was my birthday.
Oh, just wait till I make you famous.
Not even a card for my brother in Akron.
While you were gone, I read a very interesting article about the moon, dear.
My own brother who wore my suits when I outgrew them.
You know, the moon has lots of advantages as a place to live.
Not a word for my brother in Brooklyn, either.
For instance, the days up there are 2 weeks long. Think what that would do for your golf game. You could start playing in the morning and be out of the rough the very same day.
My own brother who wore my suits when my brother in Akron outgrew them.
And then there's no gravity up there. Something that weighs 20 pounds here on Earth only weighs 4 pounds on the moon. What a place to buy meat, huh?
And no birthday greetings from my sister in San Diego, either.
The first man to go there will be world famous, you know.
My own sister who wore the pants of my suits when my brother in Brooklyn...
Well, with all that's in its favor, wouldn't you like to go to the moon? George.
And my young... Huh?
I said, wouldn't you like to go to the moon?
Go to the moon?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. Can't wait to make the trip.
Good.
Always wanted to live there. Buy round-trip tickets. We'll save money that day.
Oh, dear. I'm so glad you feel that way. Happy birthday, Buck Rogers.
What?
I'll see you later, dear. I've got a little errand to do.
You're quite sure, Mrs. Burns, that your husband wishes to volunteer to go to the moon in our rocket?
Oh, I'm positive. He's simply dying to go.
Mm-hmm. Then, in the name of the American Rocket Society, I accept that brave man's offer. We'll launch the rocket tomorrow.
Oh, now, this will make him famous, won't it?
Famous? Madam, within an hour, every newspaper in the country will carry your husband's name in headlines.
That's it. I want the name George Burns on every tongue. I want George Burns to be famous.
Oh, don't worry. He will be.
Oh, I can see the headlines now. Gracie Allen's husband flies to moon.
Yes. I'll call the radio network so the top news commentators can get this on the air immediately.
Oh, there's strange news tonight. Oh, yes, for years they wanted to send a man to the moon in a rocket. And now they're sending George Burns. And tonight people are saying, is that the same as sending a man? Well, your guess is just as good as mine.
Good evening, friends. Well, there's a remarkable development in the news. Yes, a development which I'd like to point out particularly. George Burns is making a most extraordinary trip. No, he's not going to Russia in a carrier. Oh, no. No, he's going to the moon in a rocket. Happy landings, George.
Gee, almost 5 o'clock and still no birthday greetings. Even Gracie went off and left me. 15 years I've been on the radio, giving my all to the public. And what does the public give me? That's what they gave me. Oh, that's the door. Come in.
Western Union for George Burns. Sign here, please.
Well, I finally got a telegram.
Hey, telegram. There must be at least 200 here.
200?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, wait, son. This calls for an extra big tip. There.
Gee, thanks. I can go to a nightclub on this.
You can?
Sure, this'll pay my streetcar fare all the way.
200 telegrams. I guess that's why I didn't get any all day. They saved them to deliver in a bunch. Let's see who this one is from. The American Rocket Society? We salute you on this day of days. The name George Burns will live forever. Now, why should the American Rocket Society send me birthday? Oh, I guess they want me to buy my fireworks from them next 4th of July. Here's one for my insurance company. Best of luck. Last week, you allowed your insurance to lapse. Thank you very much. Huh? Oh.
I'm back, darling.
Oh, hello, Gracie. Gee, honey, I thought people didn't remember my birthday. But just look. Hundreds of telegrams from all over the country.
My goodness.
Why, there's even one here from your mother. I always thought she detested me. But just read this.
Oh, dear George, Gracie always said you'd go far, and at last it looks like you'll go far enough.
See? Your mother thinks I've just about reached the height of success.
Oh, well, George, maybe I'd better explain about these telegrams. You see, they're not...
What's there to explain? Great public idol is having a birthday, and the people want to congratulate him. That's all.
Oh, these telegrams have really made you happy, haven't they, dear?
This is the happiest day of my life.
Oh, well, then enjoy yourself.
Imagine all this fuss because I'm 37 years old.
How old?
38.
How old?
39.
How old?
Well, the exact figure doesn't matter. I'm 10 years older than you are.
Oh. Imagine all this fuss just because you're 25 years old.
Yeah. That's probably more telegrams. Come in.
Hello, all.
Oh, hello,
Hello,
Meredith.
Meredith.
I thought you were Western Union.
No, I'm Musicians Union. George, I just dropped in to say congratulations. The whole town's talking about you.
Really?
Yes.
I wonder if those other two chaps got this much attention.
Other two chaps?
Yeah, they were presidents or something. Abe somebody or other, and George Ellington, I think it was.
You mean Lincoln and Washington?
Oh, yes, those are the names. It just skipped my
George,
mind.
those are the two greatest Americans that ever were produced in this country.
Well, now we are three. And you went by the way of Syracuse.
I wish that you were from my hometown of Mason City, Iowa, George. Just so we could put a bust of you in the public library right alongside our other hometown hero, Longfellow.
Longfellow was from Mason City?
Yes, sir. Sam Longfellow.
Oh, Sam, that's the tall Longfellow.
That's the fellow.
one with the face, yes.
The first man to ever use the interlocking grip.
Playing golf, huh?
No, milking cows.
And there's a bust of Sam in the public library?
Yes, sir. And I only wish you were a Mason City boy, George, because in my opinion, you'd be a bigger bust than Sam.
Goodbye, Meredith.
Goodbye, all.
Meredith Wilson and his chiffon music. To each his own.
bunch of telegrams that just came, George.
Really? How monotonous.
Well, aren't you even going to look at them?
Why bother? They all say the same thing. How fortunate the world was to have me born in it. One knows that, doesn't one?
Yes, one does, and I couldn't mention which one.
Do I detect a faint note of sarcasm, Grace?
Grace? Oh, goodness, no.
I don't want you to feel that I'm impressed by all this flattery. Actually, it bores me.
Really?
Yes. Would be such a relief to hear someone say, George Burns, you're not so great.
All right. George Burns, you're not so great.
That's odd. Now that I hear it, it just sounds silly.
Well, I suppose I shouldn't complain. I wanted you to be famous.
And you may rest assured that my fame is the lasting kind. I'm not the sort of man who flashes into the air like a skyrocket.
Silly boy.
I beg your pardon.
Nothing, dear, nothing.
I wonder why Hattie hasn't called.
Who?
Hattie.
Hattie?
Hattie Truman. That chap in Washington.
Oh.
I thought perhaps he'd have Margaret sing Happy Birthday while he accompanied her on the piano.
Now, George.
Oh, bother. Someone at the door. Grace, would you say come in? I want to save my voice for a personal appearance tour.
Oh, now, George, be yourself. If you're going to act this way, I'm not so sure I want you to be famous.
Want me to be? I don't see what you could possibly do about it. I'm a public idol. The people worship me.
George.
I'm a steak in the meat market of their hearts. A fillet on the platter of their affections.
And a ham in the living room of my house.
Please, dear.
Hey, what's the matter? Don't you answer the door over here?
No, Bill. George is too important.
Well, I can't say I blame you, George. You really are a big man.
Oh, you're so right, lad. As I just said to Grace, why hasn't Hattie called?
Hattie?
Oh.
Not Hattie. Hattie.
Hattie Carnegie?
No. Harry. See, that's what he calls the president.
Oh.
Marshal Stalin is Joe, and the King of England is George II.
George II?
Yeah, he's George I.
Well, I still say I can't blame you, George. There's a terrific story about you in this evening's paper with a picture and everything. Would you like to see it?
Oh, no, thanks, Bill. If I look at my picture, I'll only get conceited. You may read me the headlines.
Okay, George. It says, George Burns volunteers for death-defying rocket trip.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. I'm a big... What?
That's what it says.
But it can't.
Well, here's the article right in the most prominent spot in the paper, next to the Maxwell House coffee ad.
Well, read it.
Okay, it says, Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Yet it costs only a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold.
No. What does it say about me?
Oh, the ad doesn't mention you, George. It just goes on to say that careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, plus radiant roasting, give Maxwell House that famous flavor.
Bill.
Yes, sir, the flavor of Maxwell House is so wonderful that it's bought by more people than any other brand at any price. So insist on Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Bill, the article about me. Where does it say I'm going?
To the moon.
Oh, well, if that... The moon?
Oh, George, stop getting so excited. You're not going to fly up there alone.
I'm not?
No, you'll be in a rocket.
Rocket schmocket. I can't go to the moon.
Well, look, dear, I'm sure there's no danger. The man said the rocket would fly very smoothly. There'll just be a little jerk at the takeoff.
There will be if you can catch him. Goodbye, Gracie. See you later, Flash Gordon.
Gracie, did you tell those people I'd fly to the moon in that rocket?
Yes, dear. I wanted you to become famous so you could take your place beside Columbus and Napoleon and Washington.
That would put me beside... They're dead. And all those people sent me wires because they thought I was going to the moon. Not because it was my birthday.
That's right, dear.
Well, I'm not going to the moon. You get your hat and coat, young lady. We're going down to that rocket society and get me out of this.
Well, I can't understand why you're so scared about a little trip to the moon. The way you act, you'd think I was sending you someplace dangerous, like the peace conference.
Get your hat. Let's go.
Well, mister, I'm back, and this is my husband, George Burns.
Yeah, look...
Well, it's a pleasure to shake your hand.
Yes.
You're a brave man.
Yeah, but I...
You're the kind of man who laughs at death.
I do, huh?
Yes. You were scheduled to leave for the moon tomorrow, but I'm afraid I have bad news for you.
I'm going tonight, huh?
No. You're not going at all.
I'm not?
He's the kind of a man who laughs at life, too.
I know what a disappointment this must be to you, Burns.
Yes. I feel miserable.
Well, I'm glad you decided to cancel the rocket trip. A man shouldn't leave his wife for such a long and dangerous journey.
Oh, we didn't cancel it. Another man volunteered, and he pleaded so desperately, we decided to let him go.
He's willing to leave his wife?
Oh, yes, I explained that he might never see her again, but he only grew more determined.
My goodness, who is it?
I'll introduce you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Well, I still haven't got a birthday greeting from anybody.
Happy birthday,
Oh,
dear.
stop with that.
Oh, come on, smile, George. Birthdays are fun. In about 5 years, I think I'll have another one myself.
I can't get over it. Here it is my birthday and nobody cares.
Well, I care. I spent all morning trying to fix you a birthday cake. But I'm afraid it won't look very pretty. You just can't get good candles these days.
They're bad, huh?
Oh, terrible. Every time I put the cake in the oven, they melted all over it.
Good night.
And now stay tuned in for the Kraft Music Hall, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Get Bird's Eye and get the best. For example, get the best peas you ever tasted. Bird's Eye Peas, as garden fresh as peas just picked from the vine. Bird's Eye Peas come ready to cook, and they're thrifty, no waste. Get Bird's Eye Peas tomorrow, but be sure they're Bird's Eye. Remember,
it can't be the same if it ain't got that name. Get Bird's Eye frosted foods.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to break the pension racket.
Yes, madam. Make your contribution now. We're campaigning for a special pension for everyone over 50.
Mr., contribute to us, and you won't have to worry about your old age. Thank you.
I'm using my influence at the state capitol personally. Turnbull's the name. Turnbull.
Turnbull and I. There are many old-age pension plans, but none like ours.
I'm collecting money for the campaign. We need yours.
Make your contributions now. There are many old-age pension plans, but none like ours.
Don't worry about your old age.
A campaign to push old-age pensions through the state legislature.
Many plans, but none like ours.
Contribute now.
None like ours.
Turnbull and Briggs, influence at the state capitol. Yeah, that's right. Lots of old-age pension plans, but none like ours.
What do you mean, Hurley?
I'm through. No more collecting. Get someone else. You're a gyp, Briggs. You and Turnbull.
Hurley, if this is the way you talk after we were good enough to hire you as a collector for our campaign, you're fired.
I quit. And that ain't all.
That's enough. We're running a sincere campaign.
Sincere, my foot. Sure, there's plenty of old-age pension plans that's on the level, but not this one.
You can't say that.
I turned in $50 for your campaign. $50 from old folks who needed the dough plenty bad. I saw you this morning. You marked me down for $10 brought in, and the two of you. Where does the other 40 go?
Buck, come here.
No wonder the Daily Sentinel's been after you.
The Sentinel?
They're sending a reporter over. I'll give them proof you're crooked, all right.
Did you hear him, Buck?
Yeah, boss, I heard. So you're gonna shoot your mouth off.
Who are you?
Buck is our special man, Hurley.
He takes care of people who talk too much. People like you.
You open your trap, you'll be 6 feet under.
Wait, you can't do that.
All I'm saying is don't talk and you won't get hurt.
Do you understand, Hurley?
I guess I was speaking out of turn, maybe.
He understands.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't say nothing.
Okay. Just remember that, and nothing will happen to you.
Buck can be very tough, Hurley. Bear that in mind.
You collect the money. How it's handled is our affair.
I tell you, you don't have to worry. I ain't talking.
Hey, which one of you guys is Hurley?
What?
Well, I'm looking for a man named Hurley. Girl at the desk said he was over here. You?
No, my name's Turnbull.
I'm the one you want.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Hurley.
Just a minute. What do you want him for?
Oh, nothing special. A little private matter.
Private?
That's right. Come on outside and I'll treat you to sarsaparilla or something. You remember me, Hurley, that phone call this morning?
Oh, that. I changed my mind.
Oh, you must be that reporter from the Sentinel.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Hurley made a mistake.
What do you mean, mistake?
We were going to discharge him. He resented it and called your paper. You understand. A disgruntled employee and all that.
All what? Come on, Hurley, let's get together.
I'm staying here.
Huh?
Mr. Briggs is right. I have nothing to talk about.
Exactly. Perfectly happy here, aren't you?
Sure I am. Sure.
Why, you... So that's how it is.
Now, if you'll excuse us, we're very busy.
This campaign takes a lot of work. We can't waste time.
Last chance, Hurley. If that phone call was on the level, you and I have a lot to talk over.
I told you once already. I ain't got nothing to talk about.
If it was worthwhile, I'd poke you one. You're so scared already, you'd probably faint before I connected. Look at me, boss.
What's wrong, Laurie?
Stood up, that's what. Remember that phone call that came in this morning?
A man named Hurley?
None other. He was going to give us a yarn on that phony campaign fund business.
Well, he did say something about it?
Changed his mind.
What?
Sure. I went over there this afternoon. All he was handing out was the air.
No story.
Boss, we could put what he said in the weather report box, and it would still be empty.
It's too bad. I had hoped we'd get enough out of him to give us a start toward crushing this racket.
You'll never prove it's a racket by him.
What went wrong? Why did he change his mind?
The finger.
What?
Finger, boss. The spot. That guy was white as a sheet. I'll bet all the dough in the mint against what I got in my pocket. He was told not to talk or else.
I see. All right, Laura, you tried anyhow.
Thanks, boss, but they don't pay off on tries. All I hope is that I don't have to see that guy again. Not for a long time.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Miss Case, a man named Hurley called this morning. Have we his name on the file just for the records?
Yes, Mr. Reed, on my desk in the card index.
Thank you. I'm going to use my private phone, see that no one comes in when I'm talking. If Hurley is afraid to talk, there's only one way to change his mind. He must be made afraid not to talk. Cato, we're taking a little ride tonight. Have everything ready. Yes, a little surprise visit. Soap in my eyes. Where's the washcloth? Here it is. What's that? Sounds like the doorbell. Can't hear with the shower running. Somebody's always calling, right when I'm in the shower, all the time. Okay, I'm coming. Wait till I get my bathrobe on. Tracking water all over the place. What do you want? I'm right in the middle of...
Hello, Hurley.
What are you doing here?
Coming in.
No, wait a minute.
Move.
I didn't talk. I didn't tell nobody nothing.
So you was right in the middle of a shower.
You didn't have to come here. I told Turnbull and Briggs I'd keep my mouth shut.
Look here. Water all over the rug. Your footprints, Hurley. Don't stand here.
Let go of my arm.
We're going back in the bathroom, pal. You and me.
Listen, what are you going to do?
That's better. You shouldn't stand around like that. You might catch cold.
I'm all right. I'm not cold.
Why, you're shivering all over. Get back into that shower, pal.
Stop it. Stop looking at me that way.
Here, I'll turn it on.
Let go of me. Let go.
Shut up.
I'll keep quiet. Honest, I'll keep quiet. I'll keep quiet.
No answer, Mr. Bates?
Someone left here as we came up, Cato. I wonder who it was calling on Hurley.
We saw him, Mr. Bates.
We stayed out of sight as that man came down the stairs, but something tells me we should have taken a good look at him. Well, we're here to make Hurley talk, not to worry about strange visitors. Still no answer in yet. And the door's open. Inside, quickly. Lock the door. Strange. Lights are on, the door open.
Look, Mr. Bates.
Yeah, wet footprints on the rug. Just beginning to dry out, but they're still distinct enough to see.
Just a print of bare foot.
One set of bare footprints leading to the front door and back. Another set, yeah. Shoe prints this time going just one way. No trace of Hurley himself.
Shower running.
Huh? Yeah, the shower is running. We can hear it even with the bathroom door closed. Hey, look, a trickle of water running out from underneath the bathroom door.
Is something wrong?
There's something very peculiar going on here. Hey, you see these prints?
Yes.
They show that Hurley went to the door in the middle of his shower. Someone came in, went back to the bathroom with him, and then left.
How can you tell that?
But notice how the man wearing shoes left prints only from the bathroom to the front door. And they must have gotten wet in the bathroom.
But where's Hurley?
More water trickling under the bathroom door. We're going to see why that shower is still running.
What's that?
Hey, open the door. Hurley, open up. This is the cop on the bait. Open the door.
Police. We can't be found here, Cato. Not with my Green Hornet mask and gun. Here, get this window open. Move down the fire escape. Lucky we had the Black Beauty parked right below in this alley.
Yes, sir.
There's a mystery back in that apartment. We'll learn more about it tomorrow. But right now, it's more important for the Green Hornet to make himself scarce.
What about it, Casey? Boss in yet?
For the 10th time, no.
Oh, when's he due? This is important.
I've told you before, he's on his way down.
Is it about the Hurley business you want to see him, Lowry?
Tend to your knitting, will you, Axford?
Holy crow, who's knitting?
What gets me is what happened to Hurley.
What's that, Lowry? What about Hurley?
Haven't you heard?
How could I? I just got here.
He met with an accident, Mr. Reed.
Sure, he was taking a shower.
What kind of an accident?
Boss, Hurley's dead.
You don't say.
What's the matter? You don't even act surprised.
Oh, yes, of course I'm surprised.
It happened last night, Mr. Reed.
So Hurley was murdered, eh?
Suffering snakes, Reed. Your belfry's all woolly. Nobody said it was murder.
Well, no one said so. I just assumed
It wasn't murder, boss.
Just an accident.
An accident? You're all worked up about an accident?
It's the coincidence of the thing that gets me, boss. That guy was scared stiff yesterday, afraid to talk. And right afterwards, he slips in the shower, smacks his head against the faucet, and wham, Penny.
Come in my office, Lowry. I want to hear more about this accident.
Golly, Reed, I ain't coming too.
Now, let's get this straight. You believe it was an accidental death, Lowry?
Oh, it was mighty convenient.
Yeah, my thought exactly. How was Hurley discovered?
The lady downstairs from Hurley's place Heard a loud thump, you see.
As if
and then-
someone had been hit?
He didn't pay much attention at the time. Then a little later, water started to leak through her ceiling.
What did she do then?
Well, she was sort of scary, Reed. After recollecting that noise, she called the cop in the corner. He went up to have a look-see,
And he found Hurley lying in the shower dead with the water running over.
That's it.
Golly, Reed. If I didn't know you was home in bed, I'd say you was there yourself.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Because that's just how it was.
Oh. Well, it's not difficult to reconstruct what happened.
As soon as I heard it was Hurley, I hopped down there. You should have seen it, boss.
Yeah, I wish I had.
There were footprints all over the floor.
Footprints on that?
What, boss?
Oh, nothing. Go on. What about the footprints? Don't tell me Hurley had been walking around in his wet feet.
No, it wasn't Hurley.
It wasn't?
Well, what's the matter with you, Reed?
The footprints were the cops and the people who came up from downstairs. The bathroom floor was wet, and they tracked the place up, that's all.
In other words, if there had been a murder, all the evidence was covered up.
Well, how could it be murder if it was an accident?
Well, Axford, lots of people slip in the bathtub, but why should it happen to this particular man and at this particular time?
That's the way I feel, boss.
Yet, from what you say, there's no evidence.
Not a scrap.
Who was with Hurley when you saw him yesterday afternoon?
No, you can't get anything that way, boss. Turnbull and Briggs, that's all.
No one else?
No? A couple others around the place, but...
No one threatening him?
Whoever it was, the threats were all made before I got there.
Lowry, keep after this.
I was hoping you'd say that.
There's nothing we can do about it now.
Nothing nobody can do.
Still, murder is a hard thing to cover up. It's just possible that this is a murder and that it isn't as foolproof as it seems.
That evening, Britt Reed returned to his apartment and told Cato of his predicament.
Cato, you and I know that Hurley was murdered. That man we saw leaving those footprints on the floor, positive proof.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
Yet we can't tell the police what we know because that would mean the end of the Green Hornet.
Why, Mr. Brett?
The police would accept my word about those footprints, even if they dried up by the time that officer forced his way into Hurley's place. But they'd want to know why I was there and why I left so secretly. You know, Cato, an investigation is one thing we can't afford.
What are we going to do?
Hurley was murdered because certain people were afraid he'd talk. With him out of the way, Turnbull and Briggs can continue making a racket out of their old age pension plan.
That's true.
Got the mask and the gun, Cato. Only you and the Green Hornet know that murder was done. And it's up to the Green Hornet to solve that murder.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now, to continue our story. Britt Reed and Cato stepped through a secret panel in the rear of the clothes press, then along a narrow passageway built within the wall of the apartment house, down a flight of stairs until they stood in a supposedly abandoned building where the Black Beauty, the sleek, streamlined car of the Green Hornet, was kept.
Solve this murder and we smash the racket Turnbull and Briggs have set up for themselves.
Shall I drive, Mr. Britt?
All we saw of the man who was at Hurley's place before us was his general outline, and that'll have to do. You take the wheel, Cato. We're after the names of the men who worked for Turnbull and Briggs. Fast driving, Cato. Here's the office building. You follow me. There's a side entrance. I'll have to force it.
Here, Mr. Britt?
Yeah, this is it. Wait. The night elevator attendant. He's sitting where he can see whatever goes on.
I see him.
Have to get him out of the way without using gas. Too many people use this building, even at night. He can't take a chance on being trapped inside should someone discover him gassed.
Yes, sir.
You go on to the front entrance, Cato. Ring the night bell. Then get back to the car and stay there.
Very well, Mr.
Ring it good and loud. I want to be sure that night attendant goes all the way to the front, so I'll be inside before he returns.
Leave those files alone, Briggs.
I know what I'm doing. Hurley's dead.
Getting his docket out of the files won't make any difference. It was an accident.
How can we be sure nobody suspects?
Don't be a fool. The police called it an accident. The newspapers called it an accident. Why make a fuss over nothing?
The police have withheld evidence before.
There was no evidence. It was fixed to look like an accident all the way.
I'm playing safe. Suppose they come around asking questions.
Nobody's asking questions that we can't answer.
They might run across the files that show how we're keeping money for ourselves. Why take a chance?
Okay, have your own way.
If I'd had my way, Hurley would have been alive.
He knew too much.
The threat was always necessary to shut him up. We saw that yesterday.
For how long?
I don't like murder, Turnbull. It's dangerous.
Get those files locked up. As long as Hurley was alive, we were heading for trouble.
If I'd known you were going to
My orders were carried out. I saw fit to remove Hurley, so I had him removed. Now shut up and get busy. Late enough already.
What,
Who's that? Who are you?
Turned out the light.
Look out, Briggs.
One side. Here, let go.
I want your payroll list. Where is it?
I'm not...
The payroll list.
Let go my arm.
The payroll, hurry.
In the file, top drawer.
That's better. Now, join your pal on the floor.
No.
Before you do any phone calling, take a look at this door.
Oh, my jaw. Where's the phone?
Why didn't you stop him?
Try stopping a whirlwind. You know who that was?
Had my back turned.
Saw him when he came in. That was the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
Call the police. They'll take care of him.
Yes, hurry, the Hornet.
Turn on the lights. Can't see the dial. Well, that's better.
Don't call the police. Wait.
Get away, you fool.
No. Didn't you hear what he said as he left?
What's that got to... Huh? What did he say?
Something about the door. Look on the door.
The door? I don't see anything.
That paper wasn't stuck to the door before.
Where?
This.
Why, that's nothing but part of a newspaper page.
Turnbull, look at this. Here's that item about Hurley.
It's circled in pencil. And the word accident...
crossed out. He's written murder in its place. Turnbull, we don't dare call the police. The Hornet's wise.
Mr. Britt?
I got the payroll record, Cato. Way down those stairs from Turnbull's office. You drive, Cato. I want to start checking these names. Fortunately, there aren't many. A racket like theirs needs very little overhead.
Where will go now?
3 women. Needn't bother with them. Here's Hurley. And death checks him off. That leaves 1, 2, 4 possibilities. Head for a phone, Cato. I'm getting in touch with those men right now.
Leaving the Green Hornet mask and gun in the Black Beauty, Britt Reed made several phone calls to the men on the list. Finally, on his 3rd call...
Hello, is this Buck?
Talking.
Now, listen, Buck, I just left the office. The heat's on.
What are you talking about?
I can't mention names over the phone. That accident last night.
You mean the cops know it wasn't an accident?
You sit tight. Stay where you are. We're coming right over.
Listen, Turnbull, I ain't sticking around waiting for the cops to pick me up.
You heard me. I'm giving the orders.
Not anymore, you ain't. You two are in this just like me. I'm coming down to the office right now. I want protection, and you're giving it.
Be smart, Buck. Stay where you are.
I'm coming down. If the cops grab me, I want you guys around where I can see you. Just in case of a double cross. You get it?
Yeah, suit yourself.
That's what I'm doing. I'm on my way.
Worked late, huh, Mr. Turnbull? I was just thinking tonight
Then
how...
think. Don't talk.
You know, there's some of those kids around, they'll do anything. Pound the side door open, for instance.
This elevator takes all day.
Here you are, ground floor. You're the last tonight. Oh, gosh, there's somebody else ringing the front bell.
Come along, Briggs.
Wait, I gotta open the door for you. Let the other man in.
That's about time. Hey, what is this? You guys ain't leaving.
Buck.
What are you doing
Who
here?
you kidding? I got the phone call.
We didn't phone you.
Sure you did, about the job I pulled on Hurley. You said the cops was wise that it was
Shut
a
up, you
murder.
fool. You.
Me, Mr. Turnbull?
Get back to your elevator where you belong.
Oh, sure.
You didn't call me. Who did?
What's been going on tonight, Turnbull? You think this may be more of the same?
Well, do the cops know or don't they?
Back inside.
You.
Say, who is this lug?
The Green Hornet.
What?
I'm the one who called you back.
On the phone?
I came here. I had other plans, but your office will do just as well, Turnbull.
What's the matter with you, Buck? Go after
It
him.
wouldn't be wise.
He's got a gun, boss.
I never signed you. You're covered there, too.
Who came up like a cat? Not a sound.
March, you first, Turnbull.
All right. Don't think you're getting away with anything, Hornet.
What you're getting away with concerns me more.
Does this guy know?
We'll talk about that when we get
You
upstairs.
can't blackmail us.
Say, I thought you gentlemen were gone for the night. I didn't figure. A stick up!
One side in the elevator.
No.
Get in, the three of you.
Hey, you can't do that. Private property.
You're staying here. I'll run the elevator myself.
No, wait.
Take it.
You shot him.
Only guess. He'll be out for an hour. Time for us to have a nice long talk. And by the time we're through, we'll know where we stand.
Now, listen, Lowry. Will you stop harping on that Hurley accident?
How do you know it was an accident?
Because I know it. Sure as my name's Doyle.
Suffering snake style. Lowry was only asking you a civil question.
And I answered it. Now shut up and let me answer the phone.
Hello? I'm at the police station. Police!
What's up?
Green Tan building. A man in a mask tried to gas me, but the elevator door's closed. But
Speak up. I can't hear you. What man in what mask?
the night attendant at the Green Tan building. Come down, hurry.
What's the matter with you, man?
What's the excitement, Doyle?
This guy on the phone. He must have passed out for a minute. Hey.
I'm all right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it something?
A fella in a green mask. He had a gun, would have gassed me. Only the outside elevator door closed first.
You say you would have gassed you only the outside elevator doors closed first? A man in a green mask, eh?
Green mask?
It's
Wait,
in the
holy
Green
crow.
Tan
That's
building.
a Green Hornet.
Fifth floor.
Yeah, I hear you. Up on the 5th floor. We'll be there. It's him, all right. Up on a skyscraper on the 5th floor.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Glory be. It looks like we're after getting the Green Hornet at last.
All right, Hornet. You know the whole setup. What do you set it for?
Well, let's get out of this office.
No hurry, Buck. Nobody knows we're here except the night attendant downstairs, and he's gassed.
Why waste time?
Get to the point, Hornet. A crook like you doesn't bother with something unless you have an angle.
I have.
What are you looking at me for?
Turnbull, do you realize the spot you're in?
This racket can support all of us, Hornet.
I'm talking about Buck.
Me?
He's a murderer, Turnbull. Murderers are dangerous.
I still don't see
Suppose
what
the police pick him up for any reason. It doesn't matter whether it's for this particular job or not. They'll work over him. They'll make him talk.
Hey, what does that mean?
He might let something slip about Hurley, even if he didn't mean to.
Why, you're
I'm not
suggesting...
doing business until you get rid of him.
Your accomplice. He's getting impatient, Hornet.
And this is the only door. You think over what I've just said while I'm outside.
There ain't nothing to argue about.
What is it, Cato?
Wait, the police.
Police, where?
They just came. I saw from a window.
Oh, they're downstairs. It's a tight spot, Cato. How did they find out we were here?
I don't know, Mr. Bates.
Cato, get into that elevator. I jammed the door open on this floor so it wouldn't run. It's our only chance. If you hear the police before I join you, don't wait. Save yourself.
No, Mr. Bates.
Do as I say, Cato. Get into that elevator.
But I will not leave
No
you.
time to argue. Pray that I'm joining you soon.
What did he want?
Now, listen, Hornet. Nobody bumps me off. Not while I'm
I'm tired of talk. From now on, I'm taking charge.
Look out, the gun.
This is for you two.
Yes,
What's the meaning of it?
Now, you, Buck. Get going.
You're gone screwy. First you're against me, and then
Get
you...
out this door.
Let go of me.
Into the elevator. I haven't changed my mind, Buck. You're going to be taken care of. Well taken care of. Now, close the doors.
No, you can't. You can't do it. Now, listen, Hornet.
Look at the indicator, Doyle. That elevator's starting down.
That's what I told you. He had it up there jammed, so I couldn't bring it down.
I sent some of the men upstairs. They'll cover the 5th floor.
Suffering snakes. If the Green Hornet's in this elevator, we got him hands down.
Sure, he don't know we're waiting. He'll open them doors and step right into our arms.
Look, it's coming to the 1st floor. Get ready.
We'll settle with you in just a few minutes, Buck.
Holy crow, he's talking to somebody. Quiet.
Now, listen, Hornet. I won't tell nobody I bumped Hurley off. You can trust me.
Did he say Hurley?
I trust nobody, especially a rat like you.
I tell you, it was Turnbull's idea. Him and Briggs, they give me my order.
And I'm giving you this.
I don't hear nothing. Why don't he open the door?
Holy crow, look at that.
The elevator's moving again. It's going on down to the basement.
If he gets away now, I'll... Quick, how do we get to the basement?
This way.
Step on it.
Keep your gun handy.
We'll get him.
This way, around the corner.
There's the elevator.
Sure, with the door wide open and no Green Hornet.
Who's this guy? He's out cold.
Here's where we got out through the coal chute.
That guy thinks of everything.
And he leaves a murderer behind for Dial to put the cuffs on.
Murderer? Sure, this guy murdered Hurley. We heard it all through the door. And Turned Bull and his pal are in it, too.
Say, that's right. We did hear him confess, didn't we?
Well, you gotta say one thing for the Hornet. He may get away himself, but he always leaves somebody around for the cops.
Racketeers arrested for murder. Pension racket smashed. Green Hornet escaped police. Green Hornet still alive. That's the Electric Pepper.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. As cowboys gather round their campfires, they still tell stories of the most picturesque and colorful character ever to ride the plains. The masked rider of justice whose deeds have been handed down through the years by the people of 7 western states. A thrilling adventure lies ahead as the Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver, old boy. We have to meet Bert tonight, and we've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Jake Caldwell and Lem Purdy had fought hard and worked hard throughout their years together. They had seen stampedes and dusty drives over long trails. They'd known good times and bad. They'd quarreled, and each, on more than one occasion, had saved the other's life. But they'd never been parted, and as they grew old, they lived in a small 2-room shack some distance from town, their lifetime savings hidden in their home. It is night as our story opens. Jake, disturbed by a noise, excitedly awakens his partner.
Lem, wake up. Come on.
Stop shaking me.
Wake up, Ratchy, and keep quiet.
Oh, what's the matter? Tain't morning, is it? Tain't even light outside.
I know it ain't, but wake up. I heard the door of the house squeaking.
Oh, wind blowing it like as not.
Wind nothing. Ain't a breath of air stirring. What's more, I barred that door myself before I come to bed.
Jake, did you say someone was in the house?
That Ratchy, get the sleep rubbed out in your eyes and get your shooting iron.
I'm awake now. Let go me. I'm wide awake.
Someone's in this here house, Lem. Someone's after our money.
Well, then let's get going.
Now, stand ready. Get your gun steady and I'll open the door sudden.
I'm ready.
Call on him to stand still. If he don't, you just open fire.
You sure there's someone there?
I don't know. If they ain't, it's all right. Here goes now.
Stand where you are. He's shooting.
Shoot back.
Oh,
he's getting out.
Take a shot. I'm winged.
There he goes.
Shoot him, Jake. Shoot him.
Missed. Blast the dark. I missed him.
Get a lamp going. See if he's got our cash.
How bad you hurt, Lem?
Never mind me. I'm just winged. Get after that critter.
How can I?
Get a light. See if our cash is gone.
Set yourself down and take it easy till I get this lamp lit. I got to see how bad you're hurt. That's the first thing.
Our cash.
Your cash won't be no good to you if you're dead. Maybe that wound's bad.
What ain't bad?
I'll have a light in a jiffy now. There we are.
See about the money. If we lose that cash, we're cleaned. Every dime we had in the world was in the box.
Look, the box is gone.
Oh, he got it, Jake. He's cleaned us out. It's the same skunk we've been hearing about.
Robbed, flat broke.
The dirty ornery polecat, the snake, the
Let me see that wound.
Oh, but we'll get him. He can't get away. I was ready for him.
Stop your noise and let me see your arm.
The heck with my arm. Take a look outside the door. I fixed it so's the critter wouldn't rob us.
Lem, don't excite yourself now.
I ain't. I tell you, Jake, I trapped him. I figured he'd come to rob us sooner or later.
Sure thing, Lem. I know all about it.
You think I'm loco?
Well, sometimes a wound gives a man a fever. You don't know what he's saying. Now, just you wait till I get water heated up
Let me look outside the door.
Lem, won't you sit still?
I had reasons for not wanting you to use the front door, Jake. I've been wondering how long it'd be before the sneaking thief come to get our cash. Come here.
All right, Lem. I'll humor you.
Just fetch the lamp and take a look. A man couldn't come in the front door without walking on the porch.
Nope, I reckon not.
Now, fetch the lamp.
I'm fetching it. Here it is.
Come on.
That wound of yours
Yeah,
needs
mind
taking.
that wound. Look here. Look. A couple of days ago, you thought I was loco, didn't you?
It didn't make sense. You claiming you wanted to feed the birds and throwing flour in the porch for 'em.
You thought I was loco.
Well,
I
I
was
thought...
trying to feed flour to the birds. Well, all I wanted was to spread flour on the porch. Now, look.
Why, doggone!
A footprint. A clear one and a good one.
Darned if it ain't.
There's the mark of the sneak thief. Jake, there's rewards for him.
Yeah.
He's been working all around here.
Rob someone most every night.
Yep, and takes care not to leave tracks. Well, there's his track.
Sure enough he is.
And that track will hang the skunk. I told the sheriff what I'd done. Now, all we got to do is to get him here, let him find the boot that matches that mark.
That won't be hard, Lem.
Well, why won't it?
Well, look at the size of them boots. There ain't but 3 men in the whole blame town wears boots that big.
And it's patched. You see?
Yes, sir.
Jake, we're going to get our money back and get that reward and all the honor of getting the thief on top of it.
Lem, I thought at first that you was touched in the head.
I knew it.
And then I thought you was a little feverish. And then I thought for sure you was loco. But I take it all back. You're smart.
Early the next morning, the two excited old men reported the robbery to the sheriff. They also told him of the footprint, and the lawman returned to their shack to make an investigation.
It's about the clearest footprint I've ever seen.
And we seen it last night, Sheriff, and then we put a box over so it wouldn't blow away.
You can trace the crook by it, can't you, Sheriff?
Now, let me see.
Many men wears that size boot, is he?
2, maybe 3.
That's what I figured.
There's one of them wouldn't stop at robbing you.
Who?
Big Wally Burke.
Wally Burke. By turn, that sounds like the man. He never was good for much, was he?
Drunk half the time and sleeping most of the rest. His wife's most crazy trying to make something of him.
Then he's the one.
He keeps telling it around that he's going to come into some money someday.
Yeah, well, he's come into it, but by darn, he won't keep it for long.
Lem, last week when you told me about the scheme you had in mind, I thought you was loco.
Me too.
Well, it wasn't as things has proved.
You give me the clue that'll make it so as I can get that sneak thief that's been working around here and jail him.
He wounded me.
Well, maybe we can hang him for that. It wasn't his fault that you wasn't killed. He shot to kill.
You gonna call on Burke now?
I sure as thunder am. And when I do, I'll take a look at his boots. And if they got a patch that matches this, we got the goods on him.
Our scene changes to the home of Wally Burke. Wally was a typical character to be found in almost any small town. He was big but lazy, good-natured but shiftless. He was honest but not clever. He seldom possessed anything more than small sums of cash. And it was with surprise that his wife watched him as he counted a large pile of money.
I still can't believe it, Wally. All that money. Ours.
Yep.
Honest?
It's as honest as any cash that's circulated out here, Mary.
But where'd it come from?
I told you, Mary, that someday it'd come to me. It's reward money.
For what?
Well, I can't tell much without sort of boasting.
What you ever do that got a reward?
Helped to catch 5 killers over Pecos Way. They was masked men that done most of the work, but he promised me that I'd get the reward.
And he gave it to you?
Yep. Last night when I rid out. I guess I kind of sneaked out the house on you. But I've been going out to Flat Rock every night, hoping sometime this man would be there with the cash. Last night he was there.
No, Wally. Now if you'd only straighten up and stop drinking and do something worthwhile.
I'm a-going to, Mary. I promise you that. I'm a changed man. Now I'm a man of affairs.
If only you'd prove that by your actions.
I'm going to put this cash in the bank.
If we've seen the last of the hard days, I'd be the happiest woman in the world.
See who's there, will you, honey? And fetch my boots when you come back from by the door.
I will.
I'll put the cash away till I go to the bank.
Howdy, Mary.
Sheriff.
I want to speak to Wally.
Come on in.
Howdy, Sheriff. Come on in. Well, there's Lemon Jake. Hey, you two old galoots. How in tarnation are you?
Not as bad as might be.
Where's that cash from?
Take a look, Sheriff. My luck's changed.
Yeah, changed for the worse.
What's the matter?
That's our cash.
Yours?
Looks like we got you with the goods, Burke.
Huh? Why now, Sheriff? See
Left
here.
our place last night, didn't you?
Stole our cash.
Shot at Lamb.
Now, gents, I don't know what
Wally, is that the truth?
Why, no.
Was this critter out of the house last night, Mary?
Yes, he's been out most every night.
Now, look here.
So you're the critter that robbed Lemon Jake, eh?
I never done no such a thing.
Where'd that cash come from?
Why, it's reward money. I got it for something I did in Pecos.
When?
I got the cash last night.
That's likely.
How long since Pecos been paying reward cash in the middle of the night?
Well, it wasn't paid direct by Pecos. A man fetched it to me.
What's his name?
I don't know that.
Where's he from?
I don't know.
Where's he now?
I don't know nothing about him. He was masked.
If that don't beat all.
Expect that sort of story will be believed?
Hold on, boys. Let me handle this.
Oh, Wally, you can't fib your way out of it. Why don't you tell the truth about it?
I ain't fibbing, Mary. I'm a-trying to tell the truth.
Wally, you didn't need to go to Lemon Jake's place to meet this masked hombre that you didn't know nothing about, did you?
I wasn't nowheres near Jake's place.
Then tell me how your boot made a print on his front porch.
Huh?
Lem had flour spread there. He set it as a trap, and it worked. This boot fits that mark on the porch.
Gosh, I don't see how that could be. I didn't wear them boots, and I wasn't near the porch. I snuck out of the house last night so Mary couldn't stop me. I was wearing these moccasin slippers I got on right now.
You thief.
I wasn't even near the house. I got this money honest from the masked man.
Ain't no use trying to brazen it out, Wally. They got you.
We'll take our cash back if you don't mind, Sheriff.
Take it. Now then, Burke, you're under arrest.
But, Sheriff, I tell you...
Maybe you can save yourself from hanging by telling where you've hid all the rest of the stuff you sold.
I ain't stole nothing. Mary, you tell him.
I'm sorry, Wally. Much as I'd like to be on your side, I can't believe you're anything but a sneak thief. There's been a lot of talk around here about the sneaking coyote that's robbed everyone. But to think it had to be you. You of all people.
But, Mary...
It's no use, Wally. I'd have stuck by you through almost anything. But stealing like that and shooting at a poor old man like Lem, well, you'll have to take what's coming to you. That's all I can say.
Come on, Burke.
But, gosh, Sheriff, Jake, Lem.
Thief, rat.
Come on there.
Boys, let me get these slippers off and get my boots on.
You won't need boots in jail.
Honey, don't you believe what they say. I'm telling you the truth.
Who's that?
Mrs. Burke,
Masked. Who are you?
I'm the masked man who met your husband last night. Didn't he tell you about it?
You?
Yes.
You gave him money that was for a reward?
Yes, why? Where is he?
And he told the truth.
What?
Mister, they took him to jail. He's charged with stealing. He couldn't even make me believe the truth. Whoever you are, in the name of heaven, help poor Wally.
I'll be back.
Hello, Silver!
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The savings of Jake Caldwell and Lem Purdy were stolen by a thief who entered their shack at night. A footprint left by the thief made them suspect Wally Burke. Wally was discovered by the sheriff in possession of a large sum of money and thrown into prison. But the cash was reward money, given him by the Lone Ranger. When the masked man learned what had happened, he rode to his camp, where he met Tonto.
So after I left Burke's home, Tonto, I inquired around the town and learned all about this sneak thief.
Who, him?
I don't know who the real thief is, Tonto, but I do know it isn't Wally Burke.
You with him last night?
Yes, we were together at the time this prowler went to the home of those two old men.
Ah.
But you and I are the only ones who know that Burke is innocent.
Lawmen not believe you.
No, they have Burke in jail. The curious thing is, his boots do fit the print on Lem's front porch.
Oh.
The thief stole much less from those two than Burke got as his reward. The sheriff naturally supposed that other stolen money was with Lem's and Jake's.
We get Burke free, huh?
We're going to get him free, Kimosabe, but I don't know just how we'll do it.
You sure boot fit print on porch?
The sheriff said it did.
Maybe him wrong.
He might be, but it's hardly likely. However, we'll make sure for ourselves that the print is still there.
Oh, footprint still there?
The sheriff has it covered to make sure the flour doesn't blow away. He plans to use it as evidence at Burke's trial.
What law do to Burke?
As nearly as I can find out, they plan to hang him.
Him, not killer.
I know it.
Him, not horse thief.
The man who stole Lem's money wounded him. The sheriff claims that the shot was fired with the intention of killing. On the strength of that, they'll try to hang poor Wally Burke.
Him, our friend.
We came all the way from Pecos to give him the reward he earned. We're going to do our best to give him the freedom to enjoy that money. Tonto, you stay in town and learn everything you can. Find out all there is to know about the sneak thief. Meanwhile, I'll learn what I can in another way. We'll meet here in 2 days' time and compare notes.
Tonto go to town. No.
And I'm going back to Mary Burke's place. I want to hear more about her husband. Come on, Silver.
Up, white fella.
The sheriff locked Burke in the jail, then made his way to another cell, where Simon Boswell was imprisoned for cattle stealing. The sheriff, not wishing to be overheard, spoke to Boswell in guarded tones.
It's worked slick as silk, Boswell.
Burke's sure to be convicted, ain't he?
Never was anything more sure.
Good.
It's a good thing I was told about that flower on Lem's front porch. It'd give us the chance to leave them footprints there.
Yeah. Prince, the biggest man in the town.
When I saw Wally sneak out of the house last night, I went in and got his boots. His missus was asleep. Say, them boots must have come all the way to your hips when you wore 'em, didn't they?
Well, they were darned inconvenient, but I managed 'em all right enough. I even walked a little ways from the house to my horse, so as to leave prints on the ground as well as on the porch.
Good. Now, there's one thing that's got me a little worried, Simon.
What's that?
Lem and Jake seen you when you fired, didn't they?
They seen someone was in the room, that's all.
Did they see how undersized you was?
I don't think so. It was dark.
I reckon if they had, they'd have said something about it.
I'm sure they would have.
I never figured on us getting all the luck we had.
What's that?
Burke was given some reward money the same night.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
It worked out perfect. I'd figured he'd be catched with no cash, and we'd have to make folks think he hid the money. But he had the cash right with him.
Too bad we can't get that, too.
It's gone to Lem and Jake.
Yeah.
Maybe if Wally could escape, you could slip out another night and go to Lem's place again. Folks would think Burke went there and stole the cash before he made his getaway.
That might be worth a try.
By thunder, it could be done, Simon.
Suppose it could.
I can tell Wally that he's due to hang. I'll fix up a story and see how he takes it. I'll let you know by and by. I'll talk to him right now.
All right, do that.
Sheriff, I tell you ain't giving me a fair chance.
I want to speak to you, Burke.
You talk with Boswell in the cell on the other side, but you won't come near to me.
I'm here now, Burke.
Listen, won't you just try and find that masked man? He'd tell you the truth.
Oh, your story's too thin, Wally. No jury'd believe it.
Well, go to Pecos.
Too far.
But drat it, I'm innocent.
Listen, Burke, will you listen a minute?
Well?
You're in a bad way. Maybe you don't realize what's ahead for you.
Oh, I know. Jail for about 5 years.
No, worse.
You wouldn't keep me here no more than that. No jury would give me more.
You won't stay in jail long, Wally. You shot Lem.
I did not.
The facts say you're the one that was there, and the one that was there shot him. Attempting a murder is the same as murder, as far as punishment's concerned. You savvy?
No.
You're slated to hang, Wally.
What? But I'm innocent.
Now, hold on. I don't believe your intention was to kill. That's where I'm different from the jury that'll try you. I don't want to see you hang.
I don't want to hang.
There ain't but one way for you to avoid it. That's to make your getaway from the jail.
How?
Don't talk so loud.
How can I get away?
I'll help you to. Late this afternoon, when folks ain't around, I'll let you out. You get heading for the North Country and keep moving. I'll have a horse for you.
Well, then I'll be an outlaw.
Take your choice. A living outlaw or a new grave in Boot Hill.
I won't be able to see Mary no more.
Reckon she don't care much about seeing you, Wally.
No, I reckon she don't. I'm just born to hard luck. It'd be bad enough if I was guilty, but being innocent, being on the verge of having things that cash would buy, then to see it all gone? Sheriff, I may as well head for the Badlands.
Late that afternoon, the Lone Ranger and Wally Burke's wife closely examined the ground near the shack for further evidence. Caldwell and Purdy, unable to understand what they were searching for, watched with open curiosity.
What the same hell they doing anyways?
I don't know, Lamb. They're coming to the house now.
May as well open the door and let them in. I'm sorry for Mary Burke.
Yeah, so am I.
Hi there, Mary. What you doing?
I wanted to have a look at the print on your front porch, Slim, if you don't mind.
Them Wally's boots?
Yes.
I'm too polite to inquire about the masked man. Seems you might show better judgment, though, Mary.
What do you mean, Jake?
Well, being as your husband's in jail, it ain't wise for you to associate with his outlaw friends.
I'm not an outlaw. Now take the cover off that footprint. I want to see it.
Gosh, you talk like you was used to giving orders, stranger.
Let me see the print that sent Burke to jail.
Lift the box up, Lem.
Yeah. There.
The boot fits it all right, mister.
Yes, but that doesn't prove that Wally Burke wore this boot.
Huh?
Unfortunately for the real criminal, he walked in the dirt here far enough for his stride to show.
What do you mean?
I don't savvy.
Burke is about the same height as I am. Look how I'd have to walk to match this stride.
Jumping Juniper.
Jake, you see that?
Do I see it? Am I blind?
Them short steps. Burke never could walk like that, let alone run for his horse to make a getaway.
I know Burke isn't guilty because I'm the man who brought the money to him.
The money?
The money he said was given him by a masked man. The money you claimed is your own.
But me and Jake, we was robbed.
Yes, and the thief still has what he took from you. Who is the smallest man in town?
Gosh, they don't grow small around here, stranger.
There's that cattle thief. Oh, but no, it couldn't be Simon Boswell.
Why?
He's already in jail.
He is? I want to see him. Who knew about the flour you spilled here?
Why'd you want to know that?
Because the thief made it a point to step in it. Who knew it was here?
No one but me and Lem.
The sheriff, Jake. I told the sheriff.
Look, there's Wally riding away.
Your husband.
You sure of that, Mary?
Yes, I'd know his style of riding. That's him heading north from town.
Here, Silver.
Where's he going?
He must have got loose from the jail.
He's escaping.
I'm going after him. We're going to learn things now. Hello, Silver!
The Lone Ranger overtook Wally Burke, and together the two men rode out of sight. That night the jail was lighted only by the moon shining through the barred windows. The sheriff went silently to Simon Boswell's cell and unlocked the door.
Move quiet till you're out of town, Boswell.
Is everything all right?
Sure, as long as you keep quiet. Careful not to leave no tracks tonight. I couldn't get them boots for you to wear again.
Where are they?
I don't know. I went to the house for 'em, but Mary wasn't home, and the boots was missing.
I wonder where she put 'em.
Never mind them. Get going now, and be sure you're back here so I can lock you up again before morning.
I'll be back, all right.
By the time you've finished your term in jail, we'll both be sitting pretty.
We're sitting pretty already. I'll get going now.
Maybe when I've got all I can out of him, he'll have an accident. Too bad for Wally Burke. But he should learn to take care of himself like I do.
You stand still.
What the?
No. Go back.
Hey, what's the meaning of this?
You'll find out by and by.
Put down that gun. I'll have you hung for this. You're sticking up the law.
That's right. You bad law.
You cussed redskin. What do you expect to get out of this?
You see. Now me take gun.
No, you don't.
Take gun. Me got gun. Now you go in jail.
Now, hold on. Listen, you can't do this.
Hey, do. Lock you in jail.
Wait. Listen, Injun. I'll make a deal with you. I'll pay you cash money. There's things you don't savvy. It's worth a lot to me to get out of here. I'll pay you more than you ever seen before. Let me make a deal.
Tonto disappeared and left the sheriff in the cell recently occupied by Simon Boswell. The sheriff, raging, shook the bars of his cell and called for help, but received no reply. The hours went by slowly, until finally, at daybreak, Boswell returned and found the exhausted lawman locked in the jail.
Great gosh, what's this mean?
Let me out! Let me out! Before someone comes and sees me in here.
How'd you get in there? Where's the key?
I don't know where the key is. The Injun's got it. Did you get the cash?
Sure, it's right here in this package. Them two didn't even wake up this time.
Who says so?
Lem!
We was awake, you rat.
We was awake all the time, keeping quiet.
Now maybe the truth will come out.
Burke! You back?
We all here.
It's a frame-up. It's a frame-up. You can't do more than jail me.
That, Boswell, is for a jury to decide. The sheriff said the man who shot Lem will have to hang.
No. I'll tell you everything if I don't hang. I'll tell you where the money's hid.
That's the thing we want to know.
Injun, you got the key for that there cell?
Me, got.
Then open the door and let Simon Boswell in along with the sheriff.
There's the masked man to give me the reward money. Maybe now you'll believe me, Sheriff.
It don't matter if he believes you, Wally. I do.
Mary. Oh, gosh, Mary. Maybe at last our luck has changed.
Listen here. I'll make a deal with all of you.
The door, Tonto.
There. Door open.
In with you, Boswell. I reckon when the United States Marshal takes charge, he'll be downright pleased to have all the true facts of the robberies in these parts. And the sneaking lawman that let a prisoner out in jail to rob folks.
Mister, you fetched me that reward money. I tried in Pecos to get you to take it. I'm offering it again right here now. Hey, wait a minute, mister. I'm talking to you.
Come on there, Silver, old fellow. There's trouble in San Carlo. Tonto's there waiting. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. As haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost. As inevitable as a guilty conscience. The identity of the Shadow is known only to his intimate friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Blind Beggar Dies.
There are smiles that make us happy. There are smiles.
Evening singing, Jim. Chilly tonight, isn't it?
Indeed it is. Thank you, sir. There are smiles.
Hello, Jim. Wish me luck tonight. I'm going out with a new boyfriend. He's awful nice.
All the luck in the world, you miss. Thank you. There are smiles which make us happy.
Well, if it isn't singing Jim. Holding down the same corner after we told him to pay protection to move.
Yeah.
He don't pay off and he don't scare.
I don't make enough to keep body and soul together. Now, you go away. Let me alone.
Oh, so you're going to try to buck our racket, eh? All right, Marty, bring him back in the alley.
Oh, now, wait.
Then we make him see things
Now,
that way.
take your hands off me. You let me alone.
Come on,
Let
Joe.
me alone.
We just want to talk to you a minute. We got a proposition for
Yeah,
you.
but now I told you, I don't need protection. I have a license because I'm blind. The police don't bother me none.
Bring him back over here, Marty. This
No.
is private enough.
Now,
Okay, Spike.
Now, wait.
Easy on that blackjack. Get up and hold your mitt over his mouth so we don't let
Now,
him
don't.
war. Okay.
I'm an old man. I can't stand it. I haven't any money to pay. I tell you,
All right, give him once over. Right. Now, listen, Singing Jim. Next time you fork over $1 a week or you'll get the worst. Okay. Marty, dump him over the wall there and let's go.
Look at that crowd gathering, Lamont.
Yes.
Isn't it amazing how any little thing can get a crowd together?
Sometimes those little things turn out to be big things, Margot.
That's just Lamont Cranston, the amateur criminologist, coming to the fore.
Oh, look. They're trying to get into that alleyway. Somebody hurt, probably.
Oh, yes.
All right, move on. That's it, this man in the ambulance.
Oh, good evening to you, Mr. Cranston. Oh, what's wrong, Clancy?
It's poor old Singing Jim. Somebody found him in the alley all smashed up. Looks like a truck run over him.
All right, out of the way. Move on now. Move on.
Poor old Jim. Lamont, look at his face and head. He doesn't look like he's been run over.
Oh, don't hit me. I can't pay. I can't.
Okay, Jack, back to the hospital and make it fast.
Oh.
This old boy's in a bad way.
Lamont, somebody beat him up. But who'd do a thing like that and why?
I don't know, Margot. I've known Singing Jim for years.
So have I. Everybody knows him and helped him out.
Margot, he looked pretty bad. I think I'll go to the hospital and see what I can do for him. More than this than meets the eye. Want to come along?
Yes, Lamont. I hope we're not too late.
Of course you can see Singing Jim, Mr. Cranston. How is he, Doctor? Triple concussion. Looks pretty hopeless.
Poor old Jim.
How did it happen? Well, the police report lists it as a hit-and-run case. In my opinion, he was beaten with some blunt instrument. Piece of pipe or a blackjack. He's right in here.
No. Don't hit me. I'm an old man. No.
I'm afraid you won't get much out of him, but you can try. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks, Doctor.
Oh, I can't pay. I need protection.
Now, Singing Jim.
I don't...
Jim, it's Lamont Cranston.
Oh.
I've come to help you. And Miss Lane is here, too.
Oh.
You remember her.
Hello, Jim. What happened? Who did this?
Oh, keep away from me. Let me go. Don't hit me again.
I'm afraid he's delirious, Margot. Jim, listen. We're not going to hurt you. You're safe now. Who hit you? Why did they do it, Jim?
They told me I had to pay $1 a week, or they'd give my corner to somebody else. Some phony that knew how to mooch enough to pay him for protection. No.
Jim.
Don't hit me.
Lamont, that can't be true. Nobody could be as low as to try to make a racket out of begging, organize them, and make them pay tribute.
It is hard to believe, Margot, but must be something to it. Wait a minute. Jim, listen to me. Who did this? Who's been trying to make you pay money to them?
Oh, no, don't hit me, Spike. Let go of me, Marty. Don't, I can't pay. Apple Mary can't pay either. You took Apple Mary's stand. Now you're trying to take mine. Don't hit me again. Don't.
Lamont, I'd better get the doctor. He's unconscious.
Yes, Margot, but I'm afraid it's more than that.
What?
I'm afraid Singing Jim has sung his last ballad.
You mean...
Yes, Margot. Singing Jim is dead.
Folks, I guess you're all kind of wondering why the word went out over the beggar's grapevine for us to meet here in my place.
Yes, there was one.
And maybe you ain't. Anyway, Apple Mary's got something to say to us.
Thanks, Lame Bill. Thanks. Folks, I guess by this time you've all heard that poor old Singing Jim's dead.
Yes.
And I guess you know why he's dead.
Yes, Mary.
Now, don't get the idea that I've asked you all here to fight these here scurvy rats that pull Jim into an alley and beat him to death. I ain't asking that.
Can't expect no help from the police, Mary. You know that. No, you
Yes.
can't, Mary.
Yes, we tried that. And they just laugh at the idea of anybody trying to make us pay for the right to make a living on the streets. The only way we know how. selling apples like I do, singing like Jim did, or selling pencils and shoelaces like Lame Bill here. No, we can't expect no help from the police.
Yeah, but why don't they get the guys that murdered old Jim?
They're investigating it, so they say.
Yeah, but what are we going to do, Mary? Jim's death was just a warning to the rest of us. It means pay up or get the same...
No, it don't.
Yeah, that's
no,
what
it
it means,
don't.
Mary.
Because something's happened. Somebody's going to help us what can't help ourselves.
Who is it, Mary?
Now, before I tell you, I want to remind you that I'm not a drinking woman, and I ain't given to hearing things, and I ain't easy convinced. But last night, late, somebody talked to me at my stand. Somebody that you've all heard of. Somebody that you that have got your eyesight don't believe in because nobody's ever seen.
Who was it, Mary?
The Shadow.
Shadow? Oh, he wouldn't bother trying to help folks like us, Mary.
Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong because he asked me to call all your folks together. He promised that he'd come here tonight and tell us how he can help us.
When's he coming? Why isn't he here?
Hey, what's that?
I am here.
Why, where'd that laugh come from?
Sounds like it come from right behind Mary.
No, it came from back in that corner.
Wait, don't be frightened. I am the Shadow. I've come here to help you. If you will accept my unseen presence without question, without fear.
Yeah, that's right. We got no reason to be scared of the Shadow. We ain't done anything wrong. Yeah, we ought to be glad he's willing to help us out. Protect us from fellows like Spike and Marty.
Maybe he can help us find out who those fellas are.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, all of you. I've told the Shadow all I know about Spike and Marty. All any of us knows. Now you listen to what he wants us to do.
You are victims of the meanest racket in the world. The Shadow will help you, if you are willing to help yourselves. I have reason to believe that one among you is a spy, an informer.
Why, where is he? Point him out.
No, sooner or later he will betray himself. There are too many of you for me to single out the one hostile mind in this room.
What do you want us to do, Shadow?
We'll do anything you say.
Go on doing as you have been doing. When these men approach you again, pay them, or promise payment. And then go to the west wall of the National Armory. Make your sign of distress in white chalk, using the symbols you use in communicating with one another. The Shadow will understand them and come to your aid. As for the informer in your midst, let him take this warning to the petty racketeers he serves. If one more cent of tribute is levied, if they so much as lay a hand upon one of you, they will answer to the Shadow with their lives.
Yeah, who's there? That you, Marty?
Yeah, it's me, Spike.
What took you so long? Yeah, you look like the real McCoy with those smoke glasses and that crutch.
I used to make a living taking this blind and lame gag before you showed me how to make some easy money.
Well, what happened at that meeting at Lame Bill's place?
Plenty.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
No, I ain't seen no ghost, Spike.
What then?
I heard something tonight that I don't want to hear again. The voice of a guy you couldn't see. He was right there talking to us.
You've been hearing things.
No, it's the truth. I tell you, you've heard about this guy they call a Shadow, haven't you?
Yeah, I've heard about him all right. So what?
He was at that meeting. That's why Apple Mary called it. The Shadow got the whole story out of her. How we worked this racket, and now he's out to get us.
How's he gonna do it?
Got it all fixed for the beggars to put their distress signs on the wall of the National Armory. The first time we try to collect any more dough.
You say the Shadow got all the dough from Apple Mary?
Yeah, I tell you, we gotta lay off.
And kiss all that money we get from the beggars goodbye? Not on your life.
Yeah, but Spike, the Shadow's poison. He's caught plenty of big shots with dough and their gangs. What chance have we got against a guy like that?
Listen, punk, you're all the gang I got, and I ain't in the big dough, but I'm plenty smart. And I got an idea how to get rid of this Shadow.
All right. How you gonna do it?
Listen, all we gotta do is get a hold of Apple Mary. Bring her up here to the hideout and keep her here.
Yeah, get the Shadow plumb on our trail.
That's just what I want. And to be sure he does get here, you're gonna chalk up a message on the armory wall. You know the signs I use.
Yeah, I know 'em. But supposing you do get Apple Mary here and this Shadow comes after her, then what?
Then he's gonna walk into the sweetest little trap you ever saw sprung.
But you can't see the guy.
I don't have to see him. All I have to do is hear him talk or laugh. The way they say he always does.
All right, Spike. Okay, I hope you know what you're doing.
I haven't given you a bad steer yet, have I?
We'll grab Apple Mary tonight and bring her down here.
Why did you want to drive past the National Army, Lamont?
I'm looking for handwriting on the wall, Margot.
What do you mean?
The Shadow made arrangements with Apple Mary and her friends to communicate with them. That way, those racketeers try any more strong-arm tactics.
Do you think they will?
Yes. There's a reckless bravado about a petty criminal that you won't find in big-time crooks.
They're just as dangerous. Don't forget that, Lamont.
I'm not forgetting it for a minute, Margot. There's a saying, little snakes are more deadly than the big ones. Stop the car, Margot. Here's the armory.
What is it, Lamont?
There's writing on the wall. Maybe what I'm looking for.
You mean those chalk marks, those crosses and circles and numbers?
Yes. Yes, it's a message from Apple Mary. She needs help. She's waiting for the Shadow in the basement of 19 River Street.
I'll drive you there, Lamont.
All right, Margot. Not all the way. Stop a block from that address and let me out.
Very well, Lamont. Shall I wait for you?
Yes, Margot. Wait half an hour. If I'm not back by then, notify the police to raid that house.
But why, Lamont? What makes you think...
I don't think Apple Mary sent that message, Margot. I have a feeling the Shadow's being invited to walk into a trap.
That you, Marty?
Yeah, it's me. Where are you? How about some light?
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Hey, what's the idea? We're sitting down here in the dark. Hey, what are you doing with that Tommy gun?
When the Shadow comes here looking for Apple Mary, I'm going to spray this room with lead from floor to ceiling. It won't matter if I can't see him. I can't miss. Now, troubles will be over.
I put that message on the armory wall.
How long ago?
About an hour.
And he'll be here soon. That guy moves fast from what I hear.
Hey, how are you going to know when the Shadow gets here? What if he don't talk or laugh?
He's got to open that door, ain't he? He can't walk through it. He ain't a ghost.
He comes as close to being a ghost as anything I ever went on up against. How's he do it? How does he keep you from seeing him?
By hypnotism, whatever that is.
Yeah? I knew a guy in a circus that could do that. Leastwise, he claimed he could.
Shut up. Go and get Apple Mary in here. She's in that back room.
Okay. Hey, you. Apple Mary. Come on out here.
I'm coming. Don't think I'm scared of the scum of the earth like you two.
Pipe down.
What do you want with me?
Bring her over here and shove her into this chair.
You hide him. Come on.
Take your hands off. Maybe old and blind, but I take no guidance from scavengers.
Take that can away from her. She might get free with it.
Give me that stick.
I'll give it to you. Here, take it.
Why, you she-devil.
Put her in that chair and hold her there. Get your knife.
Come on, sit down there. Yeah, I got my knife.
Get it out. She tries anything when the Shadow turns up, let her have it. Right between his shoulders.
Okay. If you know what's good for you, you'll sit still, Mary.
The Shadow. So you know he's after you. So there was a squealer at the meeting.
That was no squealer. It was me. And we're expecting your pal, the Shadow, most any time now. I put a little message from you on the armory wall, telling him to come here.
Yeah. Just wait till that door swings open. That's the only way you can get in, or out.
If this Shadow guy's got a gun, starts blazing away, you'll get yours, Mary.
The Shadow doesn't need a gun.
Shut him up, Marty. I just heard the basement door close.
Hey, somebody's in the hall, Spike.
Shut up. Watch it, old dame. If he opens her mouth, let her have it.
Right. Got that Tommy gun ready?
Yeah.
Spike, he's here. The Shadow's here. Do something. Do something. Shoot or he'll kill it.
I ain't sure if I can only be sure.
There is only one certainty in life.
What?
That is death.
It's him. Shoot, Spike. Spike, you shut out the light.
Yeah. But I got him. I got the Shadow. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, but what about Apple Mary?
We haven't got time to fuss with a blind dame. Now listen, Apple Mary. Get out and tell your friends we'll be seeing him. Tell them the Shadow's dead. Tell them if we have any more trouble making collections, I'll get what Singing Jim and the Shadow got. Tell them that for us. Come on, Marty, let's go.
Shadow dead. Who can we look to for help now?
You can still count on the Shadow, Apple Mary.
Oh, Shadow, they didn't kill you. Didn't they hit you?
No, Mary. I suspected a trap, so after I opened the door, I walked across the room and stood behind them.
But your voice, it came from near the door.
Ventriloquism. A simple trick of projecting the voice. That doesn't matter now. Get out of here and hurry to Lame Bill's. Gather your friends together and wait there for word from me. The Shadow.
Margot.
Oh, there you are, Lamont. I was beginning to get worried. Half hour's almost up. What happened?
I'll tell you later. Quick, start the car. Those two men hurrying down the street?
That tall one and the short, heavy one?
Yes, follow them, but be careful. Don't get too close.
Who are they? Where are they going?
They murdered Singing Jim. They tried to murder the Shadow. We'll find out where they go, Margot, and then I'll telephone Commissioner Weston to surround the place.
The Shadow left word with Apple Mary. She wants us at Dugan's pool hall.
Dugan's pool hall. The Shadow's tracked down Spike and Marty.
Apple Mary and Lame Bill want us at Dugan's pool hall. Hey, Lippy, Dugan's pool hall right away. Mary said so.
What's the matter with you, Marty? I thought you could play pool. You missed that shot a mile.
I can't keep my mind on the game. Can't stop thinking about
Pipe down. Everything's okay, I tell you. I got the Shadow I couldn't have missed. You heard him fall, didn't you?
Yeah, but...
Yeah, but nothing. We got nothing to worry about, I tell you. The Shadow's out of the way, and we got it fixed with Dugan for an alibi. We've been here all evening. See? Here comes Dugan now.
Hey, Spike, Marty. There's something going on around here I don't like. I know I told you I'd frame an alibi for you, but I don't want no trouble. I don't want my place closed up.
What's the matter with you? What's going on?
It's that bunch you've been working your new racket on. Apple Mary, Lame Bill, Limpy, the whole lot of them.
What? Where are they?
They're out in the street, 20 or 30 of them. And more coming every minute.
Yeah, who tipped them up we was here? Is this a double cross, Dugan?
No, honest. Somebody must have tailed you here. Listen to them.
Hey, Spike! They're after us. Come on, let's get out of here.
Yeah, maybe we better. They tear us to pieces if they got their hands on it.
You guys better slip out that back door there. It leads into the alley. The crowd may be lame and blind, but I don't give much for your chances if they get hold of you.
Come on, Spike, let's go, will you?
Yeah, okay, let's scram. We'll get these monkeys tomorrow, one by one. I'll teach them to try to gang up on us. Come on, Marty, come on.
First, Spike, wait. Look down the alley there.
Holy cat.
Cops? Yeah.
Half a dozen of them.
We can't go that way, Spike. They're laying for us. Hey, Dugan, ain't there any other way out of this joint?
How about upstairs and over the roof?
No, that door to the hall's been nailed up for years. It's either the alley or the front way.
Hey, Spike, that bunch out front sound like they're coming in.
Yeah, we're caught like a couple of rats in a trap.
What are you going to do, Spike?
Shadow. Spike, did you hear that? It's the Shadow. You didn't get him. He ain't dead.
No, you will not go to the electric chair for the murder of the Shadow.
Oh. So you got away. Well, then the cops haven't got anything on us now. Come on, Marty, we'll go out to the alley. Let the cops pick us up. They can't hold us more than 24 hours.
Wait. You've forgotten the murder of Singing Jim.
Why, you can't pin that on us. But the door's locked.
Yeah, and the key's gone, Spike.
Yes, I locked that door, Spike. I have the key. But the front door is unlocked. You can walk out that door. Singing Jim's friends are out there waiting for you.
Spike, what are we going to do?
They're the lame and the halt and the blind, but there's strength in their numbers. The strength of a long-suffering fury that means your death. If they get their hands on you...
What do you want, Shadow? What's your game?
I want your confession to the murder of Singing Jim.
Hey. Yeah? If we confess, will you keep that mob away from us?
I'm not confessing to anything. I'm not writing myself a one-way ticket to the death house.
Take your choice. A chance before a legal jury or that mob. Quick.
Stop him! Stop him, Shadow! I'll confess. I'll tell you. Yeah, we killed Singing Jim. It was Spike. He slugged him in an alley, yeah.
You dirty squealer.
Don't move, Spike. One false move.
Wait a minute, they're going to...
These tormented people will kill you. Mary, Lame Bill. Wait, everybody. This is your last chance. There's a blackboard behind you, Spike. There's a piece of chalk. Write your confession to the murder of Singing Jim and sign it. Write what I dictate to you.
in, Shadow?
We, Spike Grogan, and Marty Nelson.
We, Spike Grogan.
Confess.
Marty Nelson.
That on Tuesday night at 5 o'clock.
Confess. That on Tuesday
we
night.
did willfully beat Singing Jim to death.
Willfully beat.
With a blackjack.
Singing Jim to death. With a blackjack.
Sign it. Now you, Marty.
Okay. There. Now what, Shadow?
Walk to that back door. Open it. Call to the police in the alley. Tell them to come and get you.
Well, it's locked. You locked it and took the key.
I unlocked it again. Go with Spike Grogan, Marty. Beyond that door, a blindfolded woman with a sword in one hand and finely balanced scales in the other waits for you. You've mocked her long enough, but she is patient because her name is Justice, and her revenge for your mockery will be death.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
The only... Just another ham. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $3,000 for one of our couples. And if any of them say the secret word, the duck, which is up here, will fly down and give them $100. The word tonight is glad. Okay, duck, go lay an egg. Fenneman, who's up to bat?
Well, Groucho, we invited some railroad men to the show tonight.
You did.
And our audience selected Mr. Ronald...
Keep track of them, you said?
The railroad men?
That's the tie that binds, huh?
Yeah. Groucho, we invited some railroad men to our show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Ronald Grice to be on the show. His partner is Josefina Dean. She has an interesting occupation.
Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Josephina Dean and Ronald Grease. Is that approximately right?
My name's Josefina, but everybody calls me Fina.
Oh, Fina. Oh,
well, Groucho, I have some interesting information about Miss Dean.
You do? Well,
yes.
I wish you'd slip it to me later, huh?
Well, right now, I'd like to say that Miss Dean becomes the 1,600th contestant that we've had on this show.
Really?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Give me 5, huh? You don't win anything, but congratulations anyhow. Well, that's, now that we've passed that milestone, let's find out something about you two. Josephina, is that the way you pronounce it?
Josefina.
Oh, Josefina. Well, Fina is, I'll call you Fina, huh?
That's good. Everybody calls me that.
I'll call you Fina, and you can call me Barbato, huh? And if that doesn't put everybody to sleep, nothing will. Where are you from, Fien?
I'm from Laredo, Texas.
Laredo, huh? Is that near Nacogdoches?
It's a city on the musical scale. Laredo, you know?
Laredo. Oh, was it named deliberately after a musician or something?
I'm sure so.
Fina, your face is very familiar. Haven't I met you someplace before?
I processed your passport application last summer, remember it?
Oh, that's right. You remember me, too, huh?
Surely. You asked more questions than anybody has ever asked in the passport department.
Why should you remember that? Doesn't everybody ask you questions?
Yes, but the questions you asked had nothing to do with passports.
That's true, and your answers had nothing to do with my passport either. I'll get back to you in a minute, Fiend. Right now, I'd like to talk to your partner. Ronald Grease, huh? Where are you from, huh?
Well, the Buckeye State. Ohio.
Buckeye State.
Oh, definitely.
Are you married?
Yes?
Why do they call it the Buckeye State? And why are you married?
Well, that's kind of a long story, but I'll cut that short. The Buckeye State,
huh?
they naturally raise Buckeyes back there. Why am I
What
married?
is a Buckeye?
I believe that's a particular kind of a nut that grows on a tree.
Well, let's keep personalities out of this. What is your job, Ronald?
Well, I'm a locomotive fireman.
Oh. Well, a fireman on a big locomotive is one job I've never envied. Isn't that hard work? Shoveling coal all day into a hot furnace?
Well, railroad firemen nowadays do not have to shovel coal. We burn oil.
Shoveling oil is even tougher than shoveling coal.
Well,
unless you're shoveling soft coal.
Fortunately for us, where they have it piped up to where it goes in kind of automatically. You know, you turn the valve here, pull a lever.
Oh, and it comes out here, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Much easier than using the shovel.
You must have a soft touch, huh? Just turn the valve and your work's all done. You must have a lot of time to catch up on your reading, huh?
Well, we're not allowed to read while on duty.
No? Well, the next time you read, see if you can find out what Buckeye is, huh?
I'll do that.
Well, you're a nice couple, and I hope you win lots of money in the quiz tonight, Pina. Now, you select the general information quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with?
We decide on 50.
50. Well, that's a nice... What city was buried in ashes when Vesuvius erupted in 79 A.D.? Talk it over. Time's up.
That was Athens, Greece, a little bit before my time.
That was before my time, too, but it was Pompeii.
Oh, sure.
Well, you lost half your original $100. You still have $50.
All right, now what are you going to try? The bigger they are, the harder they are.
Well, we'll go down 1 degree, 40.
All right, who uses a light meter and a filter in his profession?
A photographer.
That's right, Buckeye, a photographer.
You now have $90.
Now what are you going to try?
The lady says 60.
60. Who was the Spanish queen who financed Columbus's voyage to the New World?
Isabella?
Isabella is right.
You now have $150.
And it's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for?
Okay, well, we'll try to lose some money. 100.
100. On top of what famous Washington building is the Statue of Freedom? It's a tough one, but it's a lot of money. Talk it over.
The Capitol building?
That is right, the United States Capitol.
Wind up with $250.
Buckeye, you were okay.
Next couple is ready and waiting, Groucho. They're Mrs. Edna Albright and Mr. Tom Sawyer. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Albright, I'll start with you. You mind if I call you Edna? Or do you want to be called Eden?
No, just Edna.
Edna, huh? Where are you from, Ed?
From Scandia, Kansas.
Scandia? I thought that was in Sweden. On the Sunset Strip. Now, Mr. Sawyer, you're rather a large party. Could you give us some idea of your size?
Well, Groucho, I'm a little over 6 feet, and I tip the scales at 272 pounds.
How old are you, Mr. Sawyer?
47.
47, huh? Well, where are you from originally?
Kankakee, Illinois.
Oh, I played Kankakee. It's a nice town, wouldn't you say that?
Well, a quaint town.
Yes, it is.
It's one of these towns where you go down the street of the morning, and instead of saying hello, the people say, "Do you know?"
They must have some very stimulating conversations. Well, could you illustrate what you mean? Pretend I'm walking down the street and you spot me now. How would the conversation go?
Well, I'd see you. I'd say, hello, Groucho. Do you know that Farmer Jones just had a heifer?
You're kidding. Do you know I didn't even know he was married? Is that all they do in Kankakee, have heifers?
Well, some of the people don't. They have children.
Well, Eden, is that your name, Eden?
Eden.
Oh, Eden. Let's get some inside dope about you. What do you do for excitement, Eddie?
Raise roosters.
You know, I knew the minute you strutted in here, I said to myself, now there's a rooster woman if I ever saw one. Well, how far off the ground do you raise roosters? What is there about roosters that you find particularly interesting?
Well, I've been breeding for intelligence.
You've been breeding roosters for intelligence?
For intelligence, beauty, with a view to writing about it. And that's what I'm getting some books together.
How many birds do you have at present?
Well, I've got about 400 altogether.
Where do you keep them, and what do you do with all the shoes and pots that come over the fence?
Well, I have the hens and the rabbits and the ducks where I live, and I've had to move the roosters.
That's not very handy for the hens, is it?
No, this is bad for the roosters. It changes their personality.
Well, don't you think it should? Well, Mr. Sawyer, let's leave Edna's other rooster and find out some more about you. What sort of work do you do?
I'm a freelance writer.
Really? I'm glad we finally got back to the cultural level that we're accustomed to on this show. Do you write books?
No, I write for magazines.
What are some of the stories you've written? Maybe I've read them.
Well, let's see. Bullets are leaking blood, and vengeance rides a bloody trail, and murder points a bloody finger.
You just write for children, huh?
Well, most people read them, I hope.
Now, what name do you write under? Tom Sawyer?
Well, most of them are Ned Carter, Lieutenant J.G. Black, Sylvia Sawyer, and Tom Sawyer. The last one I wrote, recently published, was an article, Should the Girl Kiss Her Beau Goodnight?
This is the whole story?
That was the article, the name of it. That was an article about whether they should kiss the boyfriend goodnight.
And well, what was your opinion? What did you tell the girl?
Oh, naturally not to kiss him goodnight.
You Benedict Arnold, you. Well, you're a nice, normal, everyday couple, then. You're my kind of people. Now, let's see how you can make out in the quiz. Huh? You selected American history. Is that right?
In the race for the $3,000, the first couple won $250. The secret word is glass.
Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? Remember your partners.
As we agreed. $100 question.
100? Is that all right with you?
Whatever he says.
Hey, Martha Dandridge Custis became the wife of what great American figure?
George Washington.
That is right.
Well, you now have $200.
All right, now what are you going to do?
Well, we're going to write down the string. 90.
90. Okay, what was the first capital of the United States under the Constitution?
Philadelphia.
No, I'm sorry. It's New York. You should have asked Edna. She may have had some roosters in Philadelphia.
Well, you lost half your $200. You now have $100.
Okay, now what are you going to go for?
$80.
$80. Now, you ask Edna this time, too, because she may have some knowledge about these things. What was the name of the French nobleman who fought on our side during the Revolution?
That's right, sir.
Lafayette.
Lafayette, we are here.
You now have $180.
This is your last chance to be the other couples. What are you going to go for?
70.
70? Who was the first vice president of the United States?
Adams.
John Adams is correct.
You wind up with $250.
What is that?
We invited some military school boys to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Frank Luke to be on the show. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Marie Hoff. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Howdy.
How are you?
I'm fine. Frank Luke, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're the youngest. I'll start with you. Where are you from, Frankie?
From Military Academy, sir.
You were born in a military academy?
No, sir.
How did you arrive? Were you shot out of a cannon?
I was born in San Diego, sir.
Oh,
Really,
San Diego. You know the chief of police down there?
No, sir.
How old are you, Frankie?
16, sir.
16, huh? What is your rank in this academy? Are you a general?
A captain, sir.
Captain, huh? Well, you're a fine-looking lad. Now, if you just stand at parade rest for a minute, I'll talk to your partner here. Let's see now. You are Marie Hobbs, is that right?
Call me Marie.
I'll call you Marie.
I'm delighted to have you call me Marie.
Where's your home, Marie?
Memphis, Tennessee, way down in Dixie.
Well, that's mighty fine country around there.
It certainly is.
A lot of corn pone down there.
Oh, you bet. Ham hock and Lady Beans.
Yes. A ham hock, that's an actor that puts his watch in soak? Marie, I'm not going to ask you how old you are because that'd be too crude, don't you think so?
I'd be delighted to tell you my age, and I'm proud of it. I'm 76 years old.
Well, you don't look it. You look like a young girl.
But I feel like I'm 16.
You feel like you're 16?
Yes.
Well, you look like you're about 18. What do you mean you feel like
Well,
you're 16?
because I can do anything a 16-year-old girl can do.
You can, eh?
I can walk miles, and I can climb a 6-foot ladder and paint the screens and cut the lawn and do anything.
Can you eat 3 bananas?
And I don't have any neuritis or arthritis, any other kind of itis like old women have. I have no varicose veins because I had won a contest showing my legs.
You won a contest for varicose veins?
I haven't got any.
Oh. Well, how did you win?
Because I didn't have any.
Oh, I know they've had all kinds of contests. I didn't know they had one like that.
I won it anyway because don't you see I hadn't got any varicose veins.
Pretty nifty pair of gams. I'm no bum either, you know. Let's see yours.
Oh, mine beat yours.
Yeah, let's all look at it. Howie, come on there, up with it, boy. He's a shy type, huh? Marie, you married?
Oh, much so. 55 long years.
55 years. That's certainly something to be proud of.
You bet it is.
After a half a century with the same man, how do you feel about him, Marie?
Oh, I love him just the same as I did the first day I met him.
Well, answer my question. How do you feel about him?
All right.
Well, it's wonderful. 2 people can be married 55 years and still be in love. I'd like to get a look at this wonder man. Mr. Hobbs, would you please stand up?
Oh, he's not here. He lives in Tennessee, and I live here. That's why we stay married so long. Is that a good idea?
He lives in Memphis, and you live here?
I live here. That's 2,600 miles apart.
No wonder it's a perfect
You
marriage.
bet it is.
About this guy, huh?
Oh, I am.
Do you recommend this kind of an arrangement, Marie?
Oh, I think it's wonderful because familiarity breeds contempt and absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Well, of course, you can overdo that philosophy, too.
Yeah, right.
Well, Frank, tell us something about your school. How do you dress at this place? Blue jeans and T-shirts hanging out like other high school boys?
Not quite, sir. We're required to wear clean-pressed pants, clean-pressed shirt, and hair well combed, clean-shaven. Shoes shine so the expecting officer can see his teeth in them.
You're assuming that the officer has teeth, huh?
You do, sir.
They do, huh? You have to be clean-shaven?
Absolutely, sir.
Well, my guess is the Gillette razor people are not getting rich of your school over there. Marie, what are your plans for the future? Do you have any in particular, like becoming a sandhog?
Well, in order to keep the children from worrying or go to any expense, I made all my funeral arrangements. Got it all paid for.
You have your funeral all paid for?
Yeah, the preacher and the organist and everything.
Well, that's certainly an unusual way of looking at your demise.
Well, it's a good investment on your money. You get 4% if I live to be 105 years old.
Why, how do you figure this out?
Well, I get 4%. But I wish I'd have taken it out 20 years ago. Just look, it wouldn't cost me anything to be buried.
mean you paid all this in advance?
Oh, you bet. I'm going to get 4% today.
Well, this will be the first funeral arrangement in history where the undertaker is the one who goes in the hole. Marie, you got him dead to rights. Well, you're an intriguing couple, and I'd like to go on talking to you, but I imagine you're both more interested in getting rich. Aren't you, Marie?
Oh, yes.
So let's play You Bet Your Life. If you win any money here tonight, are you going to send any to your husband?
No, I think I'll give it to most of it to the Heart Fund.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a very worthy place to throw it. Now, we start you off with $100, and if you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll, no matter what it amounts to at the time. Is that clear?
First two couples are tied with $250.
Now, you selected capitals of foreign countries. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? 10, 50, 80, 100. Anything you want. 60? All right, what is the capital? $60, you say. What is the capital of Brazil? Talk it over.
Buenos Aires.
No, I'm sorry. It's Rio de Janeiro. Now, in the next questions, you ask Marie. It's possible that she may know an answer, too. It may not be the correct answer, but she may know it. But give her a fighting chance, Frank.
You lost half your original $100. You now have $50.
Well, let's take, what was it then, 60?
Yes, you had 60.
650.
What do you want, 50? All right. What is the capital of the Republic of Ireland? Take a guess.
Dublin.
Dublin is right.
Dublin.
You just got in under the wire, Frank.
You now have $100 again.
Okay, now what are you going to go for? Easy ones?
Gotta go 40.
A little. Hard ones are tough. 40? What is the capital of Egypt?
Cairo.
Cairo is right.
You now have $140.
Are you flirting with Marie, George?
Yes, I am.
Oh, well, I'd like to flirt with you because you're good looking, too. Like that, too.
He flirts with everybody, Marie.
Well, that's nice.
Can't trust him at all.
Well, my husband is here to interfere.
I heard he was away, yes.
That's more encouragement than Fenneman's had in many months. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for? Big one or a little one?
30.
30? Okay, what is the capital of Spain?
Madrid.
Madrid is right.
You wind up with $170.
Thank
It is fine, Marie.
Two couples tied for a chance at the big question. We'll have each of them write their answer down on the cards we've given them, and if both couples get it correct, they will divide the money between them. You all set? You have 15 seconds.
Here we go for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. One of the most widely publicized incidents of World War II occurred when the Marines raised the American flag on a mountain on Iwo Jima. For $3,000, what is the widely publicized name of the mountain on Iwo Jima where the flag was raised? All right, give me the card. Well, write something now. Nothing? No, they have nothing down. Well, I'm Edna Albright, and Tom Sawyer's answer is Mount Suribachi, and they win $3,000. A lot of money, $3,000. What are you going to do with all that money, George?
Well,
Plus the additional money that you won in the quiz.
most of it is going to surprise and knock dead some long-waiting, long-suffering creditors.
Well, I hope they get their money.
They will.
They were very patient, according to you.
They certainly were.
And, how about you, Penny
The
Penny?
same thing. Ditto. Ditto.
You owe the same people that he owes, huh?
No. Probably a lot worse.
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.